Hi everyone, welcome to SNHU Esports. Today is a very, very exciting day. We do have an invitational, so there are 5 teams from 5 schools. SNHU has 2 teams. I'm also joined by one of Anna Maria's casters here,
Yes, sir.
Ben.
Yes, sir. We got 5 teams playing today at the SNHU Invitational. It's going to be Anna Maria, gotta represent 2 SNHU teams, Sapphire and Pearl, Leslie University, and Boston University, playing in a round robin. Should be fun. Should be some good Overwatch, for sure.
Always entertaining. So the day is going to roll is you're going to be seeing a kind of round robin beginning here, and then we're going to go through that in about 3 o'clock, give or take. We'll take a small break, and then they'll begin the actual bracket play, and it'll be the top 4 teams will make it in there. So there will be one team that's going to get cut out from the competition here, but pretty standard map rotations overall. For Control, it's Busan, Lijiang, Oasis. I mean, pretty standard across the board. For Escort, Havana, Rialto, Watchpoint, I mean, pretty much standard maps we've seen across the board. SNHU, I know we just had our first round of the playoffs last night. She was pretty good overall. I mean, ended up with it was like 5-2, 6-2. So not too bad. So, but how did Anna Maria do?
I think for ECC, I want to say it was 6-1. So we're going to be in playoffs for that. And I believe ECAC was the same.
Okay.
So 6-1s all across the board.
Yes, pretty standard across there. So the first map, once everything gets going, but we are going to be covering SNHU Sapphire playing against Anna Maria, so it should be a pretty entertaining first match to see. We'll rotate through each of the games as much as we can, try to catch all of them, but each of the teams should have at least one full game when they're home that they will get covered. But I mean, you've a little bit of Overwatch experience to play a little bit. What's your kind of go-to role here when you were playing?
So I was playing placements on tank. I thought I was doing good. I got plat. It's like respectable for a commentator.
Right.
What I mean? And then after the placements, I lost 5 in a row.
Oh, yep. Yeah, that'll happen.
Thinking I got a little bit boosted from the AMC Overwatch team. But
just a little bit.
I think Overwatch, just as a game to watch, is just so much fun. It's so chaotic, and it's just appealing. All the bright colors, all the lights, all the explosions. I love it.
Gonna see which person happens to take the flank and play the Tracer or the Genji and just tries to jump in that back line and just tear everyone to shreds. Kind of curious to see what's gonna happen. I mean, so what you're telling me here is you are definitely a full-hearted tank main.
I try to be.
Try to be.
It's an honest attempt. Maybe some DPS.
DPS a little bit.
No support though.
Oh really? See, I do the opposite. I play mostly support, a little bit of tank, but I rarely ever touch the DPS.
Yeah, no, I think like in any game I play, I just like to get kills.
I mean, that's fair. I like the responsibility of keeping everyone alive on the team, and then I also feed off the salt when the players get very salty about the heals.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, support is like you're the first to be blamed. What I mean?
Yeah, we are.
I can't hold that blame. I just can't. Like no one ever thinks to blame the DPS. No one.
No, it's usually the supports that are blaming the DPS.
It's either the tank problem or the support problem.
Yeah. Usually the DPS is the first one I'm going for. But they're still underway with these bans here, so we'll be right back when the game starts.
Don't go anywhere.
Hi everyone, welcome back, and we are now gonna get ready to get underway here. Just so everyone knows, we are in Oasis. As you can see, we have this lovely, nice little view tour of the map going on right now. Sapphire did ban Emery, so that's gonna be one DPS we're not gonna see this round, and Anna Maria banned Junker Queen, so we have one DPS and one tank out of the picks here.
Yeah, typical bans. I think Anna Maria banning the Queen, just a very strong character in the close quarters. In terms of the Anna Maria ban, I think he's just such a strong DPS that, you know, the headshot modifier on that character is just crazy. The
Right.
override protocol, the old so good at picking off a support squishy. So yeah, I'd say pretty typical.
Watch our flanks. They might try something.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised by the with the Junker Queen ban. Normally, we haven't seen Blobfish really play too much Junker Queen, especially towards like this latter half of the season with all the patches that have come out. But kind of looking around, I mean, pretty standard composition here, at least for SNHU. But we're gonna see the D.Va going into the ramp.
First damage all across the board to start. The rest of AMC immediately going to the back. I think it's also getting close to justice. First fight going the way of AMC.
Yeah,
Trying to fly back, and then he's just not able to get out.
That's gonna be pushed here, and Maria here gonna be taking that first point here, and we see Sableye here looks like gonna be going towards the spawn over here. Get a little bit, trying to get a little boost maybe.
You gotta pick up your friends.
Yeah.
Taxi.
I mean, it is Lucio. We can't really do much about the Helios there. Going in, we see Blobfish going, having a little bit more dive. The ramp, Vortex comes out. There's a block there. That shows for time, and Blobfish is trying to cause a little distraction to get around everyone. If you see the Sombra coming out for that, fusion to throw everyone off.
Yeah, the bomb. Taking the front line, and the D.Va don't get back. The help of the bench falls. Sableye trades now. Another stage advantage investing as gets the kill on the Helios.
Yeah, Blobfish there, and we do have the D.Va bomb. So looking at so far, we haven't seen too many ults come up, and looks like Blobfish here is going to be holding on to the D.Va bomb. I imagine he is going to be able to flip this point. Look around the corner, because there's not a Sombra that might try to go there and sabotage anything. Blizzard Goblin here going in, start going to dive on D.Va. Blobfish trying to jump up, try to get away. But he's a ram in that Nemesis. Oh, here going to the melee, trying to force everyone off the point. There is the bomb coming up, it's going to get blocked though, and we're not going to see anyone get picked off. Blobfish going back into the mech as that more ult ends up just to get decent damage on that.
Ults are starting to build. Sableye go ahead. Maybe it's not enough. Kiriko TP's out. Look at this Sableye running around the wall. Gets the kill on the Helios. That's one trick. Tries to kidnap Sableye. But look at the wall ride. He's able to get out.
So close to falling in. Yeah, seems like kind of one of those interesting things, you know, jump back out obviously has to always just grab everyone. But not too many people are going to be able to get save themselves when they get pulled off the map. Hugo here, get ready. Turret is going to cause the Blobfish to have a little distraction into the orphan. Now, there is that EMP that's going out. Hack, and there's Kiriko rush today, and now the ramp ult is coming up. And that is going to do a lot of damage every time the damage is done. You're going to get a little bit of reset. And Lizzie Goblin there is finally going to fall, followed by Sableye, and SNHU now starting to mop up the remaining defense here. So Mora there gets stuck in the vortex, and SNHU here going to flip it. And we're on the overtime clock, so they have to focus now.
Yeah, you gotta hold this all the way to the end. So many ultimates exchanged, but somehow it still goes in the way of SNHU. Hugo makes a swap onto the Bastion, maybe to ride in the air. There's one push forward, kind of crazy space, but Moira also comes out to do it. As Hugo stands away, looking like a total flip backwards, as it's just Umbra Helios left. They're forced to run back as we hit overtime. I believe nobody's there to count, and that'll be first point going to AMC.
That was a rapid exchange there as both sides were focused on trying to get to the point. SNHU going to just fall slightly after having a few issues there.
See some character swaps happening.
Hello.
Trying to fix some holes.
Yeah, I mean, see here going to go swapping out. They're going to Umbra. They're going to switch off the Cure Go going to Sienna. We see Ash coming out. Crazy Guy going to pick up that Echo. We saw the last round, but it looks like Anna Maria they're going to stick with the same composition that they ended with.
Second point starting now. Till the defense of the matchup, so the tank matchup stays the same. SNHU makes it on the point pretty early, but Sableye is there to beat the defense. It's a Goblin. Right. The defense is pushing for that line also. No one falls just yet.
Yep, Umbra there trying to go after getting it, trying to pick off this Metro. Metro like not Sombra. Sombra gonna get away. Sableye here, sitting in the hallway, running around, doing what he does, and is riding on these walls. Able to get away quickly here. Gonna be able to stay alive. You see Crazy Cat and Blockage here going on the high ground, trying to use the advantage on Ram. Ram throws down his Vortex, and one trick there, trying to save Blockage from losing Mech. And speaking of Blockage, losing Mech is gonna go out. Now Ram's walking through an Nemesis. He's gonna be able to take out Blockfish. Crazy Guy here in the air, trying to do whatever he can. Height is not able to take out Lazy Goblin. And that's, of course, SNHU here to back off to see Helios and Umbra getting off the point.
Yeah, AMC getting the first capture of the point. We're running all the way almost in the spawn. Lazy Goblin says, no, never mind, actually. I don't want to do that as the rest of AMC heading back towards point. Self-destruct is almost up, as well as Bob. So holds are kind of in the favor of SNHU as we see the Bob pop. It's targeted on the Glizzy Goblin. He's so weak. Does he have heals? The Ram block gonna be enough to help him, maybe? It's not gonna be enough. Hugo and Glizzy Goblin falling. Looks like SNHU will get the flip. Setting it up with the Sombra ability. It's not enough, however.
And now Blockage here going to be pushing forward. The SNHU now going to take a little bit of a playbook here, page from the old playbook, and then try to keep them in the spawn point for as long as possible, and force them to use a lot of their abilities. There's the Mora all coming out, and there goes one turret falling down. However, Buff still does have the Diva Bomb. That self-destruct. Hugo there just wailing on this Christian DPS here. Blockage jumping in, might be able to pop the ult. It's going to pop that ult, but it's not going to. It's going to get over anyone. Not quite able to get anyone as the Mora there. The CT shifts right away before it goes off. Sableye now is going to launch the sound wave there. I'm going to give everyone a little bit of heal as you're slowly getting cleaned out.
Yeah, Trick's going in the way of AMC right now. We see the beam of fall. It's only Umbra and Helios up. They make the smart decision to back up as we hit almost even percentage on the second point of Oasis. No character swaps happening yet. Oh, no, excuse me, actually. Crazy Cat onto the car instead of Mech. Maybe looking to try to get some picks onto the supports with the high elevation. SNHU now moving up in the next fight. And the Fire works, getting the pick on the game, so that's going to hit the rest of the team. 5v4 now for them as the Diva drives right into Sableye. Not able to get much value, however, but actually turning back, getting the kill onto Hugo. As Glizzy Goblin pops Nemesis form, trying to push out the Squishy and displace everybody. Kind of a stalemate here. This is all AMC percentage counting, though, so it's going to be upwards of 80%. Goblin is completely out of position. He's going to follow the rest of AMC. Can't really do much without the tank.
The Blockage there are going to start diving on the last remaining players close to that point. So we do see Sableye just trying to just be an annoyance here, but that point is now going to flip back to SNHU's side here. And now it looks like everyone's going to start getting ready to start this fight. As you see, Ash, Helios, and Winter both have their ults. These do have a Bob and a Sound Barrier. Just kind of waiting. This guy here already going after these small little cores. That's going to be a very dangerous position. They're going to quickly fall. There goes that hacking D coming out. Gonna quickly turn on Ghost here as Blobfish now is gonna dive into the alleyway, the little hallway there. Bob's already out as well, so it's really extra damage with SNHU. As everyone's trying to chase it after the Mora as well as the Ram here. He's got just being able to hold on there with only the Mora being right there. Now we do have Sombra back in, and there is a B-bomb coming out. Is it gonna get anyone? Not quite able to get anyone, but he's gonna get back into the back. Blobfish here, though, going to be in a very tough position. He's a 3-on-1 right now, getting pushed off, and he's going to fall there, and that point's going to flip.
Yeah, the sound wave gave SNHU a little glimpse of maybe being able to win the team fight. I think that has really goes really to seal the deal on that. You see a cap, it's going to be one shot trying to, but the throw comes through. Who else is here to cap? Who's it going to be? The Diva tries to get in, it's not fast enough. However, AMC will go up 1-0 versus SNHU Sapphire for this first game of the SNHU Invitation.
Let's see what the play of the game is going to be here. Or not. We're not going to see the play game. Very unfortunate here. Kind of curious to see what it was. That was my guess. I don't even know who it could have been. Maybe the Ram ult?
Yeah. I could see that too. I mean, on that second point of Oasis, it's so tiny, right? So the Ramble is half of the map.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, and you have a lot of different corners too, which makes characters like Samba really, really good there because you can just quickly get in there, teleport away. But the problem is, though, you can also, if someone knows where you're going to go, your invis is not going to help too much. We saw that with Blobfish taking out a Ghost as he tried to like teleport away.
Yeah, Ghost, our resident Sombra player. You know, we have an ongoing joke at AMC. We call it the Ghost side quest. You know, at Sombra, you're just running around anywhere trying to get any value, whether it be hacking, you know, a support in the back line or hacking maybe like a health pack so they don't get to use it.
Yeah.
But the side quests sometimes pay off.
Sometimes. I mean, it's either one of the players, one of those situations where either you have a really good flanking player like that, where they're really good with Sombra, the Genji, or Tracer, and it goes really, really well because you can get in there and just cause so much chaos in that back line. Kind of curious to see what the next pick is going to be because right now it's going to be split. They either got Escort, Hybrid, Push, or Flashpoint, and I'm not entirely sure which way it's going to go with this as I try to quickly get to the point where I can see all the picks and the bans for this one.
It was pretty close, though. I mean, that second point, there was a lot of flips happening back and forth, and even on the first point, too, you know, this is still anyone's set.
Oh, it is. I mean, we kind of saw it was like both teams could take the point. They both swapped it multiple times. So it's the matter. I think the main difference was the sustainability. I think Anna Maria there had a little bit more control of their sustainment of their healing, maybe a little bit more protection on supports. As we saw kind of Umbra and One Trick very much like jumping in, trying to get some plays. We saw One Trick there try to, with Jetpack Cat in that first map on Oasis, try to pull off Sableye with the Lucio and try to throw him off, but he caught himself on the pillar that came up, so maybe not the best place to drop the people for on Jetpack Cat.
Yeah, I mean, it could have worked against any other character in that offer.
Yes.
You know, it's just, if there's anyone that knows how to maneuver around those walls, it's going to be Sableye. I mean, you know, he is the Lucio. He's Mr. Lucio.
He's Mr. Lucio. I'm kind of curious. I mean, because we saw, like, it was basically Diva going to Ram for the majority of the games. The tanks never really swapped off anyone. We only saw really the DPS swapped off a little bit and like maybe one support here and there. Not a whole lot of changes. It seems Santa Ana or Anna Maria seem to be pretty confident in their like selections for the role. Felt pretty comfortable after their first round going to the next.
I think the Diva pick too is, you know, maybe not as good into the Moira or the I guess just the Moira too, because that left click or whichever click does her damage is going to go through the defense matrix as well as the ulti. So, you know, it's hard when you're trying to cover for your team with a defense matrix, but any beam type projectile is just going to go right through it.
Yeah, I think Ram's Nemesis mode also goes through defense matrix too. I think
it might.
I think that one goes through. I know. I don't think the Vortex I don't think Vortex would, because obviously Vortex can get canceled out if it gets
Yeah.
tossed. Happen to do the very unlucky event, you toss it and the D.Va just pops it right there. But I was really surprised to see the Pharah come out. I don't think I've seen Pharah really come out all that much from this new side that all this season, and we didn't really get a chance to really see the ultimate come out particularly.
Yeah,
either.
it kind of felt like let's just try it.
Yeah.
See what happens. And there was some value. I mean, there was some picks early on with the Pharah, but I think into the hit scan dash from Hugo makes it a little bit more difficult. Your maneuverment in the air really has to be on point.
Yeah, and I mean, we did see Crazy Cat. They were kind of stuck more to the close corners, try to basically hit anyone that came down that hallway. We saw Bob also get tossed down that hallway. But I mean, the Ash kind of counters the Hugo a little bit when he plays the Bastion. Just a little nice headshot damage going on.
Yeah.
Forces Hugo to go behind that pillar in the center on that second map, and kind of caused a little bit of time to get SNHU a little bit of breather. But as we saw, Blobfish basically got his last man standing on the point. And then just got picked off there 3-on-1.
Yeah, looking at game 2, we do have the picks in, or at least partially. Sapphire will counterpick to Rialto, and I believe that's going to be the ban onto the Ramattra. They said after one map, we're good.
But I think while the teams finish up their bans and their picks here, we are going to do a short little break.
See you guys soon.
Everyone, welcome back. We're going to go get quickly into this second round, the best of 3. This is going to be match point here. So Stu at least needs to win this for game 3, or they will end up losing in this first round of the round robin. But bans wise, SNHU did ban Ram, so we're not going to see Ram coming in. And Anna Maria there banned Kiri. So it looks like they both kind of counterpick each other, but that also frees up Emery to come in to this round, speaking of which.
Yeah, the Hugo Emery is a badass for sure. And Lizzie Goblin,
what's on the dock?
finding the D.Va the first game, said, why don't I try it?
We're going to go
on to the Ana as well, and the Kitty Cat is making an appearance on both teams now.
Well, I mean, I feel like out of all maps, if you wanted to have like a double D.Va, this is probably one of the better maps to do, especially for that choke point here. We did see Blobfish pull out Reinhardt on this map live yesterday, so it's kind of interesting here. And Anna Marie here is going to be on the attack first, as we already see both of the Jetpack Cats going after one or the other. See one trick there, going to get out of there with a little bit of health. Crazy Cat, though, is going to be playing Tracer. And we see Blizzy Goblin already trying to push forward here, create a little bit of space for the team. Blobfish now got to go up and high, but there is the Widow here that's going to cause a problem for SNHU if not careful.
Yeah, so many flying characters. It's going going to be a lot of dogfights. As we see right here, the D.Va, everyone just throwing out their defense matrix. The anti also going to be very, very crucial here for this game as well. He goes pretty low. Blizzard Goblin trying to save him. There's a trade on both sides. It's 4v4, still pretty even here as Nancy tries to push his heart up to his first point. Ghost maybe holding off the window at this point. We're going to keep it. Good value on the cats too, being able to shoot them down out of the air as we see enemy sniper kind of come to a slow. It's going to be a re-engagement from AMC against this D.Va v D.Va battle.
Yeah,
it's really going to be up there. Who wins D.Va v D.Va, and it's going to be SNHU. That's going to be big. Sableye now out of position because of it. Both people are low though, so who pushes who, right? It's going to be kind of scary.
And Sableye there is going to be able to keep away from Blobfish. It's also very interesting to see the teams almost mirroring each other except for one of their DPS. So it looks like they're just trying to cause as much chaos as possible. One trick there going to take out Ghost. So the Widow there going to have a little bit of stagger coming back in. Speaking of crazy cats, you see them flying everywhere in both of the D.Vas now. And Filio here just holding on to the ultimate right there. I appreciate it.
Be the re-engagement from AMC as the intra-site is from the SNHU side. And the Nano 2 also coming out in an anti onto Blizzard Goblins to make a fight in favor of SNHU. But Heliyoshi gets a crucial pick there with the catnap. 3v3 here for AMC and SNHU, but no tank for SNHU. It's a little bit more awkward for them as Helios goes down due to Blizzard Goblin just completely harassing on that D.Va.
Yeah,
that's going to be a lot of a point push there.
Both of the D.Vas have their ultimate, so there's also something getting consider a little bit here. Buff is already getting peppered a little bit by the Ana and the Goblin there, and one trick now back, waiting, looking away by the hallway there, going to drop down as everyone is trying to get to his payload there. Everyone going high, there's a hack coming out, and we do civilians there going to fall to Ghost. And Buff now is going, trying to push the D.Va away, and going to do the dive to the cat. Trying to do whatever he gets pulled out of the mech. There is a ultimate come out, but Hugo going to take out Blobfish with that ultimate. And that is going to be that first checkpoint going to Anna Maria.
Yeah, I mean, that hack on Helios is over. You see it be on that fight there, as well as the kidnap. As we see Glizzy Goblin pushing him very hard. Doesn't get punished for it, however, though the aim position is nearly on point. As we see the one-trick catnap come out, it's going to pull 3-2 on the Glizzy Goblin, and Helios hits the M-Ray diff onto Hugo. Sableye low, but
You're gonna get pulled by your teammate there.
We call that the get down.
Chris again here gonna jump up, and looks like SNHU gonna take a little bit further back position here to play on defense for holding his payload. Going after Sableye here. Blobfish doesn't want the Anna to get a chance to make a foe. There's another pull by now, and he falls into the river again. Jetpack Catch is going to be a menace for both teams, I think, this game.
Yeah, there's going to be so much kidnaps back and forth. Nano is on deck for both teams now. The self-destruct also on deck for the Goblin as we get a crucial kill. One trick here. It's going to be 5-4 in the way of AMC. Crazy Cat low, gets the refresh. Gonna be able to heal all the health back up. Now we see yet another 1v1 fight. Blobfish has the Nano 2 to help him. He gets it going. Hugo Umbra snipes the ocean out of the air. It's traded 2v2 with the help of Ghost. Sableye also gets the kill on the Crazy Cat. Numbers are in the way of AMC now. The hack comes out last second. It's not enough though, as Blobfish also gets a kill on the Ghost. Gonna be a backup angle from AMC, I believe. Just think the rest of AMC is now here to help.
The bomb is here. Hold on to the bomb. Is gonna send the mech up. The explosion is not going to get anyone, but there goes the Torbjorn right now. As you have Torbjorn on the field, so you have to look around the corner. Those turrets can hurt quite often if you're not careful with it. Blobfish and a crazy Glizzy Goblin there going to be poking around, trying to go for the supports as far as like Helios has the ultimate ready. He's going to send charge, trying to pick out that Sableye over there. There is another kidnapped Blobfish there, just getting taken away and thrown into the river. Both these teams here are just trying to kidnap the other, trying to cause as much chaos, and as you said, there's just a lot of dogfights for both these teams right now. As you see, both teams, I believe Blobfish is still someone all the way as far as that there, just trying to cause a little bit of chaos on the back line as you see a little bit of sun coming on, and Glizzy Goblin here gonna get forced back. Co-op engagement, get a little bit of health, and come back onto this payload here, trying to get a choke point ready. As SNHU playing with the high ground buff, is just gonna get hacked by the Sombra. And it's going to push back.
Blobfish is going to make his mech go down and also right as Goblin hits mana. It's going to keep pushing forward, getting the kill on the one trick, maybe getting the kill on the Helios. These support players on SNHU dumping the heals into Helio. It's not going to be enough, however, as Ghost wraps up that fight. Crazy Cat getting the only kill on the Hugo, but it can only go so far as AMC is just pushed up so far right now. It's so much free real estate on that car. I mean, SNHU practically in spawn.
It looks like we're going to see a couple of swaps here. We got Anna's going to stay, and we have one for swap. So we're going to see the new Sniper Rhythm support come out, and Crazy Cat's going to go to May. So we may see Snowball come out, and there's the Iceball already coming up, trying to separate the team here from the other. And we do see Ghost there get hindered by one of the traps. You see, there is another trap coming up trying to take Blobfish out of the fight. Not quite able to drop him, but it is able to take Blobfish out entirely. Ghost here already sitting on that EMP. There's a hack coming out, going on Crazy Cat. Crazy Cat here just the only one for SNHU on the point is going to fall there. And that is going to be a time for SNHU, or Anna Maria here to move up the payload. They've done I mean, many times they've been stopped here. As you see, the officers trying to do whatever they can, scrambling to really get something rolling right now. Blobfish here holding on to that.
That may be. We'll also go for Defense Matrix here. The numbers favoring SNHU as Sableye is played up very hard. He is going to call us here. She flies around. Will be shot out of the sky as the rest of AMC. Hugo just gonna. Except they got the 2 points. I mean, nearly the full cap.
Almost,
there,
yeah. So I mean, they're gonna have to basically go all 3 caps really to get anything off. But yeah, no, that's what I was saying. Like, Anna Maria hadn't really been stopped a whole lot. I mean, that payload was consistently moving up. They were able to push forward and able to make a couple of key picks, constantly pulling up Blobfish into the river to just throw off and make SNHU kind of lose the momentum and any of their defensive capabilities. Really, when you lose that defense matrix, no one really on the team, but they could really support it.
Yeah, and I think the Ghost Sombra there really just gets a lot of value. I want to say that the idea behind the Kiriko ban is that they didn't ban Sombra, so Ghost can still play Sombra, right?
Right.
But also, so he can get a lot of value off hacking the Diva.
I know how you like to get into trouble.
To cleanse the hack.
Yeah,
I mean,
Suzu.
Blobfish just kind of has to sit there and deal with it. You know what I mean? So
Right.
I think
This
there's a
will be an
lot of
evening to
mind games
remember.
going on right now with how AMC is playing these bans, and it feels like the survivability of AMC support players, is really what's making the difference here. You saw a lot of times where Blobfish would try to dive on the Sableye, and you know it's like the bait, right? It's like, oh, you're just Nana, like you can only do so
Barring
much,
relativistic
right? But he
effects,
just
of
never
course.
died. I mean, he was able to manage the cooldowns to where if you dive Sableye, you're either getting slept immediately or he has the nade at his feet to give him the healing advantage. So the survivability from Helioshi and Sableye, I think, is really going to be the difference maker. As we see Glizzy Goblin swap onto the Sigma for the defense and Ghost onto the Symmetra.
Yeah, so we're gonna see little turrets pop here, and we do see Blobfish now also gonna swap to the Sigma, so we're gonna see 2 Sigmas going at each other right now. Glizzy Goblin going to sit around this choke point here, just trying to stay alive, cause much damage possible without losing. Blobfish there is in the rock there, and we do see he's gonna get pulled back there by the Life Weaver and Anna Maria here just getting pushed back off this point here as SNHU playing very aggressively, trying to keep everyone down as low as possible so they can keep that payload moving. Slowly going up here. We see the rock coming out as we get blocked by the shield here, and we do see everyone sucked up in a little bit of shield. Boss going after Sableye here, not quite able to finish him off. Gonna push back to the payload. SNHU going for the side. We do see the banana dive going on to the Sigma. Sigma here still getting hold. There is the stun coming up. Might be able to finish him off. Not quite, and it's gonna fall there. Getting the assist, and SNHU right now going to be pushing forward as we have a little bit of a lag delay there. And SNHU here is push him all the way back into, I guess it's the museum?
Yeah, Helioshi running for his life right now. One chick says, hey, what's up? Gonna try to get the kill. It should be the thing, right? It was close, however. One trick gonna be able to fly back to spawn, as I believe we get the tank swap. Glizzy Goblin says, I don't like the Sigma. I'd rather go back to the Diva. It was very funny, however, that both teams swapped onto the Sigma.
Oh, yeah.
They are in tune right now with each other.
I mean, we saw last round, there was only a one hero difference between with the beginning, from 1-for-1. One trick here getting soloed out pretty low. He's gonna get picked off there by Ghost, and that's gonna be one less support and heals that SNHU's gonna have for this push. But Chriscat is going after the Diva. There's Waifu Brawl coming out, so that tree is going to trap people and block them from the doorway. I've never seen it be used like that before.
Crazy Cat not going to be able to connect on the Ghost. Needed to hack. One trick trades it back out, but numbers still in the advantage of AMC, 4-2. Make it 4-1, I believe, as SNHU will retreat back. Anna Maria just going to be holding this bridge. This bridge is so hard to push on.
It really is a pain to push through here. But we do have SNHU does have 3 ults, and there is a pick off of Umbra there, taking out Sableye, and there is the assist going down as the Emery ult is coming out. Might be going after Glizzy Goblin here. Is going to get saved by the Life Weaver. And that is going to give SNHU time to push forward, get a little bit of health. They are going after Glizzy Goblin right now. Soloing them out from the team, and it's going to fall there as well as the mech. And one trick going after Ghost, getting a little bit of payback, said, hey, I want my life back.
The rest of AMC going to retreat back to the spawn as we wait for Ghost and Glizzy Goblin to respawn. One support ult up for both teams, but Blobfish also has the Sigma ult as Glizzy Goblin tries to force out this one trick, excuse me. As the Soundwave is off, the Saber goes onto the Nether now. Nano's popped onto Glizzy Goblin as Blobfish, gets the pick on the Helioshi. It's traded out, however, and it's all for SNHU. This kind of mixes up the positioning a lot here, because now you don't have anybody to soak up that damage. Glizzy Goblin realizing he's very out of position, going to fly back towards spawn as Blobfish will be nearly reunited. The Sigma's also extremely slow. So AMC has a little bit of time where they have this 5v4, but they often not put it up far.
Crazy get there. Oh, gonna get popped right there.
Hugo! Wow, good tracking onto the one trick as well. Ghost pretty low, but the slightly will save him as the Hugo ulti is popped. So he has everyone in their sights now as Helios is the first to fall. Looking for the Ana player very, very low. But AMC has a discipline to back up and just be like, alright, we got what we wanted from that fight. Ultimately, we're playing for the tie here. As I say that, Glizzy Goblin instantly getting crazy.
Yeah, dives in there. Glizzy Goblin going and getting a bullied here by Blobfish. Now there's that Waifu Brawl coming up, so everyone's going to get healed in that. He's going to get healed, and Hugo also has that health down as we see Blobfish trying to chase Hugo out, and there comes the Diva Bomb from the opposing team. It's not going to get anyone off of that. But they're going to be down 1 DPS here as Sableye just keeping Glizzy Goblin there with the ultimate, getting now boosted. But Helios also has that Emery ult, so they might be coming out now that the Ana ult is slow. Down we see, trying to get a little bit of a flank here. Hugo causing a little bit of issues, going to keep Helios at least on their toes for a little bit here. Blobfish now going in. We see the ult coming out. There is the Diva blocking all the damage there for a little bit. He's going to fall out of that mech. It's going to get popped right there. He's going to use the mech. Doesn't even get a chance to really jump out of the mech. There comes Flux coming out, and that is going to be a elimination. And SNHU here is going to win this round.
As all things are.
Yeah, I think SNHU, that last fight, really just everything went well, right? The ultimate usage was so good. Umbra, Ana played the game here on this game too.
See Umbra here jumping in and falling out of, I don't know, I mean, it looks like you're going to think the diva looks like we saw that it was about one of the diva popped just as soon as it got out. Glizzy Gum just was gone as soon as that mech was gone.
Yeah, I think it was very attack sided. I feel like the defense for both teams wasn't as good as you think it would be on Rialto, which to me I think of as a defense sided map. But I mean, just really, I think the character swaps mid game from both teams responding to the counter to counter to counter was very, very good. And I think really the deciding factor there was honestly to me the Sigma. I think Sigma Rock, I believe, goes through defense matrix. I could be
Yes,
wrong
it
about
does.
that.
Pretty sure.
So it's a pretty good counter, right? Because as soon as Diva flies forward, the Rock knocking her down is going to be a lot of damage there.
Yeah, and obviously we saw Bluff get very, very up close and personal there with the selection for just really just a lot of the fights you saw kind of get close in there, played really danger close. Obviously with our support players, we had one trick obviously like to roam around and keep everyone up as much as possible. But the best part of game 2 was just the amount of kidnappings from the jetpack cats early on. It's just you never know who was going to get grabbed at any point in time because both of them held that ultimate for so long.
And there was a lot of characters too that you think theoretically would be very hard to kidnap too, right?
Yes.
Ghost on Sombra has the throwable TP,
Yep.
and Diva has the jet boost, but the cats just find a way. They're kidnapping
Yeah,
everybody.
I know.
Everybody's falling off the map. So yeah, I think both Jetpack Cat players saw a lot of value out of that. But we did see, I noticed, once you got past that bridge section of Rialto, both Jetpack Cat players swapped. Heliyoshi onto the Lifeweaver, and I believe the Jetpack Cat player for SNHU swapped onto the Mizuki. Because
Yes.
once you get past that bridge section, there's not a lot of out of bounds areas. It's
No,
a lot
there
more
is
closed
not.
in. So I think the Lifeweaver tree really helped out a lot. But ultimately, it wasn't enough. SNHU takes game 2.
Yeah, speaking of Lifeweaver, I mean, I've never seen someone throw that right in the doorway just to separate the teammates. I was like, I mean, smart play because now you have your tank now separated from the team, and they're going to have to find a way to quickly get back, and they're now out of position. That's going to cause some issues for whichever team it happens to be.
And to me, it's you don't really know if it was on purpose or not. I'd like to think it is, knowing Heliyoshi,
Yep.
Mr. Lifeweaver. I mean, this guy's hours on Lifeweaver are crazy.
Oh,
I remember
hours.
one time I was in the facility right after that game. He left his game open. I looked at the hours, and it was like, I think more hours than I have in Overwatch.
Oh, jeez.
Just on
That's a
Lifeweaver.
lot.
That
Just
is-
on Lifeweaver.
Just on Lifeweaver.
Oh,
That
jeez.
is his character through and through. Because the tree to block the door could have just been, oh, we don't want to fight at this angle.
Right.
We just block it off.
Mm-hmm.
Or it genuinely was, we see Blobfish out of position. Let's block him off, fry him instantly.
Yep.
And then, I mean, the tank falls, then what do you do?
Yeah, no, there's not much you can do with that. I mean, because if you had to brick it around, you could probably a little bit go through that because at least when you're smacking the life, you're still doing damage, so you're technically proccing that a passive heal.
Yeah.
But there's not too much we can do there. But looks like the next round is gonna be Midtown, and AMC did ban Vendetta, so we're not gonna see Vendetta.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking earlier. You said SNHU likes Midtown a lot. I
We do play
personally,
Midtown.
I don't remember last time I saw AMC play Midtown. So I'm wondering if the map knowledge on SNHU's part is going to be the deciding factor here, as we do see Sapphire banning the Lucio. So
Yeah, it's
Sableye will
Lucio
not
now.
be able to play Lucio. However,
No.
bans from previous games are still at play.
Right. So it's going to be interesting because, I mean, we saw the ban with the Emery being that first ban. And then we saw it come a second round. Both teams were pulling Emery out. We saw the absolute destruction that ultimate will cause. We saw people just get popped instantly, especially right after that first checkpoint. You hit that bridge, and everyone likes to sit in those little hallways for the peak zones.
Yeah, I mean, it was really just that open space after that first point is just Emre's playground on both sides too, because you have the high ground on both attacking and defense. Part of me wonders, right, was the Emre ban on Oasis too premature? Right? I feel like
mean-
on Oasis, it's a lot more closed in. Maybe Emre doesn't get as much value as you'd initially think, but also that character is just like the most well-rounded. I feel like really a ban on him anywhere is at least good, maybe not warranted, but still worth it just because of how strong that character is. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably Emery's probably the strongest hero to come out of all the 5-4.
The 5.
Yeah,
I
the
think,
5, because we basically got what Vendetta, then almost instantly, we got like 5 new ones. We're like, hey,
Yeah.
everyone's gonna get a little bit of everything. I think overall we kind of saw Mizuki not really be a valid option for a lot of the support players when he first came out, just because the I think they had to buff the Scythe or the multiplier for the Scythe a little bit because it wasn't
That
enough
sounds right,
AoE.
yeah.
So you couldn't really. It was just beneficial to have like Lucio because it would just get more healing potential of staying there. But we are now gonna go in here, and we do see Emery here gonna be on attack for the first round, and we do see the return of Ram.
Yeah, Glizzy Goblin back onto the Ram
5,
and
4,
Ghost onto the
3,
Pharah.
2,
Booyah
1.
out for SNHU on one turn. Rock doesn't get much value. As we start the fight for the first point of Midtown. Game 3 of the SNHU Invitational. Only 1-1. AMC picking up game 1. SNHU responding right back on the Alpha.
You see Blobfish here is sitting around. We do see 2 shield heroes coming out. There is that rock that goes right through. He's going to knock Lazy Goblin down there. And going to respond by tossing the orb. Get the vortex going on. And Helios here is going to start poking some damage with that Ash. As both teams here slowly, no one's really getting too much in. Lazy Goblin there are going to get pulled by Helios there with the life user ability. It's such a underrated but also very annoying ability.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that ability alone is probably shaved down Overwatch. As the MCATs pick up 2 kills on the Opera, it's gonna make it a 5-3. But Opera still pushing forward. Now he's pretty out of position. Fortune sight to help him, I believe.
Nope, and Crazy Cat there just throwing the icicles all the way down on Blobfish here, trying to get around the corner. He's going to hit that ramp with the rock, however, it's not quick enough as that payload is now out, but SNHU still has plenty of time to at least try to keep them at this point as much as possible. They're going to back off and try to fight another day. Sableye has that ultimate ready as well, so we're going to see at some point coming out. The Flux is out as well, and Blobfish going to start going into Sableye, going on his payloads to sit here to soak up as much damage as possible. There comes the Ram, getting amped up here, not quite ready for the ultimate to come out, and I'm just maybe waited off that nano. There is an episode of Annihilation coming out, and there's Flux. But it's not going to do much. It's not going to cause it. It's going to take out the Ram, and Ghost is on the bar. Going to get a double kill there.
Yeah, that Ghost ulti really just saved that fight. As we see, Crazy Cat pulls out the main wasted. It doesn't get much value, however, as the fight kind of restarts and everyone realizes that their team's positions are 2 out of flags. And Crazy Cat fightless. Hugo gonna push it forward with the Riser. Crazy Cat is so weak, it's not enough to get it. As Blobfish finds an early kill on Ghost. Thankfully will happen right now on this bridge. It's looking like it's going to be in the way of AMC, but right as I say that, Tidal Blast comes out from one trick, and it kind of resets the fight completely. Hugo's going to fall, however, into the snipe from Helio. And Sableye's next on better this. It's going to be 5-2 for SNHU.
Yeah.
But this tank just getting shredded there.
Blobfish there had to fall back behind there, get a little bit of cover, wait for some of the supports to catch up here. He's going around the corner, Ghost already waiting for it. We see that ultimate on the Helios just waiting to pop it. Helioshi also does have tree, so at any point they really do need it on that payload. They can pop that tree down and cause a little bit of chaos and sustainability here. So we got him going around, trying to get that flank on Blobfish, speeding away through that field, and he's going to swap over to there. So Helios going high, going after the Williams, going to keep them in the game. As you see Emery, Helios there going to target Sableye. Coming here, coming on the side. Blobfish, both tanks not really getting anything. Crazy Cat though, going to get a double relic on Blobfish to take out Lizzie Goblin, and that's going to force Anna Maria here to go back to the spawn.
Yeah, I mean, right now, this specific spot on is much better than SNHU's playground. Like we said earlier, SNHU has a lot of experience on this map. I mean, this must just be their home. I mean, I feel like if I walk out of SNHU right now, you can't tell, just see Midtown. Like, the way that these guys are playing, it seems like they come here every single day. As we see, the Sigma ult that's off, is going to pick up Ghost and Glizzy Goblin. But look at that, the light will save, and as we see, the ult is trying to keep exchange from AMC. It's a double support ult, however, though, which is not as warranted. But we get the kill on the Helios. He's going the way of AMC. And this is one that's top. It's kind of more of a, I want to get out of there, give me that Nemesis HP, so I just die. The fight kind of resetting now as we see AMC break through that initial time and getting onto the bridge.
There's another tide coming out.
So many title blocks.
Yeah, it's that payload now slowly getting past the overpass. So that's going to be a little bit more helpful for AMC here, as they no longer have to worry about what's above them once they get through this choke point. But as an HQ here isn't going to get too comfortable with that, as they're going to slowly try to hunt down. One Tricky is going to take out Save Lives, so there is one less Yang and one less tidal wave coming up here. Blobfish going after Glizzy Goblin. Glizzy Goblin, though, might fall here. Goes into Nemesis mode, get a little help. It's going to fall as Umbra and Blobfish there go after. Now it's going to go after Hugo. You see Ghost did play with the Cementor for a little bit, but is now back to the good old tried and true Sombra, as Blobfish now is holding on to that Flux. He's going to try to send the Rock out onto the Juno. But it isn't going to be able to hit Juno, and now everyone is slowly starting to fall back to try to play a little bit more defensively around this payload right now. There's about 45 seconds remaining in this first round.
Yeah, an early pick from Crazy Cat that right goes. Maybe the stagger on the Tuesday. No, it's going to be a stagger on the Ghost from Umbra. And close and more, or excuse me, once more, you get now down for AMC. It's going to be a desperation riser for Hugo, but obviously not much value, as Glizzy Goblin also gets to be ready. And Helios getting the kill on the Glizzy Goblin is very important there. So that means that Glizzy Goblin can't just go back in the spawn and get that again. He has to wait to the spawn, as we see 50 seconds left. And SNHU is going all out. Like comes out on the Tidal Blast is able to save him.
You see a slew of ults coming out here. Both teams are just kind of doing whatever they have. We do see Glizzy Goblin walking up to do this, but I don't think it's going to do too much. Ghost there, going to get picked off by Blobfish and not quite able to touch it. And that is going to be that round. It's going to end, and now SNHU is going to go on the attack. I mean, I think both teams were positioned pretty well.
Yeah.
We saw kind of give and take here. There's points where Anna Maria was able to push through, SNHU was able to hold their points as well, and then it was just at this point I think it was just a matter of who could what's the word I'm looking for? Stagger the opposing team.
Yeah, I think the important thing to note from that first point is it feels like the Blobfish Sigma is just going crazy right now.
That is one of Blobfish's like main tanks.
And I think from Glizzy Goblin's perspective, we don't really have a clear tank counter, right? You try the ROM, but the problem with the ROM, we saw that on the
If we
first
do this
point,
right,
is that
they
the
won't
Rock
even
is
know
going to
what
go through the
happened.
Nemesis block.
Yep.
So even if you pop Nemesis form as like a last effort to try to live longer, the Rock will just step.
Not all of us are
stun you,
scientists,
and then you get.
but that's
fried.
no reason to be
So
careless.
Glizzy Goblin gonna try to
Can you hear that
try to
music? Can you-
get a good
can
counter
you
pick
hear
going.
that
Because I think if they can shut down this
Oh,
Sigma,
how
I think their
clever.
chances of winning.
But
goes
just
up by, like,
because you
10.
call the game doesn't
It
mean
really
I'll
feels like
stop
Blobfish and
playing.
Sigma just get so much value here.
Yeah, we do see One Trick pulling out Zenyatta, so or no, maybe going to Wuye.
You know, his name is One Trick, but I've seen him play like 5 different characters.
Oh yeah, I
Is that like a
don't
mind game
understand.
thing?
I don't understand the story behind it. I don't actually know if there is a story behind it. I think so. I'm kind of curious to know why he went with One Trick. but
Like,
I
I'm just
never really
imagining
asked.
he introduces himself at a LAN. He's like, yeah, my name's One Trick. And then the other
Right.
team's planning, and they're like, alright, so he probably only plays one support. And then you swap him like 5 times.
Yeah, yeah, he plays a lot. You see the Dominia here. Gonna throw out those shields that block here, which is very, very annoying to deal with. Those shields do have a lot of health, and each one is facing its own individual block there.
What a good snipe on to Helios as 2 ult for SNHU. Make it maybe 3? No, the Kiriko Suzu is going to save Blobfish. I think now the reason why this dominant pick, in my opinion, will work very well is the Sigma absorption ability will not go through Domino's left foot. And on top of that, if Blobfish puts out the absorption, Domino can just push him away, stagger.
Right.
Right as I say that, you see Domino gonna get staggered in a fall to Humber. As Ghost finds himself having to do the dash, trying to get messed up due to the terrain, but the Beef like looking him back to point safely.
It looks like here, yeah, Emery here giving a little bit of space. You see crazy, or yeah, one trick there going in, going to Jetpack Cat, might have tried to grab it to get it, and there goes Ghost as one trick now, took down the Genji, and that's gonna be unfortunate for Anna Maria because SNHU now is going to listen, let one person sit on that point and continue to try to push out and maybe get a little bit of advantage. To keep this payload going, but Dominia though, I mean, it's a smart pick going to Blobfish. Like they said, like it does block all of the village, but like I said, each one of those squares is its own health bar for the shield as well, so it's a little bit more standard across the board, and a little bit more protection. You see, there is a Xenia Rush coming out as we do see blocks. Everyone is popping the ultimates right now.
Life Weaver's are gonna save Hugo here, as like you said, we see some exchange like Xenia Rush, Life Weaver tree, but somehow the fight still goes in the way of SNHU. I mean, their team fight is just on point right now in Midtown.
Yeah, now, and looks like, and Rangers all gonna have to do a full reset. We see one trick trying to go for a dive there. A little bit of harassment. Blobfish is gonna play up and aggressive in front here. As we see Hugo's holding onto that visor. So it's once they get through that checkpoint area, it's gonna be interesting to kind of figure out something. Speaking of visor coming out now, everyone's favorite aim assist. It's thrown into the game, which is phenomenal because I think it's very annoying here. We see Helios jumping up above and is gonna get taken out before they can really finish getting that full ult, but Crazy Cat is gonna get a pulse bomb on
Efficient design.
Yeah, the fight feels like the first team fight in a while going in the way of AMC. You see Glizzy Goblin there just looking all around above him, trying to find this pesky cat as the payload is halted.
And it's gonna start going back. SNHU here, I mean, might get a little bit of the high ground, so now SNHU's gonna have to actually worry about them setting up on this high ground going through. Blobfish here is just gonna keep hammering at the shield as Dominia there. And crazy guy here might be going for a flank. Going after that flank there. He's going to dive into that AoE, but it's going to rewind. And Dominia they're going to get saved by Hilioshi. And that's going to give SNHU a little bit of room breather. He's probably going to go after Hilioshi here, trying to take out the life lever so that way he'll get pulled and hopefully try to pull someone off. That payload is getting closer to that point here. And it is a match point for both teams. Whoever wins this is basically going to win this first round.
Ghost getting the early pick on the one trick. The fight go in the way of SNHU. The Life Weaver Petal will not save him from the ultimate, as both Hugo and Hilioshi will fall at the hands of Blobfish. It's only going to be 3 up right now for AMC. Ghost trying to kill this Helio as we see the Kitsune ultimate pop from SNHU. The fight is slowly getting out of AMC's hands. The initial pick is not enough. Is there anyone here to tap? SNHU is looking. Into the tree, but it's not enough. SNHU will win against Anna Maria 2-1. Very, very good first game for the SNHU.
It was a very interesting round too. If you thought about it, it looked like it was very interesting. We see Ghost here gonna get the oh, I bet it was that double Pharah ult. He goes here waiting for the perfect time, jumps up, does that little leap, shoots one, has that ultimate come up, and you see there it is. Yep, that double Pharah ult just drops down from above. Very, very dangerous position to be in. That's the first round, and it's going to go to SNHU. Anna Maria College here. I mean, they won the first round. We saw SNHU come back that second, and that last game was neck and neck. I mean, there's not a huge difference between the teams. It's just a matter of the positioning, I think, played out major impact. And it's like I said, it's kind of hard to counter that Sigma. Really, with there's not a lot of champions that can really block that rock.
Yeah, I think just like we were saying earlier, it seemed like those guys knew the streets of Midtown like the back of their hand. Like so many situations, I think Blobfish just knew exactly where to position himself. He knew exactly what was happening around him. He had a very, very good map knowledge, and I think the tank matchup there was very, very hard. I think, like we said, the
Yeah.
Sigma into ROM is very difficult,
Yep.
and then we saw some what felt like desperation picks, and then the Domino kind of works out, right? But I think it's just the knowledge gap. And it is important to note too, we're not here with our normal roster. Our tank player is unfortunately out sick, so the GA is stepping in for the crew
Okay.
on the tank. So it's going to be a little bit difficult, but I think we should still be. And even on that game, right? Like I assume Blobfish has been playing tank for a while.
Yeah.
It's still pretty close. I mean, game one was pretty convincingly AMC's.
Yes.
And then
For sure.
just the comeback, it felt like SNHU was able to play counterpicks very well. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean positioning plays well. It was very interesting because we haven't seen too much Dominia could it played here, but like I said, each of those squares has its own health bar,
Yeah.
as you saw, so it's hit plucking away, so you can make a little window.
Yeah.
But it's not like Rhine or Sigma or anyone like that where you hit enough points of damage on the shield, it just completely breaks. No, you have to actually break each individual one of those. But as the teams are swapping out and getting ready to start this round 2, we will be back when the next set of teams are ready, which I believe it is. Let me look at the roster because I actually do not know off the top of my head.
I want to say it's more SNHU.
I think the other one is a little bit later in. It is going to be BU against Leslie.
Ooh. Okay.
So we'll be right back when both teams are situated and ready to go.
Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, we are back. We're gonna go into round 2. A little bit different. We have some different teams here. It's gonna be Boston University against Leslie. So we get to learn some names on the fly and kind of looking already at what we're gonna be seeing here. We do have Li Zhang for the control.
Yep.
Going in for this first round here at least. So I mean, I like Li Zhang. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, I like Li Zhang a lot. I like the I don't remember the name of it, but the one with the tower in the middle. That point.
Shambali?
No, it's like a point on Li Zhang.
Oh,
This one.
yeah, that one. Yeah, the
I
actual
like this
tower.
one.
Okay, I thought we were talking about a different map. Yep. But going in for the bans, there is no Diva and there is no Lucio.
Yeah, I think Diva's just so strong right now. It's just like I feel like the majority of people would say Diva's the strongest tank right now.
I mean,
I don't really know why, but she's pretty good.
you have that defense matrix that kind of blocks damage, so it's not like a shield where it's just soaking it up, and especially because it'll cancel out the Mora. Opens here. Speaking of it, Honest already started to lay fire down on the soldier, and as we see Triforce trying to maybe potentially try to soul someone out here. So be careful. Gonna go around the corner, go through that axe. Gonna take out Sean. There goes the Mora immediately, and Orbit and Triforce just becoming a double threat here.
That Junker Queen flank going into the house and you kill Moira is really what opened all of that up. That was perfect coordination. Everyone else from BU knew immediately to walk up right after too.
Yup.
And we see BU just taking some aggressive angles too, trying to keep it as far back as they can. They are a little bit spread out. That does kind of scare me a little. But I'm a commentator, not a player. So.
Yeah. SQ. I'm going to call SQ because I don't know say you're going to say that. Triforce sitting on this corner might be going after Ram. Ram here going to not quite get taken out yet, but he's going to go in. It's going to go after the Junker Queen here. Dizzy there going to follow to Weber. So we do have to worry about that Tracer getting in the line, and that also I'm just going to slowly keep creeping up. And that's another elimination for Boston University. Taking out 4 of the players, and we do see a Cassidy coming out from Leslie University.
Yeah, 2 quick team fights going in the way of BU as we approach almost the halfway mark, but look at this, Weber on the flank here. Might be able to get some value as he sees almost all of Leslie. Scratch at all of Leslie going through on the right side. And look at this, that patience now paying off. He has the ult, he could pop it right here if he wants to. Gonna have the discipline to not, because he just knows that Triforce will just kill everybody in this lobby.
No, the ramp fell off the edge there, and that is going to be another wipe for Leslie University. They're now going to have to regroup and come back together. We're almost sitting at 65%, and Boston University just has not full control of the map, but they are in control of the points. You see the axe coming in, and we do have the Rampage coming out. It's going to hit a couple of people. No one's going to get any health after that. There is that axe once again, and we do see Triforce there just knocking everyone out as Boston University just walks up, and there's a team kill.
Yeah, I mean, BU is a pretty good team, I think. I think that is safe to say.
Yeah.
Orbit. If we can see just some glimpse of light. As Dizzy's gonna fall, so now it's even 4v4. Ulti's going in the way of Leslie as we get a pick onto the map with the Nemesis ult. Those are shooting back and forth. It's going to be 4v2, however. 3v2 for Leslie. Moira ult's going to be popped as Word of Fake finds a kill onto Orbit. The fight is kind of getting stalled, however. It's going to be the people who die that's going to be able to get back to this fight. Triforce left alone, however. Leslie with the cap at 99%. We finally see just a little glimmer of hope for Leslie.
More efficient.
Yeah, and this is going to be a complete flip. And what I just realized is this is Boston University, but it's not the red team, it's the black team. So I actually don't think I've ever seen this monster play. So it's going to be pretty interesting. And Triforce is definitely something they want to try to take out as best as possible. We see Weber there already just trying to go in the background. We do have a Wrecking Ball coming out for Leslie University, so a little bit different of a change here. And there is already Honest there trying to take it out. It's going to get picked off there. Captain Cookie going to take out Dizzy and Sean, and that is going to be force Wrecking Ball out, and there is going to try to run this overtime out. Looks like they're going to play aggressive, try to hit their pulse bomb, not hitting anyone, but the timer reset, and there we go with another 5 streak and almost another team elimination there, and this first round for the point is going to go to Boston University.
I mean, that was just a dominant performance from
Score
BU.
1-0.
I think the Tracer from Weber got a lot of value.
Yes.
I think Triforce on a Junker Queen, we saw in that first fight when he went,
Ready
he had the
for
knowledge that he could go on the side house, on that right side of
And I
Lijiang
cannot
Tower,
help but wonder
and
how
just
our base
instantly
lost
fry
contact with Liu
Leslie
Kang.
University's Moira player, who wasn't even looking that way.
No,
I mean,
was not prepared
There
at
was
all.
no information given to Leslie that, like, hey, Triforce is not in our sight. You know what I mean?
Right, and I mean, and the team just knew when to walk as well, because as soon as Triforce got around and started taking that Mora, they pushed up and started cleaning the house there.
1. Round 2.
So,
Capture
looking
the
across the board, I
objective.
mean, we do see a Symmetra now coming up for Leslie University, and the Dominia is going to come out. So, kind of curious what's going to happen here. Jumping in to the fight, midway, underway here. About 10 seconds remaining for this point. A lot of PC Honest is kind of come for this flank here, as well as the Kiriko. Triforce going to go in, he's going to send the axe in, and there is everyone just going crazy. Goes and is going to get picked, and Boston University just gets a team kill pretty much right off the bat in this first engagement, and that point's going to go to them.
Yeah, this Queen is paying off heavily. I would not be surprised to see a Queen fan.
Oh, yeah, I would. Yeah, you have to do something. And that knife also just pulling out this damage by itself. And there we go. They're going to trade there. The Kirikos are going to get picked off. Their Captain Cookie's going to go down. That's going to force BU to at least back up a little bit. As Dizzy's also swapped over to Tracer. So we're going to have Tracer on Tracer, dual sword on there. Firing down at Triforce. Trying to take Triforce out, but Junker just... Triforce now just running around, going after the Mercy player right now.
Yeah, I mean, Triforce just in this backline, he's hunting so hard for the Mercy. He can't scratch that. He does get the kill with the help of Weber. I mean, Weber and Triforce. As a tank player in front of Leslie Falls, it's just going to be Lord of Pigs left on the carry. Gets the kill onto Honest, but the Tracer ulti from Weber will get the kill. Approaching 50% now on the second point.
About halfway through, and Boston University here has control of both of these points, forcing the engagements and everything else that goes along with it. See Weber there going after, already starting to harass some of the supports in the back line, as both the Tracers now are going to be dueling, harassing each other on the flanks, trying to distract their team. And there it goes, going in, there's it almost, I thought it was going to fall, going after the Mercy. Where's the axe at? Not quite able to axe it, the Mercy's going to fall, there it goes, the Cassidy, and that's another team kill. Boston University is just clearing the point, and they're now going to be able to push up and drop a lot of damage to see Leslie University comes out.
Yeah, Leslie now swapping on the crowd. Kind of gets something going. The knife drawing back in. The Mauga needs that. He's going to get die. Triforce also getting the headshot onto Sean. Going to be able to scratch him out of the picture immediately. Rona saw caught out of position, and that's just the rest of Leslie.
I mean, Boston University has a very good sense of knowing when they can all walk together. Because you can see there's very few engagements where they're one-on-one. There's always usually like one or two other people that are there. And we'll see who has to play the game. Because
I think it's going to be Triforce.
I think it will probably be Triforce. This is true, but
willing
which
to bet
moment
a lot
is it going to be?
That is true. Which Triforce moment are we going to see?
Oh no, it's
right
the
here.
one, the Mora comes in there, hits that axe, and just takes it out. It just continues to go after, gets another kill there, and there it goes. The Ram, I didn't even realize the Ram got hit by the knife and then fell off the edge there.
Yeah. No, I mean, that was just crazy. I think just Triforce is just on one right now. Weber completely on one as well. It seems like Leslie didn't really have any answers. Maybe the ban on this game too will be part of the answers, but it seems like it's going to be a lot needed.
It's gonna definitely be something that's gonna be needed for Leslie University. But I mean, composition-wise, I mean, they started kind of mimicking Boston University there, so they're kind of going for, obviously, trade the Tracer, and so there's two Tracers running around. I think the Mercy swap is good. However, you need to be able to take out Triforce, because Triforce is going to go after that Mercy. We saw that multiple times, just solely picked the Mercy off, so that way there was no res, there was no sitting on the tank.
Yeah.
So that's something that Leslie University is going to have to be mindful of, I think, going into this next round.
Yeah, and I think the Junker Queen ultis also get a lot of value because they had no way to cleanse it.
No, there was
and
none.
also on top of that, Leslie in general was just playing very brawly, very up and close to each other,
Yes.
which isn't a bad thing. I think with their team comps, that's what they're supposed to do. But you have to keep in mind the Junker Queen ult can just completely negate that idea of ever coming to fruition. I think if they can maybe get an Ana so you can sleep that Junker Queen, then you can also anti her. I mean, she doesn't have a shield. So
No,
if you
does
anti
not.
her and they don't have cleanse, then you just shred him, right? And then Triforce, which is by far your biggest problem, instantly gets dealt with.
Yes.
So
And speaking of the second round, it's going to be Watch Point Gibraltar. So we are going to see the escort game mode, and the bans. BU is banning Hazard, and Leslie's banning Tracer. So it looks like they don't want any more pulse bomb ambushes.
yeah, I mean, we saw Weber get a lot of value a lot of times. He's just kind of crouching around the
Yeah.
angles, waiting for his moment, and it got a lot of value. I mean, I think it would either be a Junker Queen or a Tracer ban. I think Tracer is a good call. Hazard kind of surprises me a little. What was the map?
It is Watch Point Gibraltar.
Oh, I guess that makes sense because I feel like you see like Winston a lot on that map, a lot of dive because
Yep.
of the height and the elevation, and Hazard would just be able to climb onto the high ground immediately. So that makes sense in my head.
I mean, plus the ultimate sending that wave down that in front of everyone in front of you is going to get hit. Kind of annoying, especially in those small streets they get to go through, at least in the initial phase. And when you
Yeah.
get towards that third choke point, third point, again, it kind of shrinks down a little bit, but it's definitely not as effective as at the beginning.
I mean, look, the first game we started today, Anna Maria was up 1 and couldn't pull it back together for games 2 and 3. So maybe, just maybe, Leslie can pull off a similar thing that SNHU Sapphire did. Get back-to-back reverse 3-0s.
Yeah, but maybe
Now that
they are
I
gonna-
said that, it's Caster's Curse. It's not going
Not
to happen.
capture
but
choice,
yeah.
right? Yeah, now you
Now that
have
I
to worry
said that, it's
about
not
it.
gonna happen.
It is one of
But-
those things. We're like, oh yeah, we think it's going to be one of these things, and it definitely does not. But I think the main people, if Leslie University wants to get a dub, at least gets one of these points in the column to make it go to game 3, Triforce needs to be the sole target going to those engagements. If you take out Triforce, because we saw with Junker, I mean, Triforce is an absolute menace. Got
Yeah.
I think pretty much every engagement was like multiple kills, pretty much. So if you take out Triforce and keep Weber really at least preoccupied, so they can't jump into
Keep
any
him at bay.
fights, right? There's not much you can do with it, especially. But I mean, getting rid of Tracer, sure, you're gonna have a little bit of. But who are they gonna swap in for that
I don't
Tracer?
know.
For the, I mean, because you could go for a Sombra if you really wanted it.
Could. The Sombra might also help if they want to try to attack the backline more. I mean,
Right.
I'm trying to think what tanks Leslie played. I know I saw the Maug at the end, but it felt like not a lot of their comps was able to attack the backline, right? You kind
No.
of just all fed face into Triforce, which can work if you have the right util. I mean, if he's anti, then of course just send your face straight
Yep.
into him.
Ready
But,
for battle.
you know, try to get some kills onto Triforce now on support.
Yeah, they did a little bit of a swap going in here. So Triforce now going to play on the support. Captain Quickie, they're going to be swapping to the tank. Kind of curious to see what's going on. But there is a Winston. So we do see, so Monkey will be played here. And that leap is going to be very annoying. As you see, Boston University is going to be on the defense here for the first round.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of this role swap, is it too much of an overcook, or will it work out? I mean, I know nothing about these players.
I mean,
Triforce
I've
could just also
never,
be a
I
good
haven't
support.
seen the black roster before. Every time I've seen them, I've seen the red roster. So I don't know. It might just be to just, yeah, maybe just trying to even it out maybe a little bit. Just gonna have some fun with it some more. Throw some people on some off rolls. Captain Cookie though, going to get jumped on by the Monkey. He's gonna rush back. You see that Widow though coming out, and we do have Honest playing on the Freya. So that's going to be a threat there. It's coming around the corner. SQ here going to be jumping up. Not going to quite get as much as Boston University still is just kind of spreading people out. Maybe you see Captain Cookie now going to dive up. We see Genji trying to come in maybe a little bit for some support. And going to have to be forced to back off there.
Yeah, I think the key for this is going to be, for Leslie, is going to be able, how do you manage when Captain Cookie is approaching your location as a support player at 1,000 miles an hour?
Right.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a lot of coordination from the Winston player to come backwards to deal with the Diva. Because a very important interaction here is that Winston's primary fire will go through.
It will go through, and he does have that shield to drop, jump in right in the middle of the group and put that shield down, and that'll basically going to get in when somebody really damages, but sure goes down. They're not inside of it. We do see that sleep dart out already as well. Captain Cookie now diving in on the Ana, going for some revenge. Going to take out Lord of Pigs there. It's going to fall, as we see now, chasing after the Winston. Winston tries to jump a little premature there and misses, but it still drops in. It's going to cut off the D.Va there. The D.Va's going to be able to get through the supports. The supports are going to get Captain Cookie back up. And we do see a Brigade. Triforce there pulling the Brigade, so we see the middle of a AoE heal going on. And there goes another sleep. Captain Cookie now finally getting pulled out of the mech, but it's going to also pop that ultimate. It's going to take out Dizzy. That goes to Genji. And Orbit, though, doesn't. Orbit and Weber both going to take people out.
Yeah, I think this should be clean. Almost clean kill zone as we go at the time, but yeah. Pretty good defense from BU so far. The D.Va seems to be working. I mean, we've seen a lot of dives on the Widow or the Hawk so far. Winston's going to be able to play in this little area, trying to gain some space right now. But, I think if they can take that right, hunting down the Freya, not going to be able to get the scratch that. They get the pick immediately right after. Kills going in the way of BU, however.
Yep, as we see Cook being going drops down, we see Weber with the Genji ult, gonna hold on this ult, maybe going towards the Winston. Winston now on Rampage, gonna start jumping towards the payload here, trying to take out anyone, is not able to finish anyone off, is going to back off here just in time to get some kills from supports as let's use first here is having the payload keep going. Zorana there now does have the Cassidy ult, so High Noon gonna come out, maybe not quite gonna be seeing anyone quite yet.
Yeah, kind of difficult, right?
Oh, but it is gonna take out Orbit there. Triforce is gonna fall as well. Going to take out Ana, and there is a Genji out coming out, diving on to the monkey. Zora there is going to fall as well as Escanov, and Dizzy there just melee.
He knew the camera was on him too, because you saw that.
Yep.
He knew immediately. Now suddenly Leslie's coming back to where they started. You see the not much can happen else. Gonna be kind of a stall out as we have 30 seconds left. No swaps made so far. We do have Orbital Ray for Leslie. So I'd say the ult is kind of more in the direction of like Freya ult does come out. Doesn't connect on anyone, however, as the Winston keeps jumping forward and Dizzy's there in the back line trying to harass the supports. Weber gets the kill on the Dizzy. Rhoda falls off the map. It's going to be 5v3 for BU. Winston player is very, very low. Dives back. But Captain Cookie is just right there in their face. And nobody's there to tap. That's going to be
You're
point
powered
one
up. Get in there.
for BU.
I mean, even with the swaps around for the players, BU is still a very well-rounded team. I mean, Captain Cookie there taking the tank role and Triforce going to that support, but I mean, it didn't really seem like much steam was lost in that swap around.
Yeah, I think the difficult thing right now for Leslie is I think Winston's a good pick, but we
Yes.
saw during that first point, there was a moment where I believe the Winston got the kill onto Honest, but if you looked at the kill feed, all of his team members were dying. Like, it
Yes.
felt like a little bit of a hyperextension, where, yeah, you want to get that kill, but as Winston, you have to be able to know, okay, I can jump forward, take the space, maybe get a kill, but I need to keep in mind, when I'm forward, nobody's there to help the back line. And that's why, like, BU's Genji or Tracer or whomever gets so much value. Because for that short amount of time, nobody's there to protect.
Yeah, it'd be kind of interesting to see. So we do see Jetpack Cat coming out, and we see a Rhine. Captain Cookie there got to swap over to the hamster ball, everyone's favorite little hamster.
Yeah, Ryan comes out. I believe the Juno is also new on this.
Juno came out a little bit towards the end there, trying to get a little bit of boost maybe from the starting here. But I mean, teams haven't swapped too much. So it looks like opposing Ryan is just waiting outside the door here. Gonna open it up. Ryan gonna start swinging. And gonna take at least one out on it. Can take it out right there from the get-go. And Escanov is just still holding it. That shield just soaking up the damage and taking all the attraction attention from the opposing team here. As he just can just sit back, let the shield recharge a little bit, and his team is ready. See Zoran though. Taking out Captain Cookie, so it looks like BU's gonna get stuck there as Escanov now going to back off, create a little bit of space as tries to send the wave down. Isn't gonna get anything out of that one.
The charge plus the grapple coming out from the cat tries to get some value, but the anti makes a dish. Dizzy also just staying right here. It's a very scattered fight.
It is.
Like
It
there's
is.
two fights happening at once, but it's somehow going in the way of BU, as BU finds himself killing both Escanoff and Dizzy.
Well, I mean, if Captain Cook can keep two of their players worried and throw in the back line, I mean, that's the rest of their team that can push the payload. Just his payload is going forward. I don't think anyone's super contesting here. Zara, though, finally going to take out Wrecking Ball. But that payload is still getting dangerously close, and they are kind of stuck right now. We do see getting carried by the jetpack cat. We do have the Ryan ult just being pocketed right now as well.
Yeah, Shatter is on the table right now, trying to wait for all the lineup. We see the tone of the weather fight happening. Kind of ends in a stalemate. But there is a flying Reinhardt coming to your location as LU picks up 2. But in response, BU also gets 2 of their own. It's a 3v4. Make it a 3v2. And it seems like maybe, just maybe, a fight will go on at Leslie. But Captain Cookie's just rolling around the place, gets the kill on the rubies, and the fight kind of halts.
Yep. And Wrecking Ball does have ultimate as well, so those bombs can pop out at any time, and it pops them right over the payload. Evans gets to clear those, and there goes Escanoff's gonna fall. There goes those bombs. So now anyone who gets close to them trying to play him defense is gonna have to play him. Going after the Juno. Juno, they're gonna fall, and that is going to be game 2 going to Boston University. And this round, it's over already.
Quite a different pace
It is
from
definitely.
AMC versus SNHU, I think.
Play of the game.
Zerona gets play of the game.
I'm kind of curious, is it going to be that ultimate maybe? Oh, it's from the Ryan Shatter. Shatter's there. Zoran goes, it hits the opposing team, turns around quickly. Going after the break, it takes out
That's a
Pride
crazy
Force.
shot. That is a crazy shot. Yeah, I mean, it felt like Zerona was really on one there.
Yeah. Oh.
He was really good at just knowing the target select and knowing, maybe just to let Captain Cookie kind of do his own thing, right? Because on ball, you don't really have to target him all the time. If you know he's rolling away, you can say,
Right.
okay, he's out of the picture for now. Let's focus someone else. But yeah, I mean, BU just showed up and yeah, they showed up.
I mean,
certainly showed up.
Right. I mean, we saw multiple times throughout that game where Captain Cookie would just literally roll past the entire team, go into that back line, and you would see Leslie University is kind of like pull 2 or 3 people off.
Yeah.
About 2 people off, and we start chasing the ball in the back line, which, I mean, you don't really need to worry about ball all that much unless he's contesting that payload. I mean, obviously, you don't want him to run rampant. Keep an eye, at least situational awareness, know where ball is at.
Yeah.
But focus on the other, 4 people who now are pushing that payload down, especially when you don't hit that first checkpoint and it's literally just right over that crest.
And it also felt like, because Ball and Winston, obviously they have their differences, but they both have the aspect of when they're not there and they're pushing forward, there's that glimpse of time where the rest of the team is just out in the open. But it felt like there was both Captain Cookie knew when he had to return to his team, but also the rest of BU, when they couldn't play near Captain Cookie, they knew how to play as a group. And it felt like on the side of Leslie, when Escanoff would dive, the rest of Leslie wouldn't know, okay, where do we play now if Escanoff isn't near us?
Yeah. It's pretty interesting overall, and it's like, and we kind of saw that beginning of that second one. I mean, Escanoff, right from the get-go, on the ride, went right to the spawn point, open as soon as they opened doors, got honest right off the bat. And then after that, the teams kind of started to spread out a little bit. We saw multiple engagements going across multiple areas, and maybe it would have been a little bit more beneficial to kind of come together closer as a group. And then just attempt to maybe get 1 or 2 picks and force Boston University to maybe back off a little bit, buy yourself some more time.
Yeah, and I think in terms of getting out of that spawn, I think there could be some value in a sim pick just to get the TP going, and then you swap right back.
Yep.
But they were, honestly, I think both teams, from the perspective of Escanoff's Rhine stuffing them into spawn, and also BU's just relentless Triforce, or excuse me, Captain Cookie. If you just sim TP, I mean, they can go left with it. I don't know how far it goes. I don't think it'd get up onto that bridge. But
I mean, I've seen the people toss it pretty far.
Yeah. But, I mean, yeah, pretty dominant performance from BU. I believe they're now 2-0, or did they have the bye?
I think they had to buy the first round.
So now they sit 1-0.
Yeah, they sit 1-0.
I believe Leslie sits where, 0-2?
0-2, I believe.
Yeah, because if BU got the bye, they must have played first. I feel like I remember the scores being 0-1. So yeah, I mean, BU and SNHU both really showing up to this
So
performance.
far, I mean, it's going to be pretty interesting what the other rounds have in store. But as the other games, I think we're going to attempt to jump into one of the games in progress as we do have that second game going on. But while we get to that lobby, we're going to go on a short break, so we will be right back. everyone, welcome back. Pretty short round here. We are potentially going to be we're going to go into round 3. It is going to be Pearl versus Boston University for SNHU. So, pretty interesting to see what's going to happen with this roster.
Yeah, we get some more BU action here. We just saw them, dismantle Leslie, really. I think just Triforce and Weber. And honestly, I think there was obviously Triforce and Weber had moments, but I feel like everyone from BU was able to play their own part.
Yes.
There wasn't really any star player. It was more so just everyone knowing exactly what they needed to do. And we saw that too in the way that they took team fights, because there wasn't a lot of staggering going on in team fights. Like when one person died from Leslie, everybody else immediately dies and they get the team kill. It wasn't like, oh, picks back and forth and then they get the wipe. It was just flow charted, smooth. And now they have another opponent right back to back.
Yeah, they had that bye in the first round. So round 2 and 3, they're both going to be playing against, basically playing a doubleheader here.
Yeah, I guess that is the benefit and the downside of a bye in round 1, right?
Yeah.
You have more time to prepare. But now you gotta go, right?
Yeah, now
you're just going all the way till the end. So
see if we have
I'm excited for this.
It should be pretty interesting. This is so Sapphire is like our first roster. So they're they're the varsity players, and Pearl's like the second team.
Keep
Yeah.
slide.
So
Captain Cook fell off the map.
already they're already playing really aggressive here. As we see Kijay Skelter Pokemon there just going for it already.
Looking at the comps here, we have Triforce back on the Junker Queen. We saw that in game 1, I believe, against Leslie, and it was just a mess. Weber's now on the far. I don't think we saw that game 1. Honest back on another instant character. Gets the kill on the Rivet. I love that character. Rivet's awesome. But Triforce gonna fall as Captain Cook makes up for his suicide on the first game. He just got free.
Got through it there.
He said, sorry guys, out of the way. But now I got it.
Right, Weber they're playing on the bar as well, so they're playing a little bit of different style than we usually see a little bit more on the side here. The bans going into this round was SNHU. It did ban Tracer.
Greetings.
And
Hello.
BU banned Zarya.
Yep.
So
We see SNHU making their way on this left side, and in the meantime, they got the kill on the Captain Cook. He's now back on support, put Triforce back on the tank. And yeah, SNHU just started getting ready to fight. They have numbers advantage now, so it's kind of weird that they're selling out right there. The knife from Triforce is going to pull it on the forward, get into the little tussle between the two. Damage goes in the way of Pokemon.
Fox there. Gonna get picked by Captain Cookie as Triforce going in. Just got a little bit of distraction as Captain Cookie and Orbit are both just taking SNHU out one by one. That's absolutely shocked to see.
Hello.
Pokemon and Rivet there, both Falls, Weber, and Triforce.
Yeah, 60% and counting it. Look at the ults. The ults are going in the way of Boston right now. 95% on Weber. They rush is almost up, and Junker Queen ult is not far away either.
No, it's not, and I think I want to say that I think Junker Queen's knife goes through that shield maybe. Because I remember maybe. I have to look again because I just it seems like one there got pulled through the shield. But it might have already been up there. But Weber though has that ultimate waiting for the bar. It's just that close space is not a good position to be in. And then there is a rampage coming out from Triforce, turning on to Pokemon there. It's Fox gonna get picked off as well, and SNHU just isn't able to get this get a bountiful setting up here. As they're now kind of getting stuck in their own spawn right out. The jetpack cat come out late, and there is the far alt coming out at the very end there. The first round is gonna go to Boston University.
Yeah, I think once again, like we saw in the Leslie game, the Junker Queen ult is going to get so much more value if you don't have... they do have the Kiri, but you have to be ready for the Suzu, right?
Yes.
You can't use it like...
Let's hear that fighting spirit.
Really, you gotta use it very methodically. It is honestly one of the most important pieces of utility in a comp like SNHU Pearls. We see Pokemon swapping onto the Diva off of the...
It was Dominion, and then it went to Wrecking, or then it went to Ram, I think, for like a round or for a life, and then it went to Wrecking Ball at the very end.
BU's gonna be the TP4. This means that they're gonna get 2 points a lot quicker.
Yeah,
they're gonna use Pearl did not.
Yeah,
so
they're gonna start this
in a
game
better spot.
pretty early on here. So you kept jumping around, just trying to be annoying. You see the hack coming out on the Genji. Triforce there, going to be able to pick off Kitsune and Orbic taking out Skelter. Meanwhile, Privet here is like being stuck outside, trying to shoot off the damage over the poke in here, but there is five all those being picked off by Triforce, and that is going to be a quick and early decisive shot in taking the point there for Bossy.
Yeah, Orbit also getting the stagger on Kitsune. So, and this is one of those points, right, where if you cap point, you don't need someone to stick on it. It's not like push, right? So all of the is going to play so up close here. Really, the main aspect right now is how does SNHU play? Do you just keep forcing your way through, or do you go on the side? It's sort of like forcing through as the trades go back and forth. It's like 3v4, maybe the 3v3. Maybe now SNHU has the personnel to move forward. You see it onto the touch point. Not enough damage though. Get that distance back. Maybe it can happen in their foreseeable future. But the rest of the BU is now available. So now we're back to 5v5.
Yep, B here pushing onto this point as the Junker Triforce there did not have up the rally because I shot a little bit after help to get away there initially. But everyone's getting close here. Pokemon's here just throwing his rocks down. There is a Sombra now up in the air. Stalker there gonna try to get away. Still trying to get away here. Maybe going after the soldier in here, honest. But there's Pokemon. There is the ult coming out from Kitsune. There is Sound Barrier alive. Pokemon still holding on to the ult for the Diva. And it's not quite able to get that rocket. Is going to pick out Privet. There's now down to Lucio. And Kitsune here going to force the back off as the ultimate comes out. Is it going to be able to take one off? Bob, though, paying a little bit of cover as they're not coming on again. There is Kitsune Rush coming out from the opposing team.
And we see this Genji be here go fight happens right now. Those supports now down for SNHU. So now you have to pick. You just get this second time when you play Pokemon decides to stay in the fight. But now the problem with this is your supports are back up. Ribbit and 5 are alive. But Pokemon is now staggered. This is going to be a lot of time for you not only cap point, but keep pushing forward. And now all of SNHU has to wait for Pokemon.
SNHU here push back into their spawn now too. They're not gonna have to. There's Skelter trying to get on the flank and trying to get out of that corner. Going back. Very Triforce already jumping out. Gonna take out Weber. Triforce getting basically 3 kills all by themselves as Kitsune basically both supports and one of the DPS go down there. That's gonna essentially force SNHU to reset.
Yeah, holds in the way that SNHU have Soundwave and EMP on deck right now. So it's really going to be about finding the right position for the EMP to go off. I mean, we saw in the AFC game, a lot of EMPs will pay off. Maybe right here, you know, you have the discipline and not enough discipline though, because that's going to be a crucial
call there. And
that's one of your best ways to fight too, so I have to wait.
And Triforce coming out, already trying to go ahead and get backed off there. With the railgun and the Genji both going to take out 2 people.
There's a count on the point. Kitsune Rush is utilized as we see having Cookie also fights kind of going over SNHU, but the hack comes out like you mentioned before. However, traded out though, you see a 3v3, make it a 3v2. The rest of SNHU is slowly falling. There's only Kitsune. What do you do It's not enough, and BU will win game 1 of round 3.
Round 3. We're
Round
on
three.
round 3, which is definitely faster than I thought we were playing here. Let's see what's the play of the game here, and it's gonna be Captain Cookie.
I think he got a boot at one point, so I want to miss that.
Oh, it might be that. Legion, yep. Yeah, we saw the very tail end of it. Just did a little bit extra insurance there. Shoots down. Gonna get that another elimination there on Kitsune against the soldier. So, I mean, pretty decisive. Boston University still working here at full pace and pushing through everything else. SNHU for the Pearl team is gonna have to. It's kind of more the same thing with Valencia University. You need to find a way to either slow down Triforce or start picking off some of the people around them, because leaving them up, as you saw, they kind of maybe focus on everyone else but Triforce, and then seem to just give Triforce enough time to go in there, throw the axe, throw the knife, and basically just whittle everyone down.
Yeah, and I think too, the team fighting wasn't bad for
No.
SNHU Pearl. A lot of the team fights were close. I feel like where BU got a lot of the value is when they would win the team fight and then play up,
Yes.
which happens a lot on Legion already. But once SNHU can figure out how to rotate more effectively, I think they're gonna have a lot easier of a time. Because I mean, that was a close second point.
It was.
Very, very close. So I think we could see. I imagine the ban would probably be like, I don't know. I don't know who you'd ban against BU, because it doesn't feel like there's like one deciding factor of like, oh, this is the most annoying thing to deal with.
I mean, right? We are gonna go to Midtown for this next map, though, so we're gonna see a hybrid.
Both SNHU teams really like Midtown.
I mean, when you have the same coach, I mean, you play on the same maps, you know. So kind of curious to see how that's gonna go. Waiting on those bans still to come in, but I mean, ideally, I'd say, I mean, we haven't really seen Triforce play too much any other things other than the Junker. I mean, a little bit there, but I mean, if you ban Junker, get rid of the axe, you're not really dealing with the negative effects. You can't heal through. You have to get the Suzu to clear, and then
because also we don't know how deep Triforce's tank pool is.
right.
Right. The only time he didn't play Junker Queen is when he was on a different role.
Yes.
So, I mean, if they ban Junker Queen, do they swap roles, or maybe Triforce just secretly has the deepest tank pool known to man? You know what I mean? It's
right.
It's very hard, I feel like, to get a read on BU right now.
Yeah, we haven't really seen them play like a full set in on it yet. So it's kind of interesting to see what they're exactly going to be playing for the player. But I would say, I mean, we don't really know too much, but I'd say Junker is probably not a bad idea to just ban. Take one tank out, you know it's going to happen. Speaking of bans, Genji's going to go out, and Sig is going to be out.
Do we know who banned who?
SNHU banned the Genji.
Okay.
So Boston, you banned the Sig.
I mean, there was that 2K or 3K from Weber right at the end of Legion, so I like that you try to deal with Weber a little bit.
Yes.
But we do know he does have a very, very good tracer. So, yeah, I think the ban is worth it. The Sig, I mean, we did see Blobfish's Sig on
Sapphire.
On Hollywood?
Midtown.
Oh, no, that was on Midtown.
It was Midtown.
So, yeah, maybe they watched the Sapphire versus AMC game and said, I don't want to deal with what they dealt with. And,
right.
Take it right off the table.
Yeah, but I don't think I've seen the Pearl tank player really pull out Sigma. I don't, because I've mainly, every time I've seen them, I've seen some Ryan, I've seen obviously Dominia, but I don't think I've seen the Sigma, so I don't really know. Maybe it was just, maybe it was like, we don't really want to deal with the Sigma potential here. Just throw out, just get a threat out of the way. But I'm kind of surprised it went for the Genji. I figured maybe go for get rid of the Triforce, maybe make Triforce swap off to something else.
Yeah, I mean, I think also Junker Queen maybe wouldn't get as much value going into Midtown, so maybe we see Triforce swap, but I mean, there is a lot of chokes too, though, so depending on how SNHU positions, that Rampage is still going to get value.
Yeah.
But also, they do have the Kiri player, so...
So I mean, Suzu, but at the same time, you're gonna have to be prioritizing, especially depending on who gets hit.
Yeah.
Are you gonna get your tank, or maybe the other DP or the healer if they happen to get hit?
Yeah.
So I mean, it's one of those things like either help the tank, maybe help your supporting healer. You're gonna have to kind of make those choices. But looks like we are about to get underway for this second game.
SNHU Invitational Game 2 between BU and SNHU. Pearl. Triforce back on the Queen, and just like I said, Weber now playing Tracer because his Genji is banned. The Sig ban, for as far as we know, not really getting a lot of value. Skelter also on the tour, so I mean there is a lot of walls on Midtown, so with the level 2 perk of being able to put turrets on the walls,
Yes.
there would be a lot of value in that. I imagine Honest's Emre probably goes crazy. We've seen him on Sojourn and Freya, who are very like high aim demanding characters.
Very much.
I think Honest is probably going to be a demon on this character.
5,
Yeah, it's someone you're gonna have to watch out for as both teams now going to come out. We do see we do have the Baptiste and the Zenyatta coming out for the supports here for SNHU. It looks like they're gonna go in. They're not gonna go through the center wall. They're gonna go through the side here. There is that turret coming, teleport already coming out, jumping right onto Vibes. Seeing Triforce starting to come down. Triforce here going to hit the Zen. They're gonna fall. Vibes getting taken out by that knife. See Pokemon there trying to go high from the Emperor. Honest just and getting here. SNHU just gets wiped right off the get-go.
That TP play from Weber, very, very smart. I don't think anyone from SNHU really saw it coming in. I mean, there wasn't even any time for Pokemon to react. Go support back. Vibes instantly was down. Skelter instantly down. You can see Skelter elevated. As Vibes gets a pick on the Captain Cookie. Numbers favoring SNHU. And BU has the discipline to play very far back.
Oh, he managed to hit that knife, going across the Triforce with the knife into the Junkrat. And you see SNHU trying to pull that high ground, which is probably the best thing for them to do. Let him come around the corner and just throw as much damage down as possible. You see, there goes that trap, and Skelter going to back off as Weber is now. Everyone's focusing on Pokemon, trying to take out in here. Triforce sitting down below, so he's gonna poke there. That knife's gonna be able to pick off the shield on Ribbon.
Yeah, SNHU now playing on the bridge. Almost all of the units flying out there.
Don't tell anyone.
I think we also see Swap. Little one Skelter Honest goes in the way of Honest. But I believe that was the Junkrat Death Bomb that they rushed is committed into this fight. Vibes doesn't hit on it a little bit once more out of the board. Pokemon very low, however, as Weber tries to take out the 2 minutes time. A lot of people are low. Pokemon will fall. But free ults and building for SNHU. The ults definitely very well over
Yeah, so far we have the there is the Junkrat coming out, is not gonna be able to get anyone off that. There is that Zen ult live here. There is Triforce also now has the ultimate to quickly take out Vibes, and Skelter gonna fall as well. And we Weber here jumping on, going after Ribbit. Ribbit gonna drop up that immortal field. And not too much of the mortality goes down. You see Tidal Surge just waiting, but Pokemon's not getting a chance to use it. Get just falls and Triforce, and everyone on the BUC basically there is 4 ults just waiting to pop off right now.
Yeah, the payload has been pushed so far. It's 5 minutes on the clock. More ultis up for BU, 3 ultis up for SNHU. This next fight is going to be extremely chaotic.
You see, Burns also still just holding that window for the Baptiste, and we do see Vibes there. You know, 5 up. There is the ultimate Emry there.
It's instantly shut down.
Get instantly shut down there. Not too much to do there. I mean, perfect time. There is Sound Barrier coming out. The gas is going around, keeping a Tracer. Weber there almost died. There is the field coming out. There is Rampage, and Triforce here just gonna dive in. It's still going to fall. SNHU still has a Bob though. It's 16.
Yeah, Yeah, Bob might just be the make or break here as the payload almost gets to this point. Weber trying to take an off angle and go back. The rest of us, BU on part, but the off angle pays off. He can kill off the ribbon. That's going to be crucial for this final fight. After Cookie also going down, it's only one score up for both teams. Bob finds himself in a weird position to say the least.
Yeah,
But he's back, so kind of got the job done here. Skeleton trying to take this off angle. Of course, even further back.
Yeah,
45 left on the clock.
felt here to be forced to send a low range and they half aim up with Junkrat, which is not the most ideal situation for firing, but it does seem to get at least be able to wild them up into that small room. Title Surge slipping health here, and I don't have anyone that can just suck everyone in, or make the title
Yeah, considering rush to the mid and on BU. It's going to be a lot of damage on this fight. As after Cooking Triforce was fine. Trying to choose Ribbit and one's left. That should be a team kill. That should be a path. That will be a full 3-0 for this first side of push on this game too.
and pretty sense. I mean, that payload was constantly moving. There was not a whole lot of downtime in between where it was a contest. SNHU basically was doing really well, and then they at the beginning for the first couple minutes, and then when Bossy first came out of that side, they just collapsed completely with that Symmetra teleport.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... I wouldn't say a complete retelling of what happened against Leslie. I think SNH has a little bit of a better team fight, but I think just everyone in BU is knowing exactly what to do, and there's less confusion and more communication.
Yeah, that's definitely maybe a little bit more. Definitely the all economy as well, where BU is holding on to a lot of their ultimates for a good amount of time. Title Surge there's on the Orisa's kind of one of those specialty ones where need everyone grouped up or to be in a really close proximity fight to be able to get anything working.
Yeah, we see some character swaps too for SNHU. Pokemon on the Raw and Kitsune on to the Freya. I did see the Roadhog there for a little bit, but maybe you kind of opt to not do that. A lot of BU's team would be pretty hard to hook, I'd imagine. Like a Tracer.
Tracer would be hard. Yeah, well, I mean, you could get the Kiri. Honestly, Kiri would probably be the easiest one to jump through and really hit, but you have to wait for the proc that TP.
Activating Cypher.
Kind of catching him off guard here. Honest, it's going to take a little bit. Looks like Q's also going to sit a bit for the attack here. Maybe let them kind of come further in, but SNHU is just going to go straight through the center hole here. We see Pokemon going ahead, jumping up, and Kitsune on the Freya, trying to throw full bolted. Vibes there are going to get takes off out. Captain looking to see Weber now sitting off to the side, trying to get a flank on both the teams. His Triforce is now all alone on top side as her running around everywhere. Triforce drifting around. Potentially is a bit of that stick, but is not able to finish off anyone. You see Skelter trying to keep Lucio at bay as Skelter there is going to get taken out. Honest building up that level of bonus here.
Shots coming out honestly out of this world right now. Enough to be a team kill for BU. I think an interesting thing to note is the first fight to get the cap for BU when they were on attack came from the Sim team. That is an option for Pearl. They can do that, even if it means you just put on the TP and then you swap back. But they're offering instead just walking. A lot of BUs playing a lot of spots. I think they're very smart. They're playing very separately, which kind of fits it.
Yeah, and they play pretty. There you see Triforce here jumping in, trying to take out Brendan, but he's just going to scare everyone else off now as he's going to slowly get picked off here. It's the filter there going to help Lucio and force everyone to reset. BU plays very, very disciplined that they walk up together with enough support to take off everyone, and they know exactly when they need to fall back and not overextend.
Yeah, we start to see a lot of golds building. Frail almost online. This one swapping off of the ROM and onto the mouse there. See fight in the subway. That's going to be something. A lot of fine characters on
they just can't get away from Honest. Honest picks up a headshot on Skelter as well as the kill onto Pokemon, and it's a second team kill for BU.
I mean, SNHU there played it, came out swinging, and Honest just really countered the Freya all jumping into the air and canceling out really any advantage from
I
there.
don't forget a favor. Ultimate
Maybe
ready.
jumped up in the air. We do have Tine there is sitting on Barbola all here. Bowen's not going to go through the small area, but 3 of the Boss Universe players are just waiting. There is the ultimate. There is the sound wave coming out as well. So 2 all escapes off here from Boss University, and Junkrat trying to go around here. Going after is going to get that Wheel of Death just destroyed, and the Ejector now has about 30 seconds remaining in the second game.
Yeah, I mean, I think SNHU Pearl did play that fight very, very smart. It felt like they knew that they were so they responded with the sound wave, but the Junkrat ult was just not there on time.
No.
Hi.
And then we had the one of the opposing teams saw the close tag come up.
It's they now on the Echo, trying to get some value out of the diving suspicions. It's going to go in the way of Weather out between the two tanks. Nobody's there. BU will win 2-0 against SNHU Pearl, bringing their total score for the Invitational up to 2-0. And I believe Pearl 1-1.
Play
I
of
want
the
to say.
game.
I want to say yes. I'd have to look. Okay, there is, to be honest here, jumping in the air, takes out Kitsune, and then it's just a absolute, takes out the Manda. There's Junkrat trying to jump away, and just gets picked off right there in the air. Honest is definitely someone you gotta watch out for, and I'm kind of curious to see how some of the teams are gonna respond. Just a lot of aerial, counter aerial play.
Yeah, I think the Midtown pick is smart, right? Because all of SNHU knows it very well. But
Yes.
it seems that BU is almost ready for it. I think the Junker Queen, excuse me, from Triforce really continued to get value. The fight in the subway towards the end, I think, was really interesting because it seemed like both teams knew exactly what was going to happen. The Mauga charged forward, so now the Mauga's very far up. So Triforce responds with the Rampage back, which is obviously going to hit everybody because it's all in that small area. And then Bribbit responds with the Sound Wave. So it's just all this exchange of ults, but I think where it falls short, unfortunately, is there was a moment where a lot of BU was right outside of the subway, which would have been perfect for a Junkrat ult, but also just, I think the target switching wasn't very strong from Pearl compared to BU. Like, it felt like as soon as the sound wave was done, BU was screaming out names of who to target, who to shred instantly, and that's why we just saw the kill feed light up orange.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty quick there, Magda. Smart play, get a little bit more sustainability, especially with I think it's the E ability. Does a little AoE up, deals damage, heals proportion of damage. Smart play, just maybe, but they played that same strat. They would go through that center, the main way everyone always goes through. They play through that center, whereas we saw BU immediately like, yeah, we're not gonna go through the big open gap here. We're just gonna go through that small and come in. I mean, and it worked out really well because SNHU wasn't expecting that to happen. I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw that happen, when I saw BU play, I want to say it was Honest on the sim. I thought originally what was going to happen was typically when you're playing sim on attack, you just put the TP from spawn.
Yep.
I did not anticipate that they'd walk almost right outside of main and then put the TP down right behind the fire truck. That was insanely well played. I think they had like a lot of support util. I want to say it was a Suzu, maybe not. A lot of util right at a TP2. Like we saw, Honest kind of got low for a second, but everyone was sustained. And then they just flipped the map completely. And I don't even think it's really any bad part on Pearl's fault either, because it's like they only got right outside of main. For you to stop that from happening, you have to play so far up.
which is really, really risky because if you play very far up, there's that flank route on the left from attack. It's just they took the TP almost instantly. I could only imagine what the voice comms were from Pro. I mean, personally, if I just saw honest TP right in front of me as a support player, I'd probably scream.
I mean, yeah, I mean, there's so much you can do. So because there's so much going on, and the next thing you know, you get that teleport drop down, and now you're not worried about what's in front of you. You're now worried about what's behind you.
Yeah.
But that was round 3 against Boston University and Pearl. So we will be back with round 4 coming up very soon.
Have a good one. Not have a good one. Be right back.
Hey everyone, welcome back. We had a little bit of some technical difficulties, but we are going to get one of the games underway very soon. I am also joined by a new guest. We have Shane.
Hello. Yeah.
You've returned from the depths that is normal life.
Yeah, they froze me in a freezer here since 2023, and they just cracked me out here. So happy to be back at the desk. Happy to watch some Overwatch here, and happy to get back into it. Yeah.
Yeah, it should be pretty interesting. I mean, you saw a couple of games. What have been your thoughts so far?
Yeah, it's been I think it's been a pretty competitive Swiss so far.
Mhm.
We've seen a few teams up here on stream, but I've been kind of walking around watching some of the other teams as well. Really excited for this match here, which is going to be BU versus SNHU Sapphire, and I think this is one that we're really looking forward to seeing right here, but also potentially how this matchup could develop in the bracket once we go in.
These are the top two teams. The other teams that have yet to lose a game so far in this round of Swiss.
Not for much longer.
Not for much longer. One of them is going to go. We do have a Diva and a Seal ban. And it's Lejean. Who doesn't like Lejean?
You can't go wrong with Lejean.
No, you really can't. You see, it's already going for his own spot. Triforce here is going to be an issue. It's definitely been a contestant, and absolutely those get taken out immediately there by Blobfish. That is going to be a shield, though, no longer able to cleanse anything. But you see Triforce and Orbit just going through and taking out SNHU one by one here.
Yeah, very, very strong first team right there from Boston. We're seeing their team right now just about running on you and destroying you for your chance of something else here. It might be a little bit tricky to character. Not going to be too long until this world goes down. Yeah, that can be a big opportunity here for SNHU side right there. But still a little bit of scrambling, a little bit of fighting here on the sidelines. They're going to go ahead and flip it now.
SNHU there is going to put point to their side as Umbra and everyone else is chasing after Weber. Triforce now going to finally get back into the fight here as you see everyone's pushing forward, and Orbit there sitting off the side trying to get Pokemon in. And honestly, it would be an issue if they do back to Soldier. Honestly, don't want to get railed back to the side. Blobfish though is doing a pretty good job of holding this entry point here, not really allowing anyone too much room. There is that coming out. Triforce might play super aggressive here. Going into the side, is going to see that axe come around. This is going to force everyone to get around. Weber already has that pulse bomb sitting up ready to go. Blobfish now has flux as well. Kind of going to throw it on as Kirito Capsule there is going to save a Weber from getting picked off. And there is blocks. He's going to go after two, might get a double here. It's not quite going to get both, but there is Honest going out, and Juno there is going to fall off the edge.
It's an ambitious rock, I like that. But they are going to win the fight. Cold in the pretty early, and that might be the whole team. Kind of just needing to try and back off. Of course, not being allowed to. The plus being spent there might be a little bit of a downgrade on the team fight. Right? So that's sort of clean up here, where now we're seeing it. We can't really get much of the course. Crazy Cat goes down, 2 down now for Sapphire with Umbra out. Only one support left for this one. But it's still going to be a little bit tough to hold up against this, especially with
Here comes that title surge. Getting stunned there. Triforce not gonna last very long, as now Weber is gonna kind of go for this point that did get flipped here, so SNHU's gonna have to back off. Or no, it didn't get flipped over. No, it did. They need to push back as it is ticking as the first back here. Weber's just a pain to really get back up here. As you see, kind of moving around, up over V1, Captain there, holding on to that same rush. And there is Weber and Honest both taking out. Just gonna flip back. SNHU just needs a little bit longer.
Yeah, they actually held on to the point for quite a long time there. It took a while for their team to fully die. 90%. So really all they need to do is win one more fight. And they kind of locked this game in. They just need to do it cleanly and decisively. Otherwise, if Boston are able to stay around and stagger a little bit. See some very big plays coming out here. Back into their left stands for Sapphire, and there goes Umbra as well. Kitsune runs, falls after, and just cleaning up this right now. going to be able to flip this point quite yet here. Continue to hold strong.
Gonna try for it here, just trying to run away. Does throw that shout out to get a little bit of health, and there is the point kind of flip here. Boston University here is going to do a quick move. Tracer already on the point, now going to go for the reset and time. And there's another Kitten Red coming out. And no, Weber's still on the point. It's going to sit there. It's going to keep this timer from rolling out here. SNHU trying to figure out Triforce now there as well. But right now is a easy split as both teams are fighting for the high ground. And Blockfish here kind of stuck in the middle of the rock and a hard place as that axe comes down. And starting to flip this over to Boston College or SNHU. And one trick, now jump back out. Going to take out Orbit.
He's taking control of the point right here. A very, very scrambled fight for quite a while, and now SNHU, they gotta try and find a contest, but not all 5 strong. Will they get there in time? Not gonna be able to. Will be able to get the timer ticking. Very confident to actually pick it back up. Hit touch here, swap the big good, get back in there faster, but doing a ton of damage when we fall all the way back. Everything's gonna go down. But that's not quite what SNHU need with 3 more dying. The jetpack, triple kill, packing them up. Very, very dire trades here. Just crazy cat left and down. That's going to go ahead. Round
neutralized.
I mean, pretty intensive round go out the get-go. I mean, they were both ready to start taking their picks. I don't quite know how well the idea was maybe swap into the Doomfist. I mean, maybe a little bit more tankier for the brawling, but when you're going against the Junker Queen, you have just the extra ticks that she can do from her axe and her knife.
You know, it's when you gotta touch, right?
Yeah.
And Doomfist is gonna be able to get there the fastest. Maybe you could try and go ball instead, but then, you know, you're still gonna be eating a lot of damage in that case. I'm sure you can't get headshot when you're rolling around as a ball, but it's still like you're a huge target.
Yeah,
so
no, you are a pretty big target.
It's just kind of a tough situation. Had to make some desperate calls there, desperate swaps. We're gonna see them go back to a composition that is a little bit something that we're comfortable on. Not playing the Sigma anymore. I like that because against the Jungle Queen, Sigma kind of just collapses against that pressure. So Zarya, Vendetta, and obviously strong combination. Maxwell going to be the first one to get picked off here. And without the Ombre, that is a lot of poke damage you're missing. And potentially be keeping the Jungle Queen out.
Yeah, Blockfish here, and everyone is just trying to get some semblance going on here. We see Weber going for that knockout. Blockfish and Umbrella, both are going to fall, but Triforce goes as well. But unfortunately, SNHU just lost a little too many people. More people they need to get onto the point to make any advantage there.
Yeah, that was a tough situation there. I think Jetpack Pat can really get an early rotation to mid here on this map, or like a first push. But we didn't see that pull off too well. I believe that was Maxwell that got pulled by the Pat, and that was a very early pick. Just kind of led to that being very staggered. Really trying to trench in on the inside now, forcing VU to step up to the point to try to contest. Unfortunately, the side flipping. Triforce taking a lot of damage. Back off. And 2 down already going. The Vendetta out. There's going to be a lot of pressure taken off of VU's backline. You see them getting Kevin from the crowd out here. But down to Opera's just going to be the last round holding the line.
Yes, dude, they're not getting to, not gonna make the first round there on that last push. Crazy Cat, though, is gonna swap over to Cassidy. When you see the jump from the Kiriko. And honestly, just waiting for someone to come through. Might save that railgun, and there goes that orb. Well, they're not going to do a little bit of damage. They would come through it, but looks like it's a 2-pronged attack. You see one trick over here. Or there's a stick on that pulse bomb. Now we're going to, honestly, take out Blossom. Tracy Cat's going to take out Weber. And Maxwell's going to fall there as well as BU is just playing very aggressively and playing very forward. And just kind of allowing us to fall in the open. So that Weber Triforce going in, still chasing after the point. SNHU trying to disappoint the train here. Chris gets still alive, he's gonna get that headshot right there. And there goes Triforce and Weber, and that point is now gonna swap.
I mean, that's what you want to see out of the cast swap right there. Is finally an answer to the Tracer problem. And there it comes. We're going to see now SNHU take control of the point. Tracer will play some percentage here, but it's got quite a long way to go. You need to really try and stabilize here. I like the match with the Junker Queen, but now that you're playing defense, it's a little bit harder to really take advantage of that aggressive pressure that you can really provide. That said, BU.
Let the kids
Still speaking of BU, Ryan down the door here as well as the overcharge on the rail down here. Quickly take down Blobfish here. Jetpack Cat, next one down. One sent back to the spawn room. 3 down to 2, and it's just picking off 1-5-1. Maxwell left, able to give it a little bit of damage back in return, but gonna get slightly staggered from his team, and BU are gonna flip. This is a tough situation here, not a lot of time left in the clock for SNHU to cover on this map. They're gonna get on that point quick and be able to stay there. Out, will pick out 2, that's huge! That could potentially be for SNHU. Blobfish goes down very early though, and that's gonna stop them from getting the point. The Rampage comes out, 2 anti-heals, as well. Taking out Crazy Cat, one trick, both out of the fight. 3 left. Close to flipping the points with here. They're just gonna go ahead and wipe them out.
There.
Timer ticking down. Reach on tower, going to BU.
So first game goes to BU for the control round. So now we got escort, hybrid, push, or a flashpoint. But before that, let's see what this play of the game is gonna be.
Play of the game.
Oh, it's gonna be Blobfish.
I think this is probably the flux on that.
It
first
might be
round,
the
right?
flux.
That's what I'm thinking.
Oh no, it's not. It's just throws a rock in there and then take it. It's a flux play, but it's not the flux that we thought it was gonna be. Throws up at least 3 people there. He's gonna take out another one. He's chasing after Orbit there, and he's gonna fall. So it's the one from fairly early on in that first point.
Yeah, no, I think that match was a lot closer than that second round would make you think.
Yes, it really was.
Really just difficulty in getting on the point.
Yes.
SNHU had some really good fights. They had some ults that opened things up really well, and they had just kind of trouble, I think, matching the sort of tank that they needed in every situation, right? The Junker Queen that BU had really was able to just punch in, get on the point,
Yes.
and that's what ended up winning them the first round against the Sigma. Trying to switch up a little bit, Zarya, maybe try Zarya Vendetta, maybe try matching the Junker Queen a little bit. I think that's really where you're kind of seeing them kind of struggle to find their stride in this situation, is just finding the right composition that can truly deal with the answers, or with the problems that BU are presenting. And I think seeing characters like Cass come out to deal with the Tracer, we saw that get dealt with quite a few times. Saw some big high noons come out as well, which I wouldn't rely on, but it's awesome to see. So I think that's just really where they need to try to find. It's the perfect composition that really deals with this, because that's where we're seeing the issues. But once they can finally sink their teeth into a fight, it's going pretty well for SNHU.
Yes. So it's getting that initial push in and start those team fights on the terms you want to. I'm actually kind of surprised we haven't seen Junker Queen get like banned from any of the picks, because all the teams have seen how BU is basically used solely, except for that one weird swap they did in the one game. Solely played Junker Queen for the most part. In for their tank in that first game that we saw them, and on the same map, on that second map there for Lijiang, came through that house and then took out one of I think it was Leslie University's support players in the Mora. Just completely took them out and then went systematically through the rest of the team, as we saw there. So I mean, not much you can really do about Junker Queen. She's already on top of you, but maybe a little bit more management, or maybe a little more focus on some of the tanks.
Right. And I mean, this is the kind of thing with the Swiss, right? Is that everyone's going to play everyone once. So everyone's kind of playing at the same time. You might not necessarily have every opportunity you need to scout out the other teams and exactly what they're playing here today. So this is going to be kind of a reactive thing. See how well it can stabilize with their bans as well. I would like the idea of banning the Junker Queen is great. I'm very surprised that we saw, because like from some of the other games we've seen like Vendetta or Zarya have been pretty popular bans, because those characters can be pretty oppressive here. SNHU tried to run that here, and it didn't find too much ground on the second map there.
No, it did not.
But I think that really is just kind of going into what the defensive line that BU had with the Kiriko and Juno, which is just kind of a difficult line to dive, right? Kiriko's going to be able to help out the Juno a lot. Like, Juno's really the target you're looking to dive on there. She's the one who can't really get away. But Kiriko, Suzu, just like jump in, heal, help take the fight, and it's just difficult to try and dive that there, and it requires a lot of coordination to get the bubble on your Vendetta exactly when she needs it. Kind of requires the Zarya to play very forward, which can lead to some cascading failures if one thing goes wrong.
Yeah, and another kind of thing that I thought about was honest playstyle. I mean, she's basically played the hit scan role pretty well from the start. I mean, we've seen Soldier, and I think basically just played Soldier. I think pretty much the entire invitational so far. Maybe swapped off a couple of times, but we saw the Kitsune Rush came on towards the very end. That it just was lighting everyone up and hitting every single one of those rail guns.
Yeah.
And it just picked up Blobfish and went into two other people right after that.
Yeah, that's a Sojourn can be a super volatile character,
Yep.
right? Either going to get a ton of value or none at all.
Mhm.
Especially when you see that overcharge come out, it's like, okay, well, here's the test, pop quiz, can you hit your headshots?
Yep.
And yeah,
Yeah,
they can.
they can hit 'em.
Especially against like tanks, right? Because like overcharge is great for killing the backline.
Yeah.
That's obviously, but Junker Queen can't take a lot of real gunshots to the head either.
No.
It's pretty rough.
No.
It's so when you get locked down and just kind of boxed in like we saw on that second
Mhm.
point, overcharge is going to be able to wipe out anyone who can't move. So I think really ult usage in these fights is kind of a big decider here in this matchup.
is
We're
gonna be.
seeing for SNHU, the fights where they were really able to get in and break down the door are when they were able to get their ults out, but we saw a couple of times where they ended up going down early, and
Yes.
like, oh, now we don't have a Kitsune Rush that we can pop in this fight, and now their team's going to be able to generate their ult charge, and suddenly we're not ahead in ult economy anymore. So that is a big thing. I think just kind of avoiding those early picks, obviously easier said than done.
Yeah.
Especially against a team where it's Sojourn and Tracer, those early picks are exactly what they're looking for. But I think it's just kind of trying to tighten up your formation a little bit and play a little more defensive. Try to ward off those picks the best you can, and just play like a rock. And don't let them move on you, because that is when we see people going down before they can get their ults out, people being forced to use their ultimates to save themselves rather than to proactively make plays. So I think that is the big thing that we really want to see. And I think going into more like attack defense side of things, I really don't. I worry a little bit for push, right? And those neutral game modes where neither side's really on attack or defense. I think in a situation where they're attacking or defending, I think SNHU would have a much more sort of firm footing to be able to hold their ground. But we'll see as we go into game right now. Gonna be payload.
No, it's gonna be Rialto. So it's gonna be the lovely payload here, and we do see. So we do have the swap around again. So Captain Cookie there is now going to swap off that support role into the tank, and Triforce is going to shift over into the support.
Interesting. It must really just be hero dependent, based on what exactly they want to play there, swapping around, just so they're always on their most comfortable heroes here. SNHU holding up with a very similar line. They're going to be on offense first, and we're looking at, I like the sort of thing they have going on here. Really going to be trying to drive in on this high ground. I think that most important also, so we'll see how well they're doing that here locking. Sidelines here. Quick pressure, stop them, put their attention a little bit very quickly.
Yep, and that echo is. And we've seen the actors throw that dynamite out, and May here gonna get caught out. Maxwell is trying to pay up, is gonna use the icicle to save themselves. And get a little bit of help come back up. And we see Bobby now diving on the yes players as Maxwell there's gonna fall to Captain Cookie, and Honest is going around the side, might be going up to 1-400. They're going to fall, and Ombra as well. And Rucker finally gonna get taken out, but Blobfish here now finally forced out of the neck is going to get quickly punched there and force SNHU to resettle.
Yeah, a little bit awkward how the thing broke down. Falling in areas behind that building.
Yeah.
That's never where you want to
No.
go. And so that could be a pretty big thing. What we saw though, a lot of the value that the Echo was getting, which they are going to switch because they weren't able to get any picks, but that Echo the whole time was just dropping bombs on Snooze backline, and like even if you don't get any picks with it, you're still drawing their attention.
Oh, yeah.
They can't keep it online. Things that are starting to break down. Once again, getting on this backside of the building, trying to contest this health pack. You are going to sort of push back here very, very low health to block it to get back to the rest of the team, and they're finally turning the corner here, pushing up on the first point.
Yeah, Bumshear sitting at that high ground, trying to soak up as much damage as possible. That Halo is going, and everyone on the football side there is kind of stuck. Just on the other side of the archway, Bumshear holding on to that Diva Bomb, as that Halo now is coming to that trigger point. And we do have a Bob, and there is a Sand Alt coming as well. So everyone is going to stay alive there for at least a little bit. Bob is just going to be able to take out Triforce, which are going to fall to the Genji. However, not going to matter much as that Halo now hits that first checkpoint, and Captain Cookie here is going to get caught off guard out of mech, and now they're going to push forward.
Yeah, just cleaning things up there. Not a super sort of climactic fight to the end of that first point, right? Sort of just got 1 or 2 picks and then forced them to fall back, forced them to give up the point to try and stabilize here for a second hold. Looking at ultimates here, SNHU have quite a few in their pockets. Along with the on-right hold, trying to take some high ground here. Crazy Cat, tough situation, will go down. That's 2 down for SNHU, 3 down. Fall back. They are a little deep right now. I think very staggering, and that might be exactly what Rocket has a copy of trying to survive, but will not live. However, he's barely getting that pick before he's able to make that.
And now SNHU are going to restart it. Now everyone is sitting on that Halo. Have to be careful there on it now. CD fire through, but Crazy Cat still holding on to the Bob, the mythical 6th man on your team now. See how everyone goes in. Bob is here going to start diving right into this is an art gallery building here going forward as he's going in. And still Bob's playing a little bit more on the high ground. Bob's not going after the Genji. Genji though going to get healed from the and there's Genji coming out, and Genji just gets kicked off the ledge.
That's unfortunate. That was a scary blade to pop right there. Not going to work out quite how they wanted it, but when you don't have a Ana on your team, you don't have a mana blade available, sometimes you just got to pop the blade and get a single support.
Right, maybe you get at least one person out. You just got to do it there. Now we're on in orbit though, we're gonna make up for that gap as 4 of SNHU players just drop.
Yeah, obviously not too worse for wear. There. He was still holding on. Used quite a few ultimates there. Starting to get close to that Kitsune rush, which you're going to see try and open up this next fight. Before that happens. Lumber getting picked off really doesn't mean that is going to be gone. Maybe time, but honestly, might be best to be all up.
Speaking of ults here, you have to ult. There is the nano boost that just got used, and one trick there sitting on that Ascendance. So, a lot of potential to stay in the game for a long while. Bobfish here is also sitting in that evil long right now. Trying to go after. Gonna send up a near. There is. It comes out and gets put to sleep right there and cancels out that ultimate.
That is one of the things you are literally are flying. You go up in the air and try to survive at that first small match. He's doing it pretty well in this fight though. Go ahead and best only 1 minute left on the big stagger right there. Gonna cut another 10 seconds off the timer here. SNHU pushing up on the start. Really look 30 seconds left in their final play here before they can. Before they have to try and capture the point. So EU so far been holding strong. They've been really liking this high ground here. It's been really good. Working out for them so far. They've been crazy seconds left and we don't have time to actually try and get it. We're just going to go ahead and reset there. That is the right play. Seconds left. Maybe they can push up a little bit. Some of them still alive to hold them back, but they're going to be able to regroup and stop.
Bumshear diving in. It's not going to get punished a little bit there. Still stays the mech, got out of the mech there, and moving forward. And Bob now finally coming out. as we see a slew of abilities all come across in SNHU right now, dead even in terms of elimination of each team. And there is Snowball coming out from the May Maxwell there, and that is going to be an elimination on Umbra there from him. But there is still at least one SNHU player alive. Maxwell still staying alive, is going to get stopped there, and so is Crazy Cat. Now that payload. So Bobbish now gets back on their dime, still has that reset, and I'm trying to go after that Genji. There is the ultimate coming out. Is it going to get anyone off? Probably not.
It's a good push from SNHU. Almost got onto that second point. BU able to hold strong. They killed so much time just holding on the second floor of that building right there. That was really tough for SNHU just to be able to break the door down here. And I think we're seeing, just looking at the sort of bans that we have going on here, the Tracer ban that SNHU picked, I think it's great for trying to counter Weber and stopping him from going on the backline. But this Genji is just doing the same thing, right?
Yeah.
You still got to find a solution for this flanker issue. And I think we're seeing some characters like Ash that are kind of more poke focused, maybe able to kind of get the Genji off with the coach gun sometimes, but we're just not seeing that really come through. And then he just farms up blades, goes in, hits the backline, and just sort of doing that on cooldown over and over. We're seeing BU really just efficiently rotating their ultimates, which is leading to a lot of instances where they have really strong openings to fights, really strong cleanups to fights. SNHU, I think, again, you're seeing the big issue is with this pick composition that they're sort of running here, and this is something that Ombre is really great at with how much poke damage he can put out and how much burst damage he can put out with that grenade, the pistol, where they're just finding so many early picks here. So at SNHU, they're able to find some sort of early picks in these fights, but I think it's really converting it into a ball that they can get rolling is where they're sort of struggling here and keeping their ultimates online when they have them as opposed to dropping them. That's the big thing that really needs to shore up here for SNHU. Hopefully on defense, they're able to control the sort of speed of the match a little bit more and put an iron wall to be able to block BU out.
Yeah, and let's say that we're about to have a wrecking ball. But no, it's not. We do have two teams going back at each other, and once again, SNHU though going to give a little bit more space, a little bit quicker, and the blue team there is help save. Umbra though getting caught alone, getting picked off by Captain Cookie. We see Weber now coming in, goes for the dash, going on Maxwell, trying to meanwhile fight off the Diva, and one trick there is also going to fall. Captain Cookie, and that is going to be a strong rest now down. But if you're both of your healers slightly staggered, they not quickly get back to the point, and there is basically essentially a team wipe for SNHU.
Yeah, huge opening there for BU. They're going to go ahead and start to push up on the first point here. SNHU might be able to have a chance to contest this, but they have a long way to run. It's going to need a little bit of a rush contest. That said, they've got a lot of poking for cash in the end. So, this is a touch try to come out from flop, but it isn't going to stop the contest. It's fairly important to capture the point here, but we're going to go down, push straight out outlet. Honest just picks it back and forth right here, both sides. Start to get whittled down by the fight. Now that's the tank down for SNHU. Maxwell out the fight. For this world, that's the point captured for BB. 5 minutes on the clock, essentially to take seconds.
Yeah, I mean, for time, SNHU here are going to have to move up. See, Captain Cookie already playing aggressive, going in from that side there, just trying to draw more attention away and give his team time to get around that point and get these down himself. Crossing for some help is on for quite a while. Diving in on the Ombre, going in is going to get back up the Kirito, is going to get forced back off Maxwell now, looking for a nice spot, going after it, does have High Noon, and he's going to pick off the Kirito there, over there, going to fall, and Captain Cookie now sitting on that Eco Bomb. He's going to do something. There's a team kill for SNHU.
Yeah, SNHU trying to get back in time here, but this is really going to be close. Swapfish starting to get back here, looking for some ultimate, got High Noon, trying to get them off the card with that. He was one coming up soon. Really going to be used for a second life, but we saw last time. It'd be a little bit tough to get that second life actually staring at Weber takes down one, takes down two. Maxwell will fall as well. 2 left standing. Keep on out longer. That trying to stay alive a little bit longer on this point. He's gonna fall now. Very, very strong spot. Flop it, push the card up, and take second for a 2-0 over SNHU.
that was an insanely action-packed round. I mean, there's very few moments where nothing was going on.
Yeah.
It was either just constantly just fighting, and let's see what Honest has for us. He's the one who jumped up here.
Yeah.
Goes fall, just out.
This was
Pull back.
We saw a lot of moments like this in BU's defense where a single ultimate got one or two keys and just really sort of opened up or dismantled the attack that was coming through for SNHU there. So really looking strong for BU, really playing in a unified front there, getting their ults all together and really like cashing them in for super impactful plays, right? And that's one of the things that we're seeing sort of struggle a little bit for SNHU here. And I think as they get as we start to move over towards the bracket, as they start looking to potentially facing BU again, that's something they're going to have to try and sort of figure out an answer for exactly how they tighten up their formation, how they sort of avoid these early picks that BU were getting a lot of time to find these fights. But overall, it's just BU sort of playing very consistent, playing very efficient, making sure they get a ton of value out of every opportunity they can. So just really, really strong showing there. And I don't think they found quite the band that has really locked down the
Right. And I mean, it seems like, we saw the first round. We had a little bit swap between the first and the second for some of the roles. So it's kind of one of those hard things. Like, who do I focus on countering?
Right. Yeah.
Like, do I focus on Triforce and get rid of the Junker Queen, or do I move the band and maybe go for someone on like Honest, get rid of Ombre, or try to take out the Soldier?
Yeah, no, it's tough, especially when you only have one band. It can be really hard to just lock someone down, and a lot of times that person probably has one or two heroes in their roster they can switch to that do sort of the same thing right now. That's what we're seeing with the Chaser switching to Genji, and it feels like maybe we should see bands that are a little more targeted towards just preventing that sort of competition in the first place, preventing this very dive-heavy, poke-oriented, or sorry, not pick-oriented composition that seems to be just really playing fast. Like you said, there was almost no downtime in the match, no opportunities to really take a breath. We didn't see any moments where the two teams are just poking at each other for a little bit. Like that's typically what you see when you're running characters like Cassidy or Widowmaker or Ashe. Is you see like, okay, there's a little bit where there's like a no man's land where you can't go into or you're gonna get sniped. But they just didn't have the opportunity to sort of set up that Overwatch.
As the name and the play.
But yeah, I think that's going to be the big thing to sort of lock in when you're trying to face BU here. I'm interested to see the other teams have been also struggling to be now. There's currently 3-0 top of the Swiss at this time, so I think they've got to put some heads together here and figure out a way to counter what they're doing, because clearly it is leading the pack right now.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of interesting to see how these brackets are going to shake out, because obviously the first and second seed right now is Boston University, SNHU, excuse me. Kind of curious to see what maybe the think tank's going to come up to deal with some of the BU players, because right now they are probably the most dangerous in the Invitational so far. But we will be back with round 5 once all the teams shift around and get in their seats and are all set to go. Everyone, we are back, and we are now in round 5, which is the final round for the Swiss, and it's going to be Sapphire against Leslie University.
Yeah, we're seeing the bans come through already. Let me actually pull this up right here. We saw Leslie are going to ban Sigma here. I haven't seen the map pick yet, but they've been dancing between the chat and the in-game chat, so who knows what's really going on. But yeah, no, this is an exciting one. Sapphire we just watched versus BU versus Leslie. Leslie currently on a little bit of a comeback here. It is going to be Li Zhong, and we were saying, you know, whenever you don't know what map it is, just assume Li Zhong. It's a safe bet. It's the go-to for a lot of people here, and I mean, you can't really complain too much here, especially weather control first round. That's great. That's like riding a bike. You don't forget.
Yeah, this is true. And so the band for this round though is gonna be Sigma and the Juno. So it looks like Ruby there are gonna have be stuck onto the Mercy. You already see the pocket Mercy just dealing that damage boost as everyone's already playing aggressively on the point. Maxwell though is gonna shoot the orb down, and there's just everyone's just beating that Zarya through the shield and their damage there.
Yeah, Domino trying to get a full confirm here for Leslie in the high ground, working well so far, but SNHU rotating over, trying to get onto the control point as it unlocks. You see, testing one-to-one on both sides. Continue to fight on the high ground here. Blobfish, very, very high charge, just very straight down main. A little bit hard. SNHU goes for one more single elimination as he comes through. Leslie, though, very low on health. And not the first one is out of the fight. Dizzy, next one down. The rest of Leslie trying to get back out. Ruby's not going to be able to fly it out. It's a stagger again on out. Now Leslie got to regroup here. SNHU stares straight down the barrel of their spawn. Got to find a way through. Jetpack Cat could potentially take Domino around the corner. See some swaps come out here for Leslie as well. That Jetpack Cat as well. And of course it's coming out. Dizzy, oh no!
Oh no! Dizzy, they're gonna bomb up to take out Rubies and Warpix there. Gonna take out Crazy Cat. And it looks like there's still gone even into them. Trying to go for that grab. This is it. And now those are all fully charged. And there it comes. Now it's just a payday for everyone shooting it. I also realized one trick is playing first.
If you're starting, you're about to die, you're like, throw the grapple on you, don't shoot me anymore.
Yeah.
Throw this background going out. They'll definitely keep you alive. SNHU, 16%. Trying to hold their ground here, Leslie pushing forward very fast. Excellent for them. The last long fight on SNHU trying to hold on. Valkyrie comes out with one trick, keep the team alive, boost them up a bit. Leslie in a tough spot right now as SNHU rounds up 75% points.
Yeah, not much that Leslie University can do here as SNHU is basically just locking down into the area of the outside of the spawn. As Maxwell here holding on to the overcharge. Bolt shield on Zari, and it just Maxwell just snipes the tank right there. And that's unfortunate. It's going to force Leslie University here to just kind of scatter and leave their only two supports. And there's the first point to SNHU.
Yeah. This is the thing that can be kind of brutal about this point in particular on Lijiang is that you're going to be, I mean, it's really not that hard to hold people right at their spawn.
Yeah.
That choke point is brutal, and if you're not able to stabilize after you lose the point, you can find yourself just having a really hard time even leaving your spawn. So, pretty tough situation there for Leslie, but new round, new meat, find a new way into this game.
And looks like we're going to see a Winston. We're going to see Monkey.
Like that, like the Winston. Try and get in, try and cut up the fight a little bit, make it so we're not taking so much damage all at once. Sapphire also going to be switching over to Doomfist just to try to get in there. Both teams running the cat here. Actually, one trick to switch over to Lucio, boost his whole team forward. Still, Order of Pigs probably going to boost someone from pretty quick. Actually, SNHU are going to be the first one to get in there.
Yeah, we do see Doom just coming out as well as now running the same tank here. We see Blockage there just smack right in the opposing Doomfist into that rock, and Blockage though gonna fall to the death!
Knocked off the side. We've seen quite a few environmental deaths here on Lijiang over the last few games.
Yeah.
Something about this tower is just compelling people to fly off the side. It's just terrible out here. But hey, Leslie trying to get a hold of the point. They got 3 people on here right now. Leslie trying to match. He's going to fall. This is forced down to Leslie. Lord Fix pretty low as well. Can't stay in the fight too much longer. We see Leslie's front line trying to make much more damage than Escalon is out. Dizzy's out. And that's going to be SNHU capturing the point here for the first touch. Start building up some.
Let's try to set up that turret there, 12-minute turret from Sean. Not gonna last very long as he's just got focused and Blockage here just trying to do a little bit of close damage. Gonna turn to see the opposing Jetpack Cat who's going after one trick. He seems to have a vendetta there going on.
So that's ultimate. Jetpack Cat could very easily just kidnap someone. It could happen.
Yeah, I mean,
careful out here.
we didn't include the first game that Sapphire played. There's Jetpack Cat on the opposing team.
There, here it comes.
Yep.
This is a little bit scary to do on the Doom. Oh, no, he's... No.
Yeah. When one trick played Jetpack Cat and grabbed the opposing UCL, trying to throw him off, but it used to concept instead of running around.
It really is Jeff the Land Shark. It really is just like I remember.
It really is.
SNHU cannot win out this fight, though, now approaching the halfway point on this one.
Whatever is needed.
Leslie gonna have to try and find a way back here. Not seeing some composition switch up, trying to just hang on to this one here. The
Lethal at
scorpion
range.
goes down quick. Could be a little bit of trouble here as SNHU wants to start to hold very forward. The sound barrier coming out, SNHU just with a ton of health, free to run straight up to their spawn doors, trying to stop them from running back into the heal zone. Go ahead and get right back out and do it again.
Yeah, buffs are backing off as everyone just sees a little bit of heals. You see now the opposing defense is trying to go in that side. You're trying to get something, but Maxwell now is free reign as you see Lucio get picked off by the jetpack cat. And now we do see Leslie numbers here pushing on point, but it doesn't last very long. That Mercy now is just sitting right outside trying to do the pocket thing and not quite working as more people are falling to their death.
It's like the single highest body count. So hard. Just the chasm underneath the tower, man. It is rough out here. You gotta be careful on Leech on tower. SNHU trying to finish out this last fight. Staring at speed mugging each other. No big deal.
There's a Genji all coming out from Dizzy. Though it doesn't seem to get too much. Gonna go on. They're not gonna get too much out of it. And he's gonna get carried off, but he saves himself.
It's fine, we're chilling. Leslie flipped the point though. That's big. That's really, really big. You have to push right back into here, but Leslie gonna be able to buy himself a little bit of breathing room. I thought I touched off. I was like, I had to close my eyes.
The Mercy just fell through that though.
What is happening?
Absolute chaos is going on here. Both teams are just so spread out that I don't really care about the point at all. They see Lord flies there, Lord of Pigs, trying to keep everyone alive here. That cat shooting it down to help Maxwell now on the point. Going after one trick though is gonna get picked off.
That's a big pick there for Leslie, trying to open something that they use Lord of Pigs. No supports left on Leslie. Unfortunately now just getting picked off one by one. SNHU go ahead and recapture their point here. Time to take him down. Leslie are not going to be able to contest this. That's going to be map 1. Going over to SNHU to take over the Strong Tower.
MVP should be the Catalan.
Yeah,
For the amount
absolutely.
of bodies that are just racked up the entire time, whether it being pulled off, but Lavish here is the play of the game.
Let's see.
I mean, on that Mercy goes after punches right back into the corner there and goes after Dizzy up again. It just gets punched right into the air there.
It happens. You gotta be careful out here on Lijiang Tower, man. They're not playing around.
No.
Not playing around. But that's gonna be map 1 going over to SNHU. So Leslie's pick on the map now. Let's keep an eye on that chat real quick just to see what might come up next. But looking in general at what we're seeing here, right? Leslie were able to get a few good fights from some early picks here, but I think they really just struggled to find, again, a composition that could really get a footing for them there. I do like the Torbjorn pick. I like the cat that they were running as well to match sort of what SNHU was doing for a little bit there. They were switching between, one trick was switching between Cat and Lucio a little bit, but I think big thing is just finding a composition that can really hold some ground here, and I think that the Torbjorn, great at dealing with Jetpack Cat.
Right.
Absolutely. But might be a little bit struggling when you have a Sojourn who can just kind of stare at you the whole time. We were seeing a lot of sort of uncontested angles that were being held by SNHU's DPS line, and that made it really hard to just get breathing room there. That's what you're saying. When people are stuck in their spawn, it's because you're seeing people who are taking these crazy wide angles on people. When it feels like you're just getting suffocated, shot from all directions, like you just need to pick out a target and lock them down. And there's a lot of instances in these cases where people are so off to the side, you just gotta know when to jump them. And then they're dealt with and they're done. Like they can't get help from their team without their team super overextending. And when you push up to the spawn doors like that too, it's like a disaster waiting to happen. Like, yeah, I can hold you in your spawn for a little bit, but like you have so much more resources than I do. You can sit in your spawn, you can just pump out free damage the whole time. I literally can't hurt you at all because you're behind your spawn doors. And holds like that, it wasn't a super long hold, but we saw just people getting caught out, not able to get back to safety. I think it's just a little more of like a positioning thing and sort of recognizing once SNHU have kind of pushed too far because there were some goofy angles.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you had both Doomfist staring at each other for a solid like 5 seconds before anyone was doing anything. So
that's like the thing with tank, right? Is
Yeah.
like, do I shoot at the tank? I mean, in most cases, no. But like sometimes you do just gotta blow them up.
Yeah.
And trying to know when I'm wasting damage by shooting at the
Yes.
tank, or knowing when we're actually like, oh no, this guy's in kind of a situation where we can send it back to the spawn room.
Yep.
That's part of like, you got to know how your damage is going out, where it's going out, and when you're able to put pressure on people, so they can't just sit in your face and stare at you and hold the block button the whole time.
Nope. It looks like there's gonna be a little bit of some swaps going on here.
Oh, interesting.
So S there is gonna go to DPS. Sean's gonna go to support. And Lord of Pigs there is gonna go to tank, and it's going to be a lovely flashpoint.
Okay. I like that. I mean, I think that what we were seeing was a lot of fights on King of the Hill where you're on neutral ground. That opening fight is so big. I think that Leslie have the right idea. They just need to polish up the execution and get in there and be able to find those opening picks and be able to sort of defend themselves from when members of SNHU swing a little too wide, like capitalize on that.
Yeah,
Find those opportunities because there is no such thing as a completely airtight defense.
No, there's not. And we saw like both teams were very much well, SNHU was diving around everywhere.
Yeah.
You saw the Lord of Pigs there from last one just grab people multiple times. Definitely had a thing for one trick. Definitely went after one trick.
I think
quite often.
There's a rivalry, you know, like when you're playing Jetpack Cat and you see the other Jetpack Cat, you're like, it would be so funny to throw you in the pit. It would be so funny.
Well, I mean, the pit had the most like eliminations out of the
There-
entire.
I saw a lot of people falling into the pit who were not eliminated by someone else.
Well, I mean, the Mercy at one point fell into it from whatever reason.
All right, we are here on Flashpoint, here on Atlas. Gonna be looking at these compositions here. SNHU looking at with the Vendetta to go with. Leslie, they don't have that Juno band again, so gonna be running the Moira Juno backline. That's a lot of healing to come through. Hopefully, keep Lord Pigs alive. Right, that Doomfist gonna be taking a lot of damage, especially from Fonzo. He's gonna be able to just kind of freely shoot in at the damage. Hopefully they're able to keep him standing with that, and the Moira pick as well is going to help deal with some of that dive that's been causing so many issues for Leslie. Here, we're going to see 2 picks off the bat for Leslie. That's huge.
Yeah, the SNHU here slowly getting picked up, but one trick though is going to take out the Venture. So it's going to be a little bit of damage loss for SNHU, but that first touchdown is going to go to Leslie. Not quite as it gets contested there. So you have, looks like Blobfish is leaping around. It goes after, it's going to hit Lord of Pigs there. And now it's just a straight up brawl between both of the Doomfists as they now fall.
Swinging hard. But we're seeing, I think the cast pick is great for SNHU to try to just lock down some of these characters like Vendetta and like Doomfist. Just make it so they can't leave when they want to. And that's something that could really help us. Did with the true fight. Blobfish in a very scary position right now and not going to live. That is a very forward dive. That's what we're seeing. We're seeing a lot of cases for us. Pushing very forward Leslie here. Starting to really take advantage of it. We're going to see a swap from the Moira over to Yada. I love that switch. Get a little bit more damage out here because that Genji Venture line is not a ton of consistent damage. It's a lot of burst damage.
Yeah.
And there's definitely food elements that they have to worry about. So the switch off of Zenyatta and get those discords out on the it's going to be great. But seeing somebody go on the point here as well as they got 2 quick picks for fall. SNHU pretty stabilized here on 75% right now.
Yeah, so see, and there is the that was a good melee, not really elimination there.
Power is nothing.
And now it's 90%, so all SNHU has to do is just. I thought one trick was about to steal someone. It did not.
No, it's getting close.
It's getting close, but I just dived in there and assumed he had his ultimate ready. And does not quite have the ultimate yet. And there is the jump in from the now everyone gets damage here. 2 SNHU is going to fall from scout. Both going to go. One trick now does have all And Dizzy though does have sword, but is not able to use it as he just fall before that.
See, this is a lot of fighting just in the street. You know, they're not really near a point at all.
No, they're not
they're
at
just,
all.
They're just kind of fighting for the fun of it.
Yeah.
They're going to get a little bit of a rotational advantage here as SNHU finally here on the point. Establish a little bit of a foothold early on. We'll sort of stagger Leslie strong, make their push a bit slower. We'll see if they're able to sort of stabilize here. They've got a lot of dive potential here. It's a little bit hard to dive some characters like Reaper, like Cassidy, where they have so much damage mitigation built into their kit, but perhaps they can find some opportunities here. Blade coming out from Dizzy, really be able to find a kill with this. Trying to go on the next low, will get the kill with one little thing. Very low health here to dive on the ball and too busy putting the blade away to be able to block.
There is now Blobbish now grappling around and flying. Tries to go after the Doomfist there. Nordic going to fall. And the point now is still going to stay. And Crazy Cat there going to get grappled by One Trick.
Yeah, One Trick here does have his ult. Potentially looking to kidnap someone real quick like, but we'll see. I'm very scared of seeing some of these combos get that. We are seeing the One Trick go and try to pick someone up now. Is taking someone off the side. I saw it for a fraction of a second. No one went down, so I'm going to assume there's no tragedy there.
Yeah, I think it was a Doomfist. I think that one of the pigs there just kind of just launched himself back up. And now here comes Ventral. Maxwell's still holding on to that death blossom.
Yeah, watch this death blossom. This is really scary if they try and dive in on the play. That's exactly what they're looking for. They're going to trance to try and contest here. This is death blossom to try and force them off as soon as this goes down. There it is, but Maxwell taking a lot of damage. Discord on going to the top rate for just to get that off. They're just going back out. So close to capturing this, and they will. The Meteor Strike, unfortunately, is not going to be it. Back in, but too little too late to end up regrouping with the team in spawn room.
Nope. Warpigs are going to get punished for being the last man standing there, as now SNHU here going to play a little more aggressive. Looks like going towards the spawn. Trying to cause a little confusion. And Chris Cat there are going to get Sean on that high noon.
That's the when these fights are in between the points like this, I feel like all the time it's just camera switch over and then there's a Cassidy.
Right.
Yeah. What are you doing? We're seeing a lot of these ults come out in these little intermediate sections as well. Leslie here spent a lot of their own experience. Have a lot to try and bust open. Maybe have to be in the SNHU. Really strong, really just missing behind. That's a lot of pressure that they can apply to this one here, especially since they're able to capture it for free. Leslie are going to have to try and find a way in here. Esting off on the Reaper now. Crazy Cat not going to find it. It'll actually be SNHU trying to 2 big picks for Crazy Cat here, trying to push in on the third. That's not, but he's able to get back to his team. He'll still find him.
Yeah, Crazy Cat here getting focused on, but one of the things is not both going to fall as Crazy Cat. They're going to get a double. And SNHU right now just has full control of the map. It doesn't even matter if it's not near the point or not. They are keeping everyone locked in exactly where they want them to be at right now. So the issue is you see now Crazy Cat going to get jumped on by the Lord Pigs. And the rest of the SNHU team here is slowly starting to go out. There's Today Rush coming out. And Crazy Cat's just firing blindly right there. Still doing sort of amount of damage. There's Hydrant coming out. Right now, Crazy Cat. And there's another two-player ball in that engagement. Crazy Cat getting that double as well. Going on after Sean.
Tough situation here. SNHU about to cap out on this. And Leslie, every opportunity they've had to try to break away and escape from the pack has not been able to work. Unfortunately, SNHU going to capture this one out 2-0, taking Atlas.
So that is going to be the win for SNHU. And Blobbish here is going to have the play of the game, though. I'm not quite sure which one it's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, the Doomfist was kind of doing it the whole time.
I mean, yeah, but there's not anything like super crazy. Yeah.
It's really just cleaning up a lot of fights. Right?
Yeah.
That's something that SNHU have been kind of good at is
Yeah.
it's very sustained fights. They're able to kind of weave in and out of the engagement and just try to find the fights when they want to take them. And Leslie just kind of getting whittled down. It's a little bit harder to stabilize when SNHU so constantly disengaging and re-engaging. But hey, that's dive. That's
That
what Dive's
is
gonna do.
that is Doomfist
Yeah.
at his finest. But we are at the end of the round robin. So in about, I believe, about an hour, we're going to be back from this break here. Going to get some food, let the players rest, get everything ready, and then we're going to start the bracket play, which is
Very
going to be the
exciting.
top 4 teams. I believe it's one of the games is going to be the first seed against the fourth, and then the other game is going to be the second and the third
Let's
seed.
get our final standings of the Swiss here. BU leading the pack 3-0, undefeated so far. We'll see if they're able to keep that up in the bracket. Currently, everyone is looking to try and find something that can beat the magic that they've been working so far. Coming up right behind them is SNHU Sapphire and Anna Maria, both 2-1 in the bracket right now. So those are going to be who you're looking at to try and catch up. Snoop Pearl coming in third place, 1-3. Going to be trying to find a way back into the bracket right now. It's a little bit of an uphill battle, especially with some of the monsters that are up here at the top. But I am confident they will find some way to get back in, and it will be Leslie 0-3 here, which means they are out of the bracket. And I mean, had some great performances here. We had probably the most entertaining game of Lijiang Tower we've seen so far.
Definitely by far the most entertaining.
There was a lot of people just getting flung off the side. Which I mean, I don't Lijiang Tower. That's going to happen. But like,
I've never seen that happen through the season, though. This is like the first time I've seen so many deaths, just everyone falling off.
And it was like both sides just
it was
off the entire time. So I don't know. There's some blood in the water there.
A little bit.
And tough.
One trick and one of the other support just going after each other the entire time,
abducting people and throwing them off the side. It's
pretty.
But yeah, that's going to be our standings here for the before we move into the bracket here, and after we grab some food, get some lunch, recharge our batteries, we'll be right back here to get into this bracket.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Everybody can hear me? All right, we are now officially in break time. That was a long round robin period. I think we're actually doing really good on time. We did just get food, so we have Mr. Max, which is macaroni and cheese, a bunch of that just catered. We have plates, we have napkins, we have forks, and then at the end of the section, we have chicken tenders with some duck sauce. So if everybody wants to just be in a single file line, and then grab their food, just be aware, like, I think there's definitely enough mac and cheese for everybody, but in terms of the chicken tenders, like, take 2 or 3 pieces. You can come back for seconds if we have more. I know some of you have not brought drinks or any liquids, which is crazy to me, but that's okay. I got my personal water bottles from my car. They're a case of water, so anybody can grab a water bottle and just and drink it. If you have water, please don't take one. I don't have a bunch of them. There's probably like 20 or 30 there. But yeah, you guys are welcome to do it. I just want to say a huge thank you so far to the content staff and our operations team and any of our student workers. They are killing it today, and they're trying to put in as much good work as possible to get everybody on stream. Appreciate that, and let's give them a round of applause. And then a round of applause to everybody here so far. Top 4 cut is going to be BU, SNHU Sapphire, Anna Maria, and then SNHU Pearl for the top 4. Leslie, I appreciate you again coming out. Please grab food. Please hang around. Like, stay as long as you guys want. Again, for me, the big piece of today is just like the community piece. Like, I really want all the New England schools to feel welcome, be able to come to this event. We want to do this year after year after year. So everybody, please grab food. You're welcome to go do so. All right, and then I will make an announcement once we get closer to time for top 4. But we will have SNHU Pearl versus BU first match on stream for semis in an hour. Okay. Plan for, let's say, like 4:30.
And then I think those interviews that we had with Landon last weekend, him just really talking about how VP looks overall and what drew him to this team when it came down to their goals and their strengths here. Johnny, it feels like what Matt just said about Landon being such like a vocal part of this team, he's going to be such an instrumental part of that growth that's going to happen when they seem so goal-oriented right now.
Yeah, and I think it's really helpful because it enables someone like Kevster to kind of just do his thing and like pop off and use his talent to his advantage. But also Icenom is like 20 years old, young tank on the scene as well, who is going to continue to improve and get better, right? But having someone like Landon who's been on for many years, played on multiple rosters and hailed as one great communicator to kind of structure the comms and provide that leadership, I think Landon in and of itself is like a really good player, but on this team especially, I think he enables other greatness from Kevster, from Icenom. And I think as they combine, that's why we hail them as like a top dog for on the international stage even. This is a team that could take it to the other regions, right? Because they just have all the ingredients necessary to combine for a really well-rounded team.
And we just talked about how much of a boon it was for that squad to have that core that stuck together. But heading into this conversation now of Team Peps, even more so, Matt, this is a team that did not make any changes heading into stage 1 of the 2026 season. And they've had a slower start as well, being 0-2. Granted, they were also facing up against Twisted Minds and a Cadsia that took them the distance. That is for certain, but it is today that they need to get a win.
Yeah, it feels like almost the same issue as Anyone's Legend in terms of like the meta and wanting to play some different stuff. It's just not as amplified, right? Like they really want to play these hazard-based comps. Like they obviously, Dip and Zaro can play Emre, and Vendetta. It just, in terms of the tank, Willie feels way more comfortable playing something like a Hazard than a Zarya or even a Diva per se. But this team also shouldn't have any issues like coordinating, right? Like this is the same roster at the end of last year. They've been together for a very long time now. Like for me, it's just like more about like the meta, but they desperately need a win, right? 0-2, going to 0-3. Like you don't want to start that off, right? The way this season would go, kind of going into that like relegation, potentially, finding yourself in that bottom 4. You'd hope that this is the win, right? Like this would be huge, right? Not many teams probably beat VP. But even if it's not a win here, you got to keep it close.
Yeah, I think for Peps here, I gotta say as well, I just think that despite the fact that they're 0-2, and we talk about Hazard not being the meta composition right now, I think they still look like really good when they get it going, and they look good on the Diva composition as well. Some of these other teams we're talking about that are struggling to get out of promotion or relegation in the EMEA, we're like, what is this team? What is their style? What are they trying to do? I feel like Peps, on the other hand, they know what they are, and now it's just about executing and making the most of it. They talked about they were uncomfortable against the Orisa last week. They hadn't really played against the Orisa that much in scrims. This time around, they'll come in a little bit more prepared. Virtus Pro, really tough task. But I feel like it's a Peps team that is really well structured and they know what they are.
Hey, you never know. It could also always come down to like the map pick bans, like what ends up going through in today's series that could give Peps a little bit of that advantage, a bit of an edge that they need today. But to talk about where we think this series is going to be going once it all does wrap up, I got to start off the predictions by saying that I know that I'm probably going to have at minimum one, if not both of you disagreeing with me, but I'm actually going to say that Team Peps might surprise us and take us the distance in this series.
Hey,
wait, you're calling map 5. You're not calling a Peps win, right?
No, I'm calling a Peps win. That's my prediction.
You're up at the tables right now. You got that Geek one earlier on us. You got one to play with here. So if you take a flyer on Peps, I would love to see Peps win. Because the French fans are awesome. I don't want to see them, flooding the chat in relegation, cheering them on. I want to see them in the playoffs. But I don't know if this is the one that they win. I have VP here.
Ash, don't look so smug.
I feel like
come on,
Johnny's
come
really
on.
disappointed.
Like, it's not
He's disappointed.
It's not happening. I'm disappointed. It's VP. Come on. Come on. What are we doing here? You are.
Listen.
That is so much. It's hopium overdose. Like, I'm sorry. And this will be unbelievable. I'm happily eating my words, but my goodness, what a pick from you.
I love to cheer for the underdog. I also I have history of going for the French teams, like I can't lie.
Yeah.
I do speak some French. as well. So
Okay.
like I'm just
Okay,
like adding
all right,
layers.
yeah.
I'm adding layers here. I'm not gonna pull it out on broadcast.
You have a
but-
deep-rooted French history that you need
I do,
to,
yeah, I
that you
do.
need to defend here with Team Peps.
Exactly. I have to go with my fellow Frenchmen. I'm not even actually French Canadian. I just did French version my entire life. But overall, I am excited to see how this matchup is going to go. I do agree with what you guys are saying. I think that they're definitely the underdog in this series, but I think it would definitely be sick to see Peps pull out a win here. Let's see how things go. You guys, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny, I would be ecstatic if Peps is able to pull out a win here. I mean, that would be awesome. I would tie it back to, I took French in, I think, 6th grade. That's like, a billion years ago at this point. But I don't want to see this team out of the top 4. Like, their fans had showed up in Sweden. They're always doing watch parties. Like, the French scene in Overwatch has cared so much since, like, really the inception of Overwatch. I don't want to see that kind of, falter here in the region after such a great end to last year. But not getting off to the best of starts.
They're a very honest team, They're just like, yeah, we did good last year. We're gonna keep the good vibes rolling. We got 4 Frenchies and 2 Swedes. We're playing 5 versus 5 now. I got my numbers wrong. But like they're just like an honest team. Like just Peps, they are synonymous with EMEA. It's just like one of the fan favorites. Partner team in EMEA. Just like everyone loves them. They're good vibes. But it's going to be very tough for them to beat a team like Virtus Pro. That's so all good vibes aside, it's just like, can you perform on match day to get the win? Like that's
yeah,
tough.
but if there was a time for them to kind of go crazy and like punch up, it would definitely be this match, right? Like, you win this one, like you're in such a interesting spot moving forward. Like, you could even be in contention for like that 2nd spot, right? With like how things would kind of shake out maybe the rest of the way for you. It's just a big mountain to climb, right? As it'll be VP getting rid of the Kiri here early on, and then a Pharah ban from Peps. What does that tell you we're gonna see here?
Well, I think Peps, they're obviously going to be very comfortable playing something like the Lucio Kiri, and that's quite a necessity if you're going to play the Hazard composition, right? And so the Kiriko ban kind of like disables that composition without needing the Lucio ban to come out. So you can save the Lucio ban for later on in the series while still getting rid of that composition. And I mean, that's going to force Peps into like, they've been experimenting with the Wu Yang, like going back to last year. They played like Wu Yang Brig last week as well. But I think all of that is just going to favor Virtus Pro. They're just like, oh, if we can play you in the neutral and play poke compositions, like, I don't mean poke compositions per se, but like more the Pharah and like trying to fight for positioning more than the back and forth with the Lucio speed boost. Like, that is going to favor Virtus Pro any day of the week.
Yeah, and with the map being Lijiang Tower, we'll see how that kind of comes into play as we get into game where, yeah, I mean, looking at like the Kiri gone, right? Like, yeah, you're looking at like maybe Peps dies, Wu Young Brig, like, do they go like a Juno Brig. Juno Brig, comp like that.
Hold up!
We
Hold up!
Haven't seen much. We haven't seen much of the Jetpack Cat. It has gone unbanned. It has gone unplayed. Outside of times where teams will use it to just kind of like rush back towards the objective.
The cat is gone.
That has been the only time. So, okay, hold on. As see what VP decides to do. Is Willie's right now hovering over the Zarya. So maybe Team Pep's done a lot of scrim in the last few days, kind of getting up to speed on this type of comp, and it'll be VP playing a Maga here. So they won't be playing the Vendetta. They'll be playing a Maga here with the Juno Brig backline in combination with Tracer. An interesting look.
Yeah, no, Pep's got to be really scared about this because they have to absorb all the pressure that the Maga can come in with in this overrun, right? Someone like FD God is going to be so scared about this overrun coming in. Probably going to save some of these bubbles, right, to heal as well. So because you have to save those resources, Virtus Pro are taking so much space towards the point where you see Peps. They're like scared of this dive coming in. Cardiac overdrive early though from Ice Gnome. That could mean a turn for Peps here any moment.
Yes, we'll see. With the Cardiac overdrive, Ice Gnome actually has to kind of back up a little bit. Some Dip making it a little bit scary to kind of come in, play from this position. So they do get ice. So that's an early pickoff. I mean, wow. Dip actually finishes landing. So this is really good here early on for Peps.
Yeah, that cardiac overdrive very early from Ice Gnome, it forced him back. And Peps capitalized on that momentum to fight back. Dip finishes off a couple of kills with the Vendetta as well. So Virtus Pro playing this Mauga Juno Brig, but pretty uncommittal. They didn't really push outside there. They're scared of what Peps would have done on the outskirts of the point. We'll see how Ice Gnome utilizes his resource this time around. Saves that cardiac overdrive this time.
Yeah, gets in the corner, just going see if he can connect with anything with a stomp. It doesn't find one, but they do end up finding Zoro though. So the Emery of Team Peps off the table, stomp right on top of Willie's head. That time, much better play out of the Mauga here. You know, not kind of burning through that cardiac overdrive really early on.
Yeah, that's just how you gotta play, right? You're playing a Mauga, you gotta go fast and make things difficult for the opponent. And Peps there, like when the Mauga is on top of you, like what do? It's really hard to disengage with a composition like the Juno Brig there, and so everything just falls apart. Now, a lot of ultimates on either side here, as Peps are going to try to find a way to get out of here. But I doubt Virtus Pro will let them. They're gonna play pretty aggressive, as Pulse Bomb with Tesoro already is going to push Peps back a little bit.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to kind of push in without your Emery, especially getting close towards that override protocol. As I know you talked a little bit earlier in the day, maybe we end up seeing some Mauga. In this type of composition, the Mauga actually looks pretty good, especially with the Curie out of the mix, and the Mauga being able to play inside of the orbital ray. I mean,
Welcome back, everyone. I am way louder in my own ears than I thought. I got jump scared by that. Welcome back, everyone. We're back here in the Connection Esports Arena, and we are continuing on with the Overwatch LAN in the bracket phase. Now in the number 1 seed versus the number 4 seed match. It's going to be Snoo Pearl versus BU Red. I don't work here anymore, and neither does Shane. But we're here anyway because we wanted to come bring you the action live. How are you doing today, Shane?
I'm doing great. I've been watching a lot of great Overwatch matches. I'm really tempted to call you Robert right now because it's what it says on there.
Yeah, you know, I haven't looked at the feed yet. If you could change that to Bobby, that would be awesome. I don't think anyone, unless my mother is on prod, I don't think anyone should put Robert.
So here's the deal, Rob. All right, is we got Snoo Pearl versus BU for our first match in the bracket. All right. And let me tell you a little bit about what our map bans are and what our map picks are and what our bans are. Right?
Why are you on Twitter right now?
Well, I'm on Twitter because I'm bored. I'm just playing. We're about to have a great match here. All right. So BU Lijiang Tower first. Can you believe that?
Yep. I know. It's like the Dust 2 of Overwatch. I know everyone is picking it first.
We had a map where we didn't know what map was picked before we went in, and we just
assumed it was Lijiang.
Lijiang's up next, so it is. But Cass is going to be banned by BU, and Pearl is banning Zarya. The Zarya ban has been pretty popular today, right? And obviously a very strong combo with Vendetta or any sort of kind of dive that you want to run on your team. So I think the Zarya ban makes sense in a lot of cases. BU have not been playing Vendetta, and it has not been banned in their matches.
No one's really been playing it at all today.
No one has. They have been playing a lot of dive. They've been playing like Genji, Tracer.
Yeah, I was in that game. I did get dove on by them.
Tell me a little bit about that.
Oh, that's great for a guy like me. Yeah, I was playing in that game, and we'll see if the strategy sticks out, as I know we are ready to head into game here right now. We are seeing a similar composition. It is that Junker Queen kind of rush down. Weber on the Tracer, I feel like, is a really critical piece to be watching early in this fight.
Yeah. Pearl here running a composition. This is something that we haven't really seen them run in their previous matches either, but I do like what I'm seeing. Very dive heavy as well with Vendetta, but it's taking a lot of damage. Really trying to stay alive, but ooh, that is tough, and gonna go down 3 quick deaths for Pearl, just the support line left, and they're gonna get cleaned up real quick. Control point unlocking. Gonna go over to B.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a. It's an off roll for Pearl, I will say. I know Gribbet initially tried out for the team as a tank when I was coaching. Got pulled in as a support because we already had a pretty solid tank line at the time, and you see her going back to that role here, but also everyone else kind of shifting as well. Maybe they were trying to see if 5s maybe could play Vendetta for them, but they feel like the Vendetta would be a win. But right now they're here taking that right side, kind of staging themselves as dive as they would. But they need to be careful for their back line. They can get easily run down. I feel like on a break, good into dive, not as good into that grounded rush.
Yeah, we are seeing the swap for the Honor coming out, so that's going to be a little bit trying to go toe-to-toe with this Tracer, but it's pretty tough to try and stay on the ground. Weber has been kind of on a hot streak all day so far, and Snoo Pearl just very, very quickly getting cleaned up in that fight there. Another team kill coming through. BU so far have yet to, no crack in the armor at all.
The way that they staged that, if you look at the dive composition, okay, we're switching to Diva now, so we're going a little bit more meta, a little more standard. The way that they were playing it, everyone moving towards that white room, looking to go in, but you weren't really putting the dive character, which is completely the on-run, in position to kind of take that side angle. So we'll see if they play a little bit more spread here. You can see the Henry up there on top watching, but Triforce very close and actually gets a pull onto Skelter, and I'm sure BU's going to run it down.
Yeah, another environmental. Just keep count. We've seen a lot all day here on Lijiang. So just something to keep in mind. Pearl wants, again, trying to struggle a little bit here as BU did get pushed back a little bit. Did get pushed off of the point, but it is Pearl who's having some difficulty getting out of this game right here. And we've seen, on Lijiang, you can just be pretty brutal if you aren't able to stabilize, because the other team can hold so far forward and so close to your spawn that it can be pretty difficult in a lot of cases. Honestly, on the sideline, just took a ton of burst damage. They're not going to go down that much. Really fortunate to take the drop from Pearl. They're going to try and find another way to get just the Nano Boost. Nano Boost also is going to get stuck, and Pearl slowly going to falter here as the rest goes out. BU pops the remainder of their ult as overtime ticks down, and they take round 1 here on Legion Tower.
And the reason that was so tough for them, I mean, look at those percentages at the end there. BU wasn't really pressured that hard to use their ultimates there, so when that fight goes in, it's not rivals. You're not taking it into the next round. They have to spend it there, and that is just an ult disadvantage that's very difficult to overcome. Plus, I mean, the Rampage just hit the right targets. There's no way to cleanse it too, right? Even with that ultimate, they're not running the standard Kiri Lucio backline. They don't have the Suzu to get rid of the anti, but Suzu might be back in the cards here. You can see is a minor change in composition. It's a little pokier, I would say, but a little more passive at the same time. Well, pokier and more passive.
Right.
Lifeweaver is a hero that I think originally on release people were like, oh, no one's going to play Lifeweaver in serious competition. You know, it's like a Mercy where you're acting more reactively than proactively, but we did see Lifeweaver have some time in pro play playing against these really aggressive compositions, but still on the hunter here. They're trying to walk out, but already great pressure for BU.
Yeah, they have been able to focus all of their damage on one target, and that's been a really big strength for them throughout these fights. It's just nuking those priority targets with really good chance to react to it, especially when you have characters like Tracer, Weber diving in on those priority targets at the same time that you're so peeking them. Just really, really great timings and execution on these initial fights here. SNHU, once again, in a situation where Boston are very much holding right up to their spawn doors, and they just need to find an opportunity where they can get a pick. They've had a lot of almost picks, but almost doesn't cut it. Like, we've seen people getting down to like 5% health. It's just not enough to really open up the fight and give Pearl away from them.
Okay, I have to say it, those Nerf guns on Tracer sound awful. I'm going to be the one to say it. Can't still be proven, but the Nerf guns do not sound good, but sound good enough for them to lock in a pick there early on. It's 1-for-1, but Honest immediately trading them back here at 5, so we call Forrest out, dodging the knife, but not able to dodge all the spam coming in from the other angles. It's another quick clean up for BU, and their comp, it's so fast, it's so explosive. SNHU has to be ready to disengage almost right away, but I mean, they keep picking heroes that aren't that good at shifting backwards fast enough.
Yeah, we're seeing the swap to the Bastion is a little bit more of like a, hey, I'm going to hold my ground here, I'm going to play something a little bit tankier that can still go toe-to-toe in the front line here, and get some damage by spamming grenades down the middle and stuff, but we'll see if the Bastion's able to stay alive. Definitely, Junkstream has no way to really deal with the damage that's coming through, so we'll try to get a little bit of that aggro off of their front line. Weber going down early gives SNHU a good opportunity to get back in here without dealing with that constant harassment, and BU know that, so they're pulling back onto the point. They're playing on hard cover a lot, trying to sort of stabilize a little bit, because hey, if Tracer shows up late, Tracer's going to be in their back line.
Yep.
And has a full front.
Yeah, and that's, we see the trio light with a lot of health on the team, but the Rampage here is going to anti them. It's 1-for-1 still. Overclock coming out as well. Both of this together. OC should be able to clean up all of those anti-players. You can see Kitsune, the last one cleaned up, trying to get that OC touch, but still a little bit of time left. But you were right, the Tracer would have come in late from the timing of the pick. They had to go quickly to make it worth, and they were pressuring early, but BU had disengaged so quickly that they weren't able to take advantage of it.
Right. And spent the pulse bomb, even if you don't get a kill with it, right? You can't just ignore the bomb at your feet. Like, half of your team is going to split in different directions here. Pearl trying to muster up one final push here, coming through. The Kitsune Rush does come out from Boston. Pearl still have theirs, but they're going to lose Ribbon before they have a chance to pop it. Kitsune Rush coming out now, but Kitsune is not going to last too much longer. Pokemon down, Skelter down, just 5s left to contest and can't touch. That's going to be the map going to BU.
Yeah, and a really strong showing from them. Again, very similar, I think, to the earlier match that they had, running the same composition. Clearly one that they're very comfortable with. And like I said, I think that Queen and the Tracer, I feel like you could change the pieces of that comp otherwise, as long as you have speed.
Yeah.
But as long as you have that core, thunderstorm is really, that's what's keeping it together. That's the linchpin, holding this aggression. But yeah, like I said, that Rampage was huge into the Tree of Life, negating a lot of what that was going to be able to do, and really locking that map down for them.
Yeah. I think also BU really knows how to play around the shout, right? Every time you see the shout come out, there is immediately a dive. There's an execution on the point. They try and immediately find value there, and they're pretty much using it on cooldown, right? And that's why there's no downtime in any matches with BU, like what we've seen constantly. And they're running characters like Soj, who can really try and like lock down an area and just play like, hey, I'm gonna sit all the way back, and if you walk into my sight line, I'm just gonna like just knock you down to 1 HP and force you to get out. Like, she can shut down an entire zone, but they aren't playing around that. They're playing like, hey, we're going to take these wide angles. We're going to all push at the same time. You can't look at the Soj because there's a Junker Queen in your face and there's an axe in your shoulder and everyone's shooting you at the same time. So it's really tough. It's really oppressive. And I think that some of the changes that Pearl had, right, like going to the Bastion, a little bit tankier, a little bit more of a character where you can like, oh, switch into turret form, now I can't get headshot. You can just sort of brawl in the front line a little bit more, but it didn't quite give them a little bit more survivability. With that switch, they did start to push into the point. They started to live longer in fights, but they weren't finding the crucial picks that they needed.
It was a lack of, I think, speed to follow up, because you actually did see Ribbit, I think, did go pretty quickly over to the other side, chasing them into their pack. But when your comp is, I mean, 5 assists on Tracer, but I think he took a little damage early. Then you have a Bastion Lifeweaver. That is not the fastest moving comp in the world. They're waiting for the bus to get to the other side of the map.
Yeah,
they're not getting there themselves.
If you want to get to high ground, it's perfect.
Yeah, you have a platform. You have the nade jump from Bastion, but that is the flattest map.
Not the best there. But yeah, no, it's going to be interesting to see where they decide to take this next, because I think, like we said, the map wasn't really preferential to the kind of comp that they wanted to run. So what is the map they want to run? Because it's their choice.
Yeah, I feel like you want to take it to something a little more structured, not in the sense of, I mean, the game itself is structured, but you want to take it to a map that maybe invites a little less chaos. So maybe not a flashpoint, maybe not a push. You want to take it to a hybrid. You want to take it to an escort.
Or play attack defense. That way I know you're going to be over there.
Yep.
You're not coming from anywhere else. I can just sit here and hold this line, and that's it.
Or if I'm on attack and I'm taking, or I'm on defense and I'm taking flanks, I kind of know the lanes you're going to be taking. And I can at least have room to kite. Where if you're kiting on a map that like Control, you're giving up the objective. And they can take that, and it can be a win in itself, as long as, they can keep you out from coming back in. I feel like there is merit in that, in going to a map like that. I don't love the pool for hybrid, personally. From what I remember, I believe it was Rialto, Havana,
I believe.
And I don't remember I don't remember the third one off the top of my head. I know Gibraltar's in the escort pool.
See if I can't find these.
Yeah, please. It's mirroring the Face It pool, but still, it's a couple really long range poke maps. I just don't like those maps myself, to be honest. It's a bias for me.
No,
I'm an Eichenwald. I'm an old school player. I'm an Eichenwald Havana.
You want to be able to
Eichenwald Hollywood kind of guy.
So our hybrid pool is Blizzard World, Midtown, Numbani.
Oh, okay, Midtown's. Wait, what was? Oh, I was thinking of Escort. I was confused with Escort. Yeah,
Escort's
Havana Rialto Watchpoint is the Escort pool, which I don't like that. I'm all right with Midtown. Me and Midtown are cool like that.
I'm all right. Yeah, Midtown's cool. We saw a Midtown match earlier. Blizzard World is one of those maps where you can really control the high ground.
Yep.
So definitely something for them to consider there. But yeah, I think Flashpoint, Flashpoint push, anything where it's a neutral objective, that's BU's like home turf is what it seems like. They're super comfortable when it comes to just like, we're just gonna pressure you, and we don't even need picks. We just need you to go away so that we can take the point.
Yeah, well, we will be able to head into game and see what map we are going to be heading to. We'll see if our predictions were right. It is hybrid. It is Blizzard World. So, okay, they are partially back to the roles they were normally playing.
We are seeing the Junker Queen ban, though, and I do think that that is smart. That is getting rid of a character that has been a big problem for everyone who's been facing PvP today. There's just been that Junker Queen and that constant pressure. So now we're just going to get a different flavor of pressure, which is Vendetta with a bubble on your supports all the time. And that is tough.
When you ban the minorly off meta's team off meta pick and they go hard meta on you.
Yep. It's in everyone's back pocket.
Exactly. That's why it's good to have that leading here, I think. But yeah, like I said, they can play standard comps. When we played against them on Rialto earlier, it was exactly what you'd expect them to be playing. Something Diavid or playing heroes that were normal, and we did not ban the Queen last time. Queen, I think, not as efficient on this map, so maybe not worth banning there, but we'll see here. Early pick, though, from Orbit onto 5. We'll see how much we use this aggression. Well, they'll take what's given to him, at least.
Yeah, and now the flood is coming into you, just pouring through the gates and pushing Pearl back to the tavern. It's going to be, I mean, for Pearl, right, the issue kind of here is like, well, he pushes up, and he can try to find picks, he can try to play anti-dive, right? If Vendetta's back there, he can hook, and that's pretty much a guaranteed kill, but no way to mitigate damage at all. So just going to be eating a ton that's coming from Soj, charging up that railgun over and over.
Whoa, what is that noise?
There's a helicopter
area. You're evacuating the team! I think that is the floating blade stuff.
I think that was the case.
Yep. Oh, and it sure is there. I would love to spectate BU just to be away from that noise. That would be awesome.
I think something happened because she did the spinning blade right after she got hooked, and now it's just here.
We're seeing some gladiatorial combat here. Vendetta mirror now happening. Captain Cookie being disengaged. The hook's down. That opens up that threat aura from that hug that normally he's putting out here. Jetpack had on the flank, so they know they can look both ways, but Pearl needs to take advantage. They need to run it down, but getting run down is Ribbon instead with the Vendetta from Captain Cookie.
Right, and this is, when you have a little bit more durability, you can just brawl in their face like this. Vendetta also, just so much range on that sword, it is deceptive how far you can be cleaved away. So if you step up too far, like, Bastion has no real options to back off quickly without also blowing himself up. So it's a tough situation to be in. A good hold from Pearl, though. They've been, so far, like, or sorry, a good hold from Boston. Pearl have been kind of starting to find their footing. The Vendetta switch has been really big for them.
Alright, I was going to say what's the JPC combo here, but it's a rush right down the middle instead. It's far back enough to be able to support their Vendetta in there. Captain Cookie going all the way, and Triforce getting a little too aggressive as well. Caught out by 5s. It's a 1-for-1 though. Fighting here on the flank. Cookie is bubbled down there with them, and it looks like the map stays exactly as it is. I mean, no more kills there. If Pearl can go fast enough, they can maybe take advantage of that pick they got on Triforce earlier, but it looks like they're holding for it. Maybe pulling in, actually doing a bit of an airstrike with their fast. Nope, just giving them that high ground. Pearl willing to take the poke fight once again.
Yeah, and the question here is, how are you going to use this Mano to open up the Pearl? Mano comes out onto the Vendetta 5, trying to find some picks right here, but EU just so entrenched on that high ground. Still, that's going to be a support down as well as the level. Vendetta 2 down for Boston. Honest firing back with 2 quick picks. That's a support line dead for Pearl. Healing cut off. 5s out of the fight with no health, and looking on just not able to get back to spawn. Almost opened it up here. Pearl still, maybe he can get the first hit. But this is going to be tough. This is going to be a big stagger and not going to get the first hit. Bubbles to escape.
Get this kill. 5s actually comes back and get it. That's 4 for 5s in this fight. If he can stay alive, he has his ult here as well. He maybe go for something while the Zarya is down. It's one of the counters to the ultimate. But
they got to play fast though. They got 30 seconds here. Really
before the Zarya gets back.
Gonna have the airstrike here in a second. See the Vendetta ult coming out, Sundering Blade. Maybe find 2, not quite behind cover, but Pearl flooding onto the point. EU trying to find some footing here on the high ground. They are going to get their Zarya back into the fight. Now's the chance for them to stabilize. Walk down for that gravity surge. EU seeing the surge come out. Black hole and the Sundering Blade. The combo. We'll see how much damage that does. That's 2 down into a 3rd. Pearl with just 2 left. It's their support line only. Unfortunately, not going to be able to stabilize here and capture points. EU got to capture the first tick here.
I respect the Bastion ult and the grab. You're like, all right, I'm done. I'm toast. I gotta do something.
It's my last resort. It's my final explosion. Gotta try and get this out there.
You're like Majin Vegeta.
It's my final
gaining
attempt.
control
I'm sorry
of
I played Bastion. I'm just gonna ult and get it over with.
I feel like they could have at least gotten a tick if they had played a little bit more tight to the objective. They were there, and I watched it go from like 3 on point to 1 to 3 on 1, and it was so close to wrapping up, and then it stopped. But I mean, 5s was Thanos in their backline there for a bit. I mean, took down 3, had a pixel of health left.
The Zarya pick was such a huge moment for them to open things up, but unfortunately it was right on the heels of a team fight that kind of didn't go in their way, and so they weren't able to really stabilize in time to be able to take advantage of that. And as soon as they did get onto the point, EU did a great job of just backing off, stalling, waiting for their Zarya to get back, because they knew that Graviton was coming. And when it showed up, Sundering Blade, that's a free combo.
And we see Lucio, the cursed backline. The Overwatch 1. No,
I remember
no
this
healers.
one. This is the classic.
Yeah, this is the May 24th, 2016 backline. It's the one that at the time you're like, thank God we have a Mercy. The times they are a change. It is a change from that though. We have they're playing a pick oriented comp. They still have the dive core, but they are flying in the Widowmaker.
Watch, get down! Get down!
He's on the tower looking for them.
That is terrifying.
Here. They're not going to find it here for now. They're playing behind a 6 shield, so a lot of safety here. But again, no angle is unsafe for them. Up top, the Vendetta's actually diving. Does get rocked, but Bubble just in time. That's why this core is so strong, but still able to get taken down.
Pearl's still 5 strong. I don't see the res come through to get Cookie up, but Mercy will get down in the process. Down one support, down Vendetta again. Only 3 left standing. Gonna have to just try and back off. Maybe they can find a staging ground here on the high ground, but Pearl are very quick to hop up to try and avoid this from becoming a bigger problem than it is. Gonna trade some picks back and forth into you, back in the gates, trying to find another way to get back here on the points.
Now, holding here up top, still pretty strong. Cookie now dueling with Fun. Forced to back up with the Vendetta, forced to back, but they are getting some bubbles out here. Maybe able to turn it around, but again, they know their timings, they know their cycles. BU disengaging, going to take this high ground here. They're trying to dislodge, but it's just so hard without any support. Skelter was there, but all Mizuki can do really is get you this root. With that down, it's just has to get time here.
Ooh, that's a ton of damage.
Not able to eat the beam there, or the Vendetta slashes. It's a tough comp to play Sig into Pearl. Also low HP. They need to stand their ground here on the point, though.
Yeah, having a tough time getting their healing out where it needs to go, and that's going to be you capturing the point, taking map 2-0 in favor of BU, who have just been looking so strong today.
Oh, yeah. As someone who played against them, I would agree. They're definitely they're feeling like the team to be here tonight. They're looking very flexible, and Cookie, a sub actually coming in for them. To, I think, fulfill for a sick player. Definitely, I think, performing as well as they would like, for sure. Doing really well so far.
And this is just because they have such a flexible hero pool where they really can just play around the Junker Queen and be like, what are you going to do, ban the Junker Queen?
Yep.
Because you know what happens if you ban the Junker Queen. that's when the Zarya comes out and the Vendetta comes out. And now we're brawling. Now we're brawling for real.
Oh, yeah. And I feel like even, I feel like you don't need to ban the Queen when you go to a map like Blizzard World. It's not bad on Blizzard World, but it definitely doesn't play to the strengths as much. I think maybe you could get away with it on second. It's even hard to say that. I think second has the most, like, potential for you to burst out and ambush someone, but it's so open, it's so wide.
And if you're on high ground, there's not a lot that Junker Queen can really do. Like, she can maybe throw some knives at you, but that's not going to be such a big problem. So it is mostly just like a reflexive, like, hey, we don't want to play against this comp you've been running all day.
Like, just in case.
Yeah.
We're going to pick a map that's bad for it, and just in case it's still really, really good, we're going to ban it.
Right. BU is the team to beat right now. They are setting the pace in this bracket, and just looking really strong overall.
Oh, yeah, and still, great to see them play. Great to see all the teams come out here so far. We have more matches coming up here for you right after this break, so stick around. We'll be back with more games.
every at a time, or no, they won't be. They do actually manage on the side of NYT to make their way onto the objective, but for right now, Farah tries to see if they can push in a great knock from the Wrecking Ball, sets up for a double kill for Pepto. He finds 2 more. What more will he get? That's 3.
Clear out bend here as Ty begins to work around Mound. Time's gonna take down Agron. Ty finds a
even trade, but this is not an advantageous fight for SNHU. They have to take this very, very quickly. They know that this is their last chance to secure this map. Oh, Simon gets the beat super, super late. That's so much insane. Crazy Cat under a little bit of pressure, able to keep most of the team up. Only Kresnik falling. Ultimate Web catches the mono super, super late. You can't have that happen. The battle of the Doom Fists, and SNHU seems to be winning it. They pull it out. Ultimate Web, they're going to finals. Oh my god. Ultimate Web just popping off there.
Be able to find the kill.
Welcome back in, everyone. We are continuing here with the other side of the bracket here at this new Overwatch LAN in the Connection Esports Arena. Still Kresnik here with Shoali. Or I called you Shane last time.
That's right.
I don't know.
I can call you Bobby now.
You can call me Bobby. Thank you. It's like my mother's not here, which is awesome. But yeah, we are looking ahead into this game. I'm just gonna assume it's on Lijiang.
It's not actually. If you can believe it or not, I've just received intel.
What?
I received a secret package that has informed me that SNHU Sapphire versus Anna Maria will be on Oasis.
That makes sense. I was going to say because of the last game, but they're not playing BU. It's playing Anna Maria. So they did lose the control against them last time, though. These are two entirely new teams. No, but I was playing for them earlier today when they played against BU. But Anna Maria, I believe they lost the control.
Yeah.
I was actively warming up at the time, so I did not see. But I believe they lost control. They were down 1-0. So whatever they picked there clearly did not work for them. They want to try something else. So Oasis, a map that kind of lends itself a little more to flyers, a map that lends itself a little more to some of that pokey nature, I think, whereas the brawling kind of works a little more on the other ones. But
that said, we've also had a lot of maps that are on, or a lot of matches that are on Lijiang, right? And if it's not working out for you, and you've already played a team, like everyone's played everyone so far, everyone's probably played everyone on Lijiang. So change it up, right? We got to find a new strategy here for exactly what's going to work. But very fast pick off the rip for Anna Maria 2 down here as Sapphire start to open things up here, and looks like the first point is likely going to go to them at the start of this round.
yeah, an interesting composition from Anna Maria. We're seeing Soldier, not a common pick, but one that I think can play on those flank angles. But I think that's generally more for the maps where you can get away with really being on those angles uncontested. And I think that the Jetpack Cat Tracer duo will definitely be able to do a little bit of that contesting. But it's a kind of brawl comp without speed. You can see Anna Maria has to be able to get close without getting poked out early. Crazy Cat there forced up by some early pressure here, but they're able to reset on the point. A lot of good damage. Anna Maria kind of stuck in that corner. They're going to need to break out. Their Mantra is going to be the one that's going to have to do it, but taking a lot of early damage.
Finally going to be able to heal Iroh up and start to try and stabilize a little bit. He goes on to Rock as Sapphire tries to hold back, but Blobfish going back to the spawn room as Anna Maria start to try and find an opening here. They're not going to do it so cleanly, though, with Hugo going down. They will flip the point. Sapphire are still up here, though. They are not fully falling back. They're still getting their damage out, trying to find opportunities while they stabilize and get their whole team back up in the front lines. Anna Maria's going to start to build up some percentage, though, and looks like we might have a pretty competitive match here for this. But the pretty forward. We see the continuous time out as well as the Coalescence just to put some big damage out. Blobfish goes down. Sapphire have a lot of ultimates to work with here, but they're not going to have the Kitsune left in this next team fight. Helios going to get staggered pretty hard by some more time for Anna Maria as they are about to take the lead.
Yeah, they're able to, they slam both their support ultimates into the rush, and they're able to outpace it here. You see Crazy Cat getting some early pressure on the Tracer. I think they want to definitely establish off on one of the sides. They want to kind of stand strong on the Sig there, get that poke, set up their Embry, and take this flank angle with their Tracer and Jetpack. Here, Embry ult actually coming out. They're trying to spam him down, but a lot of damage coming from Helios, finding two, the Soldier and the Moira, both there taken out here. Make that 3 on top of that Ramatra here. It's a cleanup there at the end for SNHU, and a great use of that Omri ultimate. The only one they actually ended up spending.
Yeah, and that Omri ultimate is just terrifying to pilot because you become a flyer sitting up in the air and get beaten so hard by everyone. Helios was at like 10% HP for the entirety of that ultimate. He was getting a ton of healings just thrown his way. See the Flux come out here onto the mantra, get some extra damage out, but ultimately just kind of trying to zone them back and play for some time. With Crazy Cat down, they're going to be down quite a lot of damage, and Umbra falls as well. Seeing that ultimate come out from Cat on one trick, will be able to throw the Corgorn off the side, but likely too little too late as Emery reclaim control of the point, and are about to step back into the lead.
I think maybe a little bit too hard on the gas pedal there for SNHU. I think the timing of that Flux, they hadn't really forced too much out, so they weren't able to guarantee the kill from it. I will say, I do love watching Muntrick play Jetpack Cat. He plays like such a gremlin half the time, and it's such a good character for him to be doing that on, but I like this angle that Hugo is playing. I mean, it's how you have to do it on Soldier, right? He's off angles, low HP on the stun. That's basically that is a guaranteed pick there. And then here comes the catnap onto SNHU, pulling Blockish off the point. Not going to be able to recover. Does get the pick on them, but it's a quicker turnaround here. It's only one trick left standing. Has to survive to have a chance to get a retouch here. Will not be doing it here. Anna Maria the wants to switch to Doom, but the timing on that wipe guarantees the first point for Anna Maria.
Yeah, just had 3 ultimates ready, and all of them got a ton of value there. Very, very quick clean up to the round for Anna Maria. Very close round there with Sapphire ending at about 70%. So really competitive match shaping up here. Looking at our bans, just to cover this, we're seeing the Lucio ban from Sapphire and the Junker Queen ban from Anna Maria, right? And so that is a lot of sort of brawl-focused bans to get out of the way, and we're seeing a little bit more of that kind of poke, right? We saw the Sigma from Anna Maria or Sapphire at the same time, and we're kind of switching now to a little bit more of a kind of mid-rangey composition on both sides here. Looks like we're going to have a little technical pause.
Yeah, some frame stuff. Got to restart the game, fix that. So Sig is kind of a hybrid character now. I feel like he can kind of do that brawl, kind of do that poke. You tend to see him more in brawl now, he said confidently, like he hasn't been playing only Rivals and Deadlock for the last 9 months. But I think the tiny isolations that the shield let you do to take down the tank or whoever's overextended, plus the rock to guarantee the stun. If you are running into an entire team, that micro stun effectively, it's enough time if you're all close by to guarantee a kill, even off just any rock.
And just being able to set up like shield dance situations lets you play sort of like a budget Winston whenever you want. And that can do a lot in terms of just giving Sigma a little bit more survivability up close. Still, like, ideally, you don't want someone in your face with 2 giant Ramatra fists punching you over and over. But there's only so much you can do.
The Ram definitely made the matchup a lot harder, for sure. And I think that's why we were seeing the swap there onto the Diva. We'll see how that plays out as we head right back here into the match. Another change from them to the Echo coming in for SNHU plus the Diva. There's the only 2 things that are changing here. So the only 2 things they felt were struggling. It'll make the matchup into the Torb a little better for sure. I mean, Torb is definitely a pick they made specifically to deal with that Tracer here. But Blobfish go ahead everybody else and now the station is angled. Zero's very close, wants to go, but can't really go until the team is staged there on the side. SNHU now rotating to get this point control here early on. They have actually a great setup here, but I don't think they're looking to dive, really. They just want to sustain and out-poke them. They should have the advantage on Soldier with the range.
Yeah, very quick. Just blew up. Helios out of the fight. Hugo finding a nice shot there. Ghost's going to go down as they trade picks back and forth. 4 strong for both sides. Pyro and Nexus one trying to cleave the way up on this high ground, but SNHU falling back, get back into their trench. Give the high ground up a little bit here and secure control of the point. But very much a scramble right now. Everyone all over the place. Umbra will fall. The support down for SNHU, cutting their healing in half. Just the Jetpack Cat left to rely on, and Jetpack Cat typically not always in the best position to put in support and have to quickly rotate and adapt to that. Helios goes down on Sapphire. Maria finding some picks, but still just trading back and forth. Neither side really able to find anything super decisive in this fight.
The longer this fight goes right now, the worse it's going to be for Sapphire. Anna Maria, they just want to drag it out as long as they can, and they don't even need to drag it out. They just win it outright with the picks they were able to get there in the middle. So 40% control rack up for them immediately. This early pressure now from Anna Maria really trying to not let SNHU stage. They don't want to get some damage into the Mura that is shoot out the fade. Blobfish now taking this high ground, and here comes the counter pressure from Anna Maria, who actually might lose their team in the Torb, but a turnaround flips it, and that's too early for SNHU.
Hey, that's 3 picks right there for SNHU. They go ahead and clean this up. Looks like they're going to get control of the point. Stop Anna Maria from building up that percentage, but they still got a long way to go before they can step into the lead. Going to need to try and weather the storm of this next fight coming down. Fortunately, Anna Maria, they do have a lot of ultimates coming up, but they don't have a Kitsune rush, and that's going to be Sapphire's kind of piece of the hole in this fight, but they really need to rely on.
Maria's coming in 5 ults, though. They're literally about to have everything. They've been holding their stock and they're about to sell, but SNHU might want to strike first before those other ones get charged up. Hugo deleted immediately. The Cole, not enough to save it. We'll see how the Russian Cole match up here. Speed coming in from SNHU, mostly attack fire boost. It's actually a really decent take on it. Anna Maria, they know they can't match up with the rush, so they're going to make their bed and lie in it here. They spent that one ultimate, that's it, but that early pick, SNHU could get aggressive off this if they want to, or the aggressive players here close enough to fight. Not really, both teams are going to stabilize, and Maria will have 4 ults coming into the 2 that SNHU have in the tank.
Yeah, and that's the Kitsune Rush goes out, but they start trading with the Coalescence. Still, Sapphire gave themselves a little bit more time to build up the ball. Still, you really got to worry about that, right? The Annihilation coming through is just going to completely force everyone to just disperse away from wherever their own is. And in that situation, getting forced out of cover, there's a lot of ultimates for Anime to try to do. Catnap will come through to try and steal Blobfish out, but not too much of a problem to them. Front lines, holding in the tactical visor coming out from Anime.
Here's a lot of damage here onto the Umbra, hiding up top, but saved by the Jetpack Cat down. Goes the ulting Soldier. We hear a copy here as well. It's onto the Torb, just looking to get some extra spam damage. Trading, winning that Torb 1v1. Ram falls as well. Anna Maria has to die quick to have another chance to take this fight. What are these timings looking like? I mean, Jetpack Cat is basically a guaranteed touch. We can take a look at where Hilioshi is holding here right now, but SNHU don't want to give him a chance to touch. Down goes both DPS. It's going to be just a small touch here in the back. Hilioshi just gets stunned, but gets out. Should guarantee the overtime with the timing on that one, but no, and just a little bit too early, and we're heading to a final stage here.
Yeah, I think just a little bit too conservative on the ultimates, right?
Yep.
They tried to wait for the perfect opportunity. Visor came out, unfortunately didn't find any value on it, and ended up losing the Soldier early on. They thought, hey, let's back up, regroup, save our ultimates for when we can get another push, and that just didn't come.
It was kind of both, right? Because, oh, I code too late because they ran at me and took down my Torb. Oh, I catnapped too early because I pulled the full health D.Va into my team that I couldn't actually take down. I think it was just more needing to use those at the right times. You know, catnap maybe mid-fight, maybe you force out boosters first, force out a little bit of Matrix. You can guarantee you get the kill then. Here, either way, it brings us back to one more effectively neutral point here. TP out from Sapphire. Speaking, they're really fast, but they don't even have a comp that benefits from this too much. Maybe setting up Helios up top would have helped, but still, D.Va is up there denying them the chance to get the rotation forced out. Anna Maria is playing a very grounded comp other than the Jetpack Cat, so SNHU going to take advantage of this high ground. The way that Anna Maria have to play this now, hurdling on the inside, it can work. But if SNHU set up the surround, they can have some really effective damage here, but Blobfish overstepping just a little bit, knocked out of her mech here. Now getting chased down by the rest of them. I know they're not going to be able to keep her up, but it's a poke damage SNHU that could hope to turn this fight. It's Umbra running down Hugo, barely surviving, hitting the stim pack to live, and Anna Maria gets the first cap.
Yeah, no, really, really strong fight there. It's not even really a fight, just found a great pick early on and now starting to like things up, find some stats. That's I was really worried when I saw them walk into that side by the road, right?
Yep.
Because that's a very constrained location. Really got to push through a choke point in order to get out of there. But SNHU just kind of went a little bit too wide on their flanks to try and disrupt that, and ended up letting Julian have the point here. So now they're going to start to get entrenched in as Sapphire try and find their way in here. Maybe finding a pick, not quite, but the bombs are going out. Surely this should be a kill, but just weathering the storm will escape. Just fading out of there. Now time to try and find a way off the point.
Yeah, and we'll see them surrounding now. Some good angles here, but it's so hard to dislodge some of these people. You can see actually Echo getting hard dove there, managing to survive. Torb on the rotation on the point, going to deny them because these turrets are so difficult for them to fight, and it's actually denying one trick for some of his aggression here. They get a stun, but they just can't kill the Torb. Finally, the kill does come from Anna Maria, forced to disengage here a little bit. It's the copy coming up from SNHU. They have her Overwatch right now doing some damage. Soldier dies in the backside. They want to flip it with Cole, but I don't think it's going to really help. Here comes the Annihilation from the copy, forcing out that Moira hero, just getting as much cap time as they can. SNHU have taken this point at this point. They have to kill the last couple players. Jetpack Cat is so slippery. Gonna get maybe 10% more on their own.
Yeah, that is a ton of value. Still alive, by the way. Still not letting them capture the point. Finally catching the cat and capturing the point for themselves. Sapphire have a mountain to climb here with 78% for Anna Maria. A ton of value. They've been getting just from contesting the point, and these super long drawn-out fights is really what they excel at, right? You look at characters like Ramantra, that's what they excel at. Just taking these super extended trades with the other team coming out. Now they need to find a way to push back in. A lot of what's coming out. The Kitsune Rush and the Catnap into traffic. Get out of there!
They lived. The cars didn't come. There was a traffic jam down the road, and the Symmetra actually lives. They're getting away still. The fights kills are going to SNHU even after that disastrous catnap. And they're actually going to go get some more. Maybe they can get some stagger kills here.
Nice.
Ghost narrowly taken down. Crazy Cat able to make it out there. That was 3 ults out of them, though. They had to use the combo of the Rush and the Omni Ultimate to get that one here. Here comes a counter catnap. Also going into the cars. Actually, no, it's pouring out of the team. Still a lot of damage, but they got pretty far from that. Here comes the Tac Visor as well to hopefully put it from their side. Flying, it's in from the Jetpack Cat. The Suzu buys a little bit of time to TP out. Umbra does manage to survive. That Soldier takes some critical high ground, but forced out early by that Diva. That should be a pick for them. They might have to flip the point to allow this to go through. Their health is so low. A quick touch from One Trick does give them a chance to refight, but now they're all grouped up for the Annihilation, going straight for Umbra. The pocket of the Jetpack Cat is there. Iroh dangerously low, taken down by Crazy Cat. There's the fade, the Echoed Coal. The ults are just ringing true for SNHU in this fight here so far. We are evened back up with only a Sim Wall and a Coalescence in the pocket of Anna Maria for the final fight.
Really critical touch timing right there. SNHU not giving up the point to Anna Maria, who are more than ready to drag that confrontation out as long as they could. Are going to see some swaps here, trying to find something that can punch a little bit harder as soon as they need
Did
to.
he get hit by a car? Did he get hit by a car? Oh no! Disastrous there now.
Speaking of,
yeah, there's the car as well. One Trick finding that pick there on the team. Anna Maria was able to touch. It's Jetpack Cat playing behind the Sim turrets and the walls here, trying to run through, but really few places to hide. It's just OT now. They don't want to be tracking up too much time unless the team can get there to assist, but it's just the Doomfist who's not going to be able to punch around the corner. And Sapphire locked down Oasis after a tough start. They secure their map pick.
Yeah. Really, really great map here from Sapphire. Super competitive. I just Whiplash getting dragged over to the play.
I feel like I got catnapped.
Oh, I got catnapped. That's what happened. Okay.
Okay, is this going to show the Soldier kill as well? Because did the Soldier, was he trying to ride the car? Oh, no, this is from my earlier map. Okay, that's just a cat 1v1 on the outside of the map. Does he get a third? Maybe? Oh, he probably finishes the kill. Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, really great map there from Sapphire. I would say overall a bad day for commuters in Oasis. 2 totaled cars, almost a third. But
life insurance brokers in Oasis, like...
I would just find a different road to drive on.
At that point, it's clearly like the only throughway in town, though, right?
That's true.
It's so consistent.
It's like on the map, if you look around, there's one bridge that goes into town, and that's right there. So maybe just find it.
It's like Boston. Like when I'm riding 93 into Boston, that's exactly what that road is.
And frequently I'll see Jetpack Cats just trying to get in my way. You got to be quick on the brake, guys.
That's why I avoid the city. I Uber in. I'm like,
it's not my car. It's not.
No,
my
it's
car.
I think was the Soldier trying to ride the car? Maybe they were like, that's our only chance for me to touch. I feel like I thought you needed some way to make yourself invincible to do that.
I would be very hesitant to try to ride the car. I don't know.
You can do it. You can. I think maybe he was trying to get bubbled and ride it, because I just don't know how else you die like that.
Well, we'll never know.
We will literally never know. Unfortunately, there's no replay system in the game.
Yeah,
even though there totally is. We won't know. But next map pick now for Anna Maria. Where would they want to take them after a game like that? Or I feel like they were playing kind of standard stuff. I mean, they were playing Flanker plus Emery plus Diva plus almost carry Jetpack Cat. So definitely a little bit different. But
no need to speculate. The results are in.
Whoa.
Hearing now, it's a Rialto pick.
Okay.
So going to Rialto. We've seen quite a few Rialto matches today as well. Obviously, great for Jetpack Cat, right? You just dunk people in the river whenever you want.
It's a little pokier. I mean, there's some really dumb stuff you can do on first point, flying over those buildings. But it's definitely, I feel like it lends itself a little less to the Jetpack Cat, but it can definitely work on some of the points. Last, it's probably significantly worse. Second, you can be over the buildings. First, you can be over the buildings. But
I feel like you can make some pretty strong rotations on first and second point, trying to get around with the Jetpack Cat. Either way, it's a Diva ban as well.
What are the bans?
It is a Diva ban.
Diva ban, okay.
And not seeing what the other one is yet.
We'll have to find out on the next episode of the Overwatch LAN. So they can't ban a tank. I don't know if you've, because I know neither of us have really been in the mix of Overwatch since, but the way it works in competitive now is because they banned Diva, that means that is the tank role ban.
Yeah.
And SNHU now cannot choose to ban a tank. They have to ban a DPS or a support.
Okay.
So
what DPS am I looking to ban if I'm SNHU?
That would depend on, I mean, the comfort of the players there. Do they feel like they can outpoke them? I think they were playing more standard poke DPS previously compared to like the soldier that Anna Maria was running. They were playing Emery, so they're probably like, okay, maybe we don't expect them to play like a Widow or an Ashe or something if they have more of like a tracking player. That's I think it's the only reason you would really play soldier over that is if you're more comfortable tracking than like the flick or.
Well, I believe SNHU have also been playing sort of more hit scan poke like Ashe or Widowmaker on Rialto as well.
Which they wouldn't want to ban that if they think they can duel them.
Right. Well, we'll have to see.
We
Rialto.
could see a flyer. I would maybe even expect to see a support ban.
Yeah.
Out of anything.
Yeah. I think we could see. We've seen the Lucio ban come out quite a lot. That's been a pretty popular one. Just slow things down. Just calm down.
Yep. Well, you can't ban all speed because now that Juno's in the game, you know, she has her speed ring. Mizuki has a terrible major perk that gives you speed also.
But he theoretically could speed.
He theoretically could speed you for 4 seconds before he teleports back.
Yeah, about 15 minutes into the game,
Yep.
he can start speed.
He can start speeding you while completely grounded. no real vertical mobility.
It's really for when you switch off of Lucio.
Yes. And at the end of the game when you get your perks really fast, but you're like, we need speed. Well, don't worry. When I get 1,000 healing and damage, I got you. I mean, I don't think you can ban Lucio here. It's again more of a pokey map. You could definitely see like still run Kiriko. You might just see Kiriko Jetpack again, honestly, from SNHU here.
We saw last time Sapphire played on this map, they were playing Jetpack hack, one trick on that.
Yep.
Diva ban,
I was in that game.
Yeah. The Diva ban is going to be pretty significant because that's I think pretty much the only tank we've seen people running on this map, at least on the first point. So going to change up a lot how we approach the sort of high ground on the situation.
I would maybe expect to see Sig. I feel like that's just comfort for Blobfish, and also if you are going to be playing the map like that, you could just be banning that. Zarya, I think, just plays less into what you want to be doing on this map most of the time.
Yeah.
And I think Sig lends itself better to that. We would, I think, expect to still see Ramattra from Anna Maria. I think he still works for that style here, especially if you just let them take some space above you, run straight into the back line if you can catch them out like that.
I mean, if you really do want to try and play fast and aggressive, this is a ball map. You can play ball map, or you can play ball here. I've seen one ball here today, so it's.
Are you talking about the one when they were? I think they were. Oh, you didn't see that game. I watched the Sapphire Pearl game when there was some ball, but that was kind of a funny match.
I want to say it might have been the Leslie game that we watched in round 3. I think might have been a ball that came out there.
Okay. Yeah, I mean ball. Very good at ball to make ball work. You have to know ball exactly.
That'll be a real ball knower.
It's a tech character, right?
Yeah.
You know all the tech and you make it work there. But
ban cat, word just came in. Cat ban.
Interesting. What do you do then? So that's a support ban. That doesn't matter because the other ban's still in already, so it's not like it's removing a support ban from them. Ban cat. So you could see Ana, you could see Kiri. I don't know if you would still play Lucio defensively. Yeah, I feel like you need something mobile in this meta most of the time. I mean, Kiri Lucio is just this. You could just slap a Kiri Lucio onto anything, and it works.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, it's been the meta backline for like 2 years.
Since longer than that, I think it's been the meta backline since Jotes. I'm looking at Isaiah out there, like as if he's gonna nod and be like, "Yes."
Yes. Seeking counsel.
Seeking counsel.
Please help me out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's been the meta backline since Jotes, which was literally Overwatch 2 beta.
Yeah.
The tournament that no one else could play in other than the pros.
And then the game came out and everyone was like, "Oh, why would I play Jotes when I can just play?" I guess Kiriko.
No, Kiriko wasn't Jotes. It was Junker Queen, Sojourn, Genji, Kiri Lucio.
Yeah.
That was when it started. Literally, pros touched the game for the first time and went, "Oh, Kiri Lucio is just the greatest backline in the world."
They're like, "Oh, and Shout is another sound barrier."
That's true. Shout was crazier, and Kiri has been nerfed how many times since that?
It's kind of like I mean, there's a fun phenomenon with like any top tiers in a lot of things where it's like, I don't know. I look at like Street Fighter and I see JP, and they're like, "This guy gets nerfed every patch."
Yep.
And you're like, "Finally, he's dead." and then he's still the best character in the game. And they keep hitting him with nerfs that are like, finally they got him, but he just keeps coming back. And I feel like that's Kiriko in every instance. Is there's always some like for like a month, people might step off the gas pedal. People
Yep.
will be like, Kiriko, I'm not feeling it anymore. But it's coming back. It
We'll
never
see.
goes away.
And I bet you it's coming back on both teams. We'll find out here as we head into the map on Rialto. Game number 2. Not right yet. I was right about the ramp. Or at least they're in spawn though, so it's kind of a moot point. But I was thinking, I wasn't even thinking about Wuyong. Guy who stopped playing before Wuyong came out. Yeah, that makes sense.
Wuyong, I mean, the bubble is a very weird support ult.
Yes.
It's extremely non-standard. So really trying to play around that and get full value. In this case, mostly going to be using it as kind of like a hyper peel option for his team.
Yeah, it'll be... You can use it aggressively, and it looks like you could get away with that, but because they're playing Widow on Emery, I don't think that's going to be happening in this game. A lot of early damage. You go... It's tough with just Sombra as your only extra poke. Caught by the Venom Mine, actually, trying to sneak up around the back here. You can see just early traded damage. They are shielded off, but able to just take a wider angle here. They're coming up on the back and actually catching out one trick on the rotation up top. It's a grenade that does it. Rocket caught inside the slow, forced to use the hands. And that is Suzu, at least here. Iroh taking a lot of damage. And because of the positioning, they were forced to expose his back. Block won't do anything. Crazy Cat winning that duel, not going to get that, but Emery does take down Crazy Cat on the Widow. The Cartel moving this entire time. That fight seemed like it could have been going good for SNHU, but it forced them to disengage, it forced them to get off the objective, and now, only now, are they able to get back to it. Blobfish able to stabilize. It looks like we might be coming to a reset.
Yeah, Anna Maria kind of just had free range push the card the whole time. Sapphire really just had to focus on withstanding the push on the high ground they had, and they did manage to hold it, but unfortunately with the payload this far forward, the high ground is not really an option anymore. They got to start trying to build on the point directly. Ramatra going to be a little bit more effective here, though the early pick on Ghost is going to cut down Anna Maria's offensive capabilities quite a lot. He'll counter back well, both flankers down. We're all front line.
Yeah, no, they actually have a great cross. What it looks like here from actually Anna Maria. They're getting Blobfish from the side, inside, not really able to contest it. Iroh trying to force him on comfortable positioning here. Crazy Cat though now back on the respawn on the Tracer now off the Widow, which makes sense to me. Now maybe contest this high ground a little bit more. And they're able to dodge that, but actually catching the Sombra with the rock and now picked off. Unfortunate there for Ghost. Iroh next to fall, and SNHU, no ults used here, able to stabilize. Gonna chase the spawns here as well from Crazy Cat. Might be able to find the Emery, and it's Helios that does it, spamming with that pistol around the corner. So a couple ults there in the tank. We have both the Annihilation, the Emery Ultimate, and the Orbital Ray for Anastasia. Flux, Bubble, and Rush, and Emery Ultimate coming up for Sapphire. I expect that they have to speed it and maybe use the Ray. I don't think it's going to counter anything they really have coming up.
Yeah, a lot of this, it's time to spend these now, because they have the advantage in ult economy. So just start sending these so you can start building up to your next ultimate. Get Anna Maria back to the spawn room before they can use their own ultimates. That's exactly what happened here. SNHU just holding on to that ult economy advantage here. We'll see a little bit of side flanking here from the Juno, but this is eventually just going to turn into a huge
I'm going to be real with you. I didn't even know that bridge was there. That's the first time I've ever seen a player step foot on that bridge.
I have seen more fights happen behind that building today than my entire life.
I fought back there. I just don't remember that bridge. That was a attempt at a Emery ult here from Anna Maria. Just a little bit too far back. Expected some more aggression. Unfortunate, the pulse bomb. You know, we were saying you don't have to stick it with it. You just have to stick it where they're going to be. And that one, Crazy Cat was even saying, I keep missing my pulses, but people keep dying to them. And
just throw it where they're going to dodge. It's that easy.
If only I could put like a fake item box, like warning sign somewhere else so they dodge just the real one. That's a major perk to see here. But here's a really early beat from Anna Maria now, forcing the back here. We're seeing the rush and the ultimate orbital ray used as well. Can they find some damage here? Great Dirax, and Hugo takes down Helios there. What damage getting traded out here? Every ultimate getting pressed here from Anna Maria. Card still being delayed by Crazy Cat. He's forced to disengage. Only one now remaining for them with 10 seconds left on the timer. It doesn't look like SNHU is going to be able to touch with Crazy Cat getting marked left so hard here. Yeah, there's no way they're going to be able to touch without these swaps. They're going to have to stabilize here on second point. Great push there from Anna Maria. Had to spend a lot to do it, but they made it work.
They went all in on that push, and I think that was smart. They had too many fights where they were losing early and not able to get their ults out, so just get all of them together, push through the choke point, and just pop all your ults together. hit Q at the same time. Yeah. And it's just going to be too much to deal with, right? Even stuff like every ult is going to be really tough to deal with. You're just too busy focusing on healing the front line, and you can't really continue to pocket while you're all the way up there.
Yeah, and Anna Maria really taking advantage of momentum, finding Crazy Cat was working behind them now. SNHU just now stabilizing, but Anna Maria putting on great pressure here up top. They use the ramp shield to try to push it out, but because it's in that doorway, they can't really take advantage of it, don't get an angle from it. Just be able to kind of evade some poke here for a while. Mark on the card here. That's Helio is trying to push into Hugo, half HP on that Emery. He's forced back, does manage to survive. No resources spent there quite yet. They're waiting to hack anyone who comes here to the point. Here comes the Flux. It doesn't catch anyone. Actually, they break out last with the middle of it. Blufffish wants to make good on this aggression. They might be able to. Crazy Cat here on the backside, chasing down that backline. Ira might not have any heals here. Almost forced up top. Thumper now diving that. It's a kill on their Ramatra during this fight. Ghost uses track, actually, and that's 2 for SNHU on the kill.
Yeah, almost a really big flank there from Ghost, but just unfortunately the front line crumpled at just the right time to make it so that SNHU were able to push forward and take the lead.
Time to change up the strategy.
Now, big thing for Anna Maria here, they don't have a ton of ultimates that are going to be available to open this fight. Yep. They're going to need to try to take a sustained trade throw event. Actually did find the Sombra there, some damage going out from Ghost. Hopefully they can escape there and stabilize, otherwise that's going to be a big snagger on the team, and One Trick is going to get the kill. Now, Sapphire up to 1, trying to find an opportunity here. Iroh taking on it, forced to pop Nemesis really just to survive. Gonna try and use this to take the high ground. Not a lot of help. Focused healing on them to stay alive. Anna Maria having a hard time getting here. Pop the sound barrier once again, just defensively, not able to push forward with that. Now just have to rely on these 2 ultimates from the players. They will have an EMP up in just a second, which is going to chunk a significant amount of that signal.
The Sombra's stuck up front though. You can see there's no really room for her to get in. The Emery's ulting here, use the grenade, push up top, but it's from so far away. They're going to be able to hit the shots if he gets to them, unless Helios doesn't get up top. They just appeals and then he blows himself up on the tower. Sombra not close enough. It looks like Juno was able to make it to the point. A late fight EMP might be their only hope here, but actually a trade on Crazy Cat. Helios knocked so low, not getting healed up. Looks like maybe now just getting it here. That's 2 from SNHU, but not Ghost. They still, again, have that EMP here. Lucio, Sableye on the cart, hoping to delay in time enough, but a poop from the wave from Wu Yang, finding Ghost to Sombra. There goes Sableye. No chance for anyone else to touch, and that's a great defense here for SNHU. Got a little chaotic at the end of the first point, but they managed to find their footing.
Yeah, that's right there. That match was almost entirely won by how Smith managed the ult economy.
Yep.
Right there. They were able to force fights when they had the upper hand, to step back when Anna Maria were using their ultimates. And it just kind of ended up in a situation where Anna Maria was sort of being forced to use their ultimates reactively.
Yep.
We saw like Barrier in particular
against the bubble, that was huge.
Just like had to bail out the team to stay alive because Snu were applying pressure at the right times where they knew like, okay, they're staging for a big push. Let's throw a wrench in there, force them to use some of their resources early. And that really was just critical for Anna Maria. They needed to have those online, get in the fight with those ultimates, but it's kind of a lot of like disparate trades everywhere all around the map that sort of stopped a unified push to take that second point.
Yeah, I mean, that push in particular we were talking about with the bubble into the sound barrier, that was purely off of good spy checking. Yeah. I mean, they just found Sombra trying to come in. That's part of the tough thing about Sombra now is, unlike, I'm going to use TF2 Spy as an example because, I mean, it's...
You deal with it the same way, right?
You deal with it the same way, but Spy doesn't really announce that he's coming in.
Yeah.
Right? The only watch that does that is okay, the Dead Ringer, sure, you kind of know he's coming in, but, you know, there's no sound when he invis watches from far enough away, right? Sombra, there's a translocator here, and you know, okay, there's an invisible Sombra, I need to check the lanes that you would normally be doing to come in, and just playing Sombra or knowing how to play against Sombra can make it so difficult to sneak in there on the side. But talking about comps here, it's on a Juno now. They're on the side of Anna Maria, so they still give you that Juno for speed. They feel like they need it for their mantra, but let's see how Sapphire develops their angles here. No changes at all in their composition.
Anna Maria pushing up to this first, or Anna Maria holding this first corner here as a push, not even worrying about the high ground right. We are down here in the mud, fighting around the corner. See if we can hold on too long with the harassment. A Ghost gonna miss the melee. Can't quite finish that off. Pick slipping right through their fingers. Iroh taking a lot of damage here with the rock as well, though. Needs a lot of sustained healing to stay up. The block will help a lot as well. But SNHU just taking ground during the full trade right now. Blobfish pushing very, very far forward. Cutting off healing, gets the rock again, and Iroh goes down along with Ghost. 2 down for Anna Maria. Soon to be more Blobfish fall, but the damage has already been done.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sig Brawl, short, quick shields, put it behind the tank, stun them, take that opportunity to blast them, because most tanks are not thinking, why is he fighting? Why is he shooting like that?
Water balloons. It's having a fun time out here.
When I watch Crazy Cat play Wu Young, he's literally like calculating angles in his mind and like trying to get out. He's cut to one trick and he's
just hurling them.
There's literally a hose around the corner. He's not even using his water power. Stick onto Sableye from Crazy Cat. Speaking of geometry, finding the right angle, does catch it onto there. Oh, actually, getting hit from a back angle, maybe not knowing right away. There's only 1 bar of HP left, but managing to stay alive. Push of Blobfish cuts that one short. They're coming low here around the bottom side. They need to push this advantage if they want to. Need someone to cap, but I mean, it's 4v4 if they decide to run it down main right now.
Yeah, Orbital Laser is up. They're going to go ahead and pop it, try to stay alive. Blobfish throw down, not quite able to withstand all that damage now using this pushing forward, but they need to find some picks here. SNHU have the high ground. They're able to just really back up. Yoshi trying to lead the charge, but Sableye just caught out that nano boost. Now back in the spawn room. SNHU have a brief opportunity here. A lot of movement about to come up. The Kitsune Rush now online. Both not really on bubble. A lot of sustain is going to come through there.
Who do they nano on this ult? Is it nano emeralds? Is that even, I mean, I'm sure it's good.
It's really good. Yeah, the right click is one shot mostly.
His nano here is actually trying to match the ult coming in from SNHU. Who can they find? Trying to trade shots here. Going for the highlight reel and but able. If you can do it, you might as well. Find Helios there on the top side. It's a 1-for-1 trade here. Title double on the Tracer going in for the stun. Catching their Macho, they pop the Annihilation. We'll be able to block, stop some of this damage. Knock down 400, getting pocketed by the Juno right now. This should slow the fight down, but Crazy Cat on the backside will find the Juno. That's all the healing for Iroh. They're right next to the cap point. He will go down. The pulse used. Guess if it's just Tracer, hoping for a delay here. Ghost on that will touch the point. Crazy Cat, you gotta keep your hands on your keyboard, buddy. This game's still going on. No recall left for Ghost. No chance to delay SNHU. They mark their way right into the finals of this tournament.
Yeah, very, very good match there from Sapphire. Really just controlling the entire pace of the game. Taking fights exactly when they need them, like we said. And
Isn't Helios getting highlight reeled?
It might be. There. No. Oh, no.
It's not. Sorry, I got you off.
No. I mean, we've been singing Sapphire's praises for how they've managed the ult economy in this round. I think that's one of their really big strong points right now. Is just their ability to know when they have the upper hand, to keep track of these ultimates and be able to force them at the right times. And they were like consistently finding picks on people who were waiting to use their ultimate, finding ways to force them out, and it just ended up in a kind of like a death spiral, right?
Yeah.
Which is like when you're behind in the ult economy in Overwatch, it can feel like that, where you just never have your ultimates quite when you need them, or forced to use them just so you don't get picked off early, and just really strong control of the flow of the game.
Yeah, the most dangerous word in the game is winnable.
Yeah.
It's the word, because you're like, because you go in, maybe you go in, you're like, okay, we're not spending an ult here.
Yeah.
And then they ult, and you're like, oh, that's not perfect. Maybe I could beat, and we could kill them.
Yeah.
And then you beat, and then you lose the fight, and then you don't have beat for the fight you wanted. And I think it looked a little bit like that sometimes, because like the bubble that I'll tell you this after. The bubble that Sapphire did when they ran down, and then Anna Maria beat in response, that did not need beat. And they maybe could have had that for the next push. But again, when you're stuck in that, oh, you're trying to stay confident, you're like, oh, we can definitely do this, but you have to keep that specific factor in mind of, even if we could win this, are we going to spend too many resources that we maybe would have needed going into the next fight?
Right. And now everything lined up for Sapphire into BU.
Yep.
So this is going to be the rerun, right? We saw this at the end of round 5, where Sapphire were just having a little bit of a hard time keeping up with BU and keeping up the pace. So really hoping they can find something here.
Yeah, they found another player. So I think they're definitely already a step ahead of they were before. Listen, okay. Full disclosure, because we have some time. I think there's probably a little bit of downtime before this. I was asked to come here and play, and I was like, cool, yeah, that sounds fine. I haven't played in a while, but you know, if you guys just need someone for a fun event, that's fine. They're like, yeah, we're gonna ask Helios too, but you know, he lives kind of far away. I'm like, yeah, that's fine, I can make it. And then I walk in. I'm like, it's like 9:50 when I walk in. It's not too late. And I'm like, hey guys, what's up? It's like, oh yeah. And I'm like, oh, I'm looking for a place to set up. And I'm like, every setup's taken. Because I just did not. I was so used to seeing Helios here that I'm like, every setup's taken. What the hell are you doing here? I was under the impression he was not coming. I'm like, yeah, I guess I'll come in and play. And I'm like, yeah, if he could have come, I would have come here just to cast.
Right.
I would have been happy to be here, but I brought my keyboard is literally right here. Like I would. But it was just like, yeah, and I think they were like, oh, we'll give him some time, and they put me in against BU. And I don't think that was the right move. I'm gonna be honest. Going in, I was feeling a little better. After map 1, I'm like, ooh.
Well, now they have made a change, right?
They do. They sure have.
They have made a change. You unfortunately received the boot, but it's okay.
It's fine. I said, please do.
Yeah.
I said, please.
So a little bit of a different beast, a little bit of a different matchup going into this.
A more confident player, I think, on DPS, been playing the game a little more consistently. Helios has. He was previously a tank player, shifted over to that hit scan role later in his last semester of the team, so definitely comfortable on that. Sojourn, Emery, he's been playing Halo in the meantime, so Emery's basically just John Halo.
Just transitions completely over.
It is literally one to one.
If you're Onyx in Halo, you're gonna do just fine on Emery. Don't even think about it.
Yeah. Turn brain off, frag out. But yeah, BU versus SNHU, and BU I think has a very distinct style that they do on control. At least they're again more like, I think, playing towards the meta on some of the other map types, but I think they have a very specific style that they are playing on this control. So interesting to see how those bans and map picks go when we head into that.
Yeah. But I think we are going to throw to a quick break right now as we get ready for the next match. Give players a little bit of time to get everything set up and get into it. So we'll be right back here in just a few minutes with our finals.
And we are back here with the final match of the day in the Connection Esports Arena. We are watching SNHU Sapphire, SNHU Sapphire. They hate when you say SNHU. SNHU Sapphire taking on BU Red for all the marbles, all 0 of the marbles that are on stake here. But nope, nice try, Fives. See, he caught himself. That's the important thing, right? He didn't just keep going.
Yeah, I was gonna say some things never change, but that part did change.
That part did change. People actually have been very good about it recently. But well, there.
Some things never change.
So close. Just go by the desk next time. It's fine. Don't mean to call you out, but it's I don't get to call anyone out anymore. So I got to take every opportunity that I can.
It's a rare chance for us to call someone out. So. All right, we are going in now to, believe it or not, Lijiang Tower.
I'm looking at your phone. Yeah. Oh, I'm surprised they went to Lijiang Tower. We banned Lucio, which is interesting. It looks like they're playing the same combo with Juno, which is exactly what you'd expect, right? The speed, it is Lijiang Daytime, but the speed is a little bit different here. So the speed is a little more bursty than Lucio's. Looks like Shout off cooldown, so he could get aggressive at any moment here. They're actually going for the mirror. Huge damage early from Blobfish, catching out Triforce. There's the Shout. Forced out. We have the second one. It's a 1-for-1 here. One hit beats the other. One flanker beats the other. Juno actually caught out there in the middle. A lot of damage onto one trick. It's another trade here. Crazy Cat, the one running the lobby here. So far for SNHU, that's a team being forced out from their backline. Blobfish really wants to get aggressive here. Everyone on their team is stuck on that one side, and Honest now chipped away. But whoever's coming back, this fight's going longer for the respawns to come in. He's fighting the hero on the board. Triforce down to 65 HP, saved by the Suzu from Captain Cookie, but there is the rest of BU disengaging, forcing up the recall. Maybe they can find Weber. It's a lot of damage early, and they will secure it. BU wanted to fight it. They're still trying to poke, but Captain Cookie overstaying as well for a little bit too long here. SNHU going to collapse on the rest of BU and get some more staggers and gain a little bit more time on that point. They won, and that was a very, I wasn't expecting it to go that way with the flank fight. They said they were going to match Tracer, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, no, the Tracer match was super great, picking off Weber early, who's been causing a lot of problems for Sapphire all day. And now seeing BU trying to push back in, the Shout coming through, but a lot of damage on the Blobfish. Element 4 left standing on Sapphire, going to back off to the bridge. Helios off the edge, pulled off the side with the knife. BU going to claim the point here. Not before SNHU can pick up a nice little 27% on that, though.
There was a great angle that Honest took. That was the reason why Blobfish fell so quickly. He jumped across the gap, he was shooting from the other side. No one in SNHU really contesting that white room space, so weren't able to really stop that at all. Blobfish actually looks like he tried to use the Rampage as well, so no longer having that in the pocket here. A lot of early pressure from Triforce. Weber looking to mark Crazy Cat, but shooting down early. Which way for Boston? Try to go. Here they come with the Orbital Ray. It's a little bit far back, but Honest the first to fall.
Yeah, Crazy Cat with a nice ult to open things up. Helios finding 2 more picks. Crazy Cat was taken out, but not enough to find a third. It's only one left standing on BU. The best they can do is hope to contest and score a little bit more points, but SNHU will reclaim control of the hill in this back and forth match. Very competitive here. A strong opening from both sides as we see some really strong engages coming through here, but BU is going to go ahead and take over the white room, go on the inside angle here, trying to play a little bit more of a close-up brawl. Now they have that Rampage ready. Orbital Ray about to come down as well, but that'll be the only options they really have to open things up. Sapphire push. Rush, and we're going to see on the top of the ult here, try and just ward them off a little bit, keep them out of the game, and get some damage on the back line, and a great pick.
Great angle from Helios, finding Orbit there in the back. I was going to say they have to hold on to their Suzu. There goes the Rampage. Suzu was forced out. They do trade out Triforce, but 2 picks there from the bleed. Still, it was a relatively good fight. Just Honest remaining here. 106 HP will find Blobfish. They can't keep staggering in, and it's Crazy Cat who finds the cleanup. Been absolutely dominating so far in this game on that Tracer. You might want to try to push. They know they got some of those picks late. They have their spawns back a little bit faster, but it's great damage action from Helios onto the Skiri, forcing the Suzu immediately. And Crazy Cat again taking great advantage of that.
Yeah, very, very far forward there, and open things up a bit here for SNHU. Gonna trade the Tracers out real quick. The Triforce starting to open things up, take a little bit more with 3 kills total to open things up. Sapphire with 3 left standing. Gotta try to hold on to this 98% of the point. They can try to contest, they can get things into overtime here. It's gonna be very hard for them to stabilize Blobfish down, like they're gonna have to give up the point here. Just let things keep going. One trick into it.
We saw him start to fall, and then we went away, and I'm like, I guess he survived, and then he did not.
There's something in the air today. I don't know what it is, but we're seeing everyone.
All the players plummeting to their deaths. Oh, huge from Umber actually, climbing up, finding the Tracer, dueling her again. That Tracer's positioning was so critical to BU's success with this composition. But coming up on the Rampage, they have the Pulse. Crazy Cat is looking for it, trying to find the Sojourn. Does not find the stick, forces the slide. If they get too aggressive, we'll find it. Not finding the rail headshot. SNHU now has to stabilize until they have that Rampage. They need to force out the Suzu first. But still, it's the poke from Honest. Finding the Weber's respawn, diving. Juno here, only 2 bars in the back. Do get the OC. That's going to force the retreat. SNHU with 80% here. The Rampage through. Will they be able to find the picks from it? Both players there, they're getting pierced. That's 2 ultimates for the DPS. Finding both supports on SNHU. You're going to need a miracle if you're SNHU with Blobfish. Hoping to bring that to the table, but honestly, is not going to let that happen here. And it's Helios trying to poke here. He's going to have to be the one who goes to the touch. Doesn't look like he's going to have the chance. Crazy Cat isn't actually a good position to do it. Honest will get some early damage on. They get the reset. Are they switching in classes or heroes that are going to be able to do it? It's Doom Fist coming in right through the window. Juno there. They have the Rampage on the jungle. He's going to have cooldowns on one trick, but he will go down through some of that bleed. Blobfish is maybe hoping for an environmental here. There's been enough today, but none caused by the Doom Fist here. Honest putting the team on his back to end this game up.
That railgun got so much value in those last 2 fights, just completely. I mean, we saw the movement there, just wrapping around over the pit into the white room there to take a new angle on the team, and just completely opening things up. Really getting a lot of value there, and making SNHU really have to think about what angles they're looking at, because that Soj will find you if you're taking an angle that's even slightly open.
Yep. We're seeing, I mean, they mirrored it with the Juno. It seemed like it was good at first. We had some ultimates maybe a little bit far back, maybe not as comfortable on the Juno. Haven't been playing it quite as much. So we'll see if they can adapt to that, maybe if they change anything up to reflect that. Again, the start was so strong, and then I think they just were putting too much attention on the Tracer and not enough attention on the Sojourn.
Yeah.
And that really was what slowed things down too much for them.
They were doing a great job of locking down the Tracer. But yeah, like you said, that Sojourn was really just kind of unmitigated. Sojourn just causing big problems. We're going to see a swap from Sapphire over to A, trying to get a little bit more area now. Try to control sightlines a little bit more. Helios finding an early pick on the Captain Cookie. Going to cut BU's healing in half, and now Triforce suddenly in a tricky position with a lot of pressure coming down as SNHU look to try and take advantage of the lead. Weber going to fall as well, and BU just having a hard time keeping their whole team up as SNHU grabs first control of the points.
See them trying to trade out here. Actually double pulled in, it looks like, as Blobfish now forces to get taking a rail right in front, but surviving, stabilizing, and backing up to the objective. Now that they're playing defense, May is going to be pretty strong. Using the May to actually block the Tracer and block the Sightlands off. Walled off is the Junker Queen, but still, Crazy Cat will fall. Helios also secure force disengage as well. The team is very split right now. Bumping the advantage of that. Actually, all the healing from that axe swing. That was incredible. Staying alive there. They flipped the point. And actually, Bumpers is staying alive for so long. Might be able to get the Rampage here. It's up right now, but they need to force out the Suzu before she can make anything happen with it.
Try and get back in there with this tide. Here comes the Rampage. Tribor is very low health. It's going to get cleansed. Try to get healed back up, but Orbit. Time for a huge Rampage! Catches 3, and now BU just mopping things up. SNHU bloody back to spawn.
Again, that's how important it is to get rid of Suzu. SNHU had a huge Rampage too. They got 3. Suzu saves 2 of them. Now it's only 1 pick that they get. Triforce answers with a Rampage. That hits 4. All of them are getting shipped down. They have no way to survive. The upper force uses his TP just to stop the bleeding.
Now, SNHU just gotta try to get out of this spawn. Very close. We're gonna see the Armory come out very fast as well. Speed boosting in here, trying to find some value. Will take out Cookie. Crazy Cat's in the fall though, and SNHU trying to keep alive. Have the Kutsune rush to try and keep themselves healthy here. Pulse Bomb goes out. It's gonna be Helios out of the fight. Weber to take things up. A lot of damage coming through. No recall for 10 seconds. Trying to evade. Umbra lands the headshot there. Trying to get up here onto the high ground to control this. Does have the overcharge out. Trying to do a lot of damage. Not quite finding these headshots.
Never before seen moonwalking Kiriko intimidation tactic, but it worked. Honestly, Giannis couldn't hit any of the shots. They're running in. It's Orbital Ray. Match with a rush. Triforce running away very low HP, but topped off right back up. There's the answer with the Orbital Ray. That damage is going to last a little bit longer, and it's the DPS that are now collapsing for the other team. Blobfish getting close to Rampage, but the rest of the team falling. No heals at this point. Everyone falling apart. That is some great discipline there from them. They're not popping everything right away. They use the rush to disengage. SNHU pushes past the Orbital Ray. A couple seconds pass. BU's answer so much more devastating.
That's right. SNHU, though, very close to coming up on some ultimates here. We'll have the Rampage for this next fight. On top of another full spawn.
Great
stagger this push, get even more points. SNHU might really only have one push left to tank after this. Trying to survive though. Yeah, they are getting poked down so hard. Weber barely surviving, escaping. BU now suddenly coming out their own as well. Eventually another big two rampages at the same time. SNHU is the only one stuck with the purple though, trying to stay alive. Umber will go down, but Christian on support as well. Either way, the tank is out of the fight, has to fall back. Not a lot of health, not a lot of healing, just time to contest, but it's all over time.
You can see Blobfish holding down the point right now. Tracer diving into the back line, getting knocked actually fairly low as Weber, and Umbra will be the one to take that one out. Honest has Rail and will be looking for it. A lot of shift members. Blobfish maybe going a little bit faster to distract for the pulse bomb. It's not connected. Blobfish, look at that HP. Suzu does come out. It's like OC to follow up. Honest on an off angle there, finds the first Rail, and Blobfish will be the first to fall. Chris trying to go in, afraid of that Rail. Running away and catching that recall is Honest. More damage onto Umbra, caught out there, getting a punch there, but again, it's the story of the Sojourn. Uncontested, unstoppable right now. Embryo will not make it to the point, and BU will lock Lijiang Tower down for their team.
That's right. I said it earlier, but Soj just such a volatile character. If they have the chance to run the lobby, they will.
Yep.
So you really, really got to be careful, especially when that overcharge comes out, because it doesn't matter if you're a tank, doesn't matter if you're a DPS, there's going to be a ton of damage coming your way, whether it kills you in one shot or 3 shots. You're going down quick.
You know, I was about to say, is there a Kiri Baywatch skin? And then I don't know why I asked, because the answer to is there a Kiri blank skin?
Yeah.
The answer is yes.
It's like a fill in the blank.
It is. It literally is.
It's just take a look. It probably exists. Yeah.
Baywatch intro for Kiriko, literally running the other collaboration skin at the same time.
Yep.
But yeah, the Lucio ban from SNHU, I think it did have the effect they wanted at the start, but I think they were like, okay, we'll stop their super aggressive frontal aggression, and now they're not thinking about controlling the off-angle aggression. Exactly.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and it wasn't even long range. It was medium range from smart positioning.
Yeah. Definitely the strongest asset I would say that BU has is going to be the hero pool that they've been showing in these matches, right? They seem to be very flexible. No matter what you ban, even if you ban a very vital pick in their composition, you take the Junker Queen out, well, then they just play the Zarya and the Vendetta, right? You take out the Tracer that's giving you all these problems, they swap to Genji for that. They swap to, any other flanker. So they very, very big hero pool here that's keeping them consistent in all of these matches and really forcing. I think you need a sort of out-of-the-box solution here as to how you're going to deal with it. So you're going to need to change how you approach the situation, how you approach these fights, how you're cutting up these fights and controlling sightlines, because a lot of times this Sojourn, right, that slide is going to let her just take so much space in an instant, and if you don't see it right away, that's a rail, and that's really going to hurt.
And when you're playing the comp they were running into it, you can't really stop them from charging. I mean, you have no mitigation. I mean, shields slow it down.
Right.
Absorbs like Matrix or Sigma hands stop it temporarily, but you can't really stop from getting rail outside of just out poking. And when you're mirroring, I mean, Emery can kind of do that, but if you can poke for a second, unless you hit that first headshot burst, you know that they have rail at that point. You really can't respect it. You have to respect it,
right?
In that means.
And the Emery ult also is going to be a little bit more sustained damage, right?
Yep.
It definitely can be bursty with the right click, but you can't just only right click, right? You had to throw some left clicks in there. Your damage is very much slowed down, and in a lot of cases, it can be too much to heal through. But if you're looking at a brawl composition, that is built to withstand sustained damage. And that ultimate is going to struggle unless you have something to kind of boost it up, like a damage boost or a nano boost. So it's a tricky situation to be in there, and one that is, like I said, I think it's going to require some out-of-the-box answers here, some kind of going back to the whiteboard, figuring out how we can change up our composition, maybe playing things we're a little less comfortable on to find new answers, because BU seem to have just a huge bag of tricks.
And last time the answer was going to Rialto, right? That was the attempted answer, and it didn't necessarily work out for them. I think, as I was in that game, and I'm trying to remember, they were running Emery on the other side. BU was running Diva, Emery, Genji, and then 2 other heroes.
Jetpack Hat, I believe.
Jetpack Hat and
I want to say probably Kiriko.
Probably Kiriko, right. That's a safe pick. And that is a pivot from what they were doing. I mean, it's definitely a lot pokier, and it was making it very difficult for SNHU to cross in that space. They couldn't really get across that bridge because of the Emery poke and the Ana poke. Even with Blobfish making it all the way to the other side and matrixing the windows, you just can't cover every angle that's so wide. I wouldn't necessarily expect them maybe to go back to that map. I could see maybe going to a hybrid instead. It still kind of gets rid of that chaotic neutral nature of the flashpoint push and control that they're trying to avoid, I think, after how these controls and neutral maps have gone so far.
And I mean, you gotta try something new, right? These are teams everyone's faced before. Everyone's fought each other already. So you probably shouldn't be picking the same maps.
You know what?
Because
New Bonnie.
Unless you're
run it back, New Bonnie.
Lock it in.
Lock it in, New Bonnie.
New Bonnie. We're bringing the.
I don't think we like that map. I mean, I didn't when I just saw a message come up.
Midtown
Banzaria. Okay, I was right about going to hybrid. Yeah. Banzaria is interesting. I think they must. I mean, they saw the Blizzard World game. They saw that they were proficient with the Vendetta and Zarya. So,
and the moment that the Junker Queen stops working, they're just going to switch to Zarya anyway.
Yep.
So just cut to the chase. Let's figure out the problem that's here and deal with that, so that they can't just switch to the Zarya Vendetta, right? Which they're clearly comfortable on. We've seen they're comfortable on. So
I feel like we might see them just go Diva. I mean, I feel like that's what you do here. Midtown has some areas I think you can play Junker Queen on first. I don't think you can get away with it on second unless you're very confident, or maybe you run like a sim or something. Like just being able to equalize that high ground differential. You need to be pushing cart, but you have to clear high ground to do it unless you like really turtle on the low ground. There's been strats that do that, but once you get to the other side, it kind of falls apart. So I would expect them to run something with a little more vertical mobility, if not just to help clear the subway area, help clear the firehouse if they need to, and then help themselves clear that high ground on second point. And also, might as well just start that way. It's like saying, well, Junker Queen might work, let's run it. If I hear that, I'm like, let's just run the thing that we're positive is going to work.
Let's not run any experiments.
It's always better to start with, like, if I'm cutting bread, I'm not like, maybe this like butcher's knife will do good. Like, no, I'm starting with a bread knife. Like, or like I'm starting with a thing that I know is going to work, and then if I'm like, oh, this bread is weirdly meat shaped, then maybe I'll switch to a. I've mistook this bread, this slice of meat for bread. Okay, then I'll pull out the regular knife. I'll pull out the bread knife work fine for that. That's like I could use a butter knife for that at that, but I guess that's like playing ball.
Okay. Let's lock that in.
Okay, Everyone remember that. That will be on the test. Is there even like what? I don't even know if there's what heroes do you just like straight up not play? Okay, Roadhog. But
on Midtown?
No, just in general.
Or
I'm trying to think. Me and you, we play a lot of Overwatch.
Yes.
Right? It's not like we weren't playing Marvel Rivals last night. Literally, like 10 p.m.
Look, I've played a lot of Marvel Rivals in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, who shouldn't they pick?
I don't think you can run
Penny
a
Parker. Yeah, they definitely cannot run Magneto.
I was gonna say, no matter what they want to do, it's just not in the cards today.
I want to see. I mean, listen, I'm biased. I want to see my Overwatch 1 main tanks, but I know we're not going to. I don't think they're that good right now.
No. But I mean, Roadhog has not been entirely out of the conversation recently.
Are you just saying that because Nick or PokeZemon ran it earlier?
No. It is something that people have been running.
And maybe they'll run it here. Maybe they'll run it here. We're gonna go into games, so I guess we might as well find out.
Let's see. Let's take a look.
You know,
gosh,
this character's so meta.
Ready for battle.
Okay, we are seeing something similar from them coming out, which is not too surprising on this map. And they're using Sim, like I said, unless it's just to get.
They're not going to stick this in. They're not going to.
They could.
I promise
Sim is literally being run like all the time in high level competitive.
Like
I'm not even kidding.
In the first 5 seconds of a match.
No, like through the entirety of the game. Yeah. We literally had OWCS on the monitor earlier, and both teams were playing Sim.
But we have not seen a lot of Sim here in the building today.
We have not.
That is a fact.
That is correct. We're seeing Wuyong Kiri also.
We've seen a lot of the Wuyong. Mostly it's been Snoo running it.
Yes.
So seeing BU, or wait, no, we have our tags swapped around.
We do. We need to flip those around. BU is in orange on this one, and SNHU is in blue.
I was about to be like, that's weird. Typically only one trick has been playing. Let me see who on BU is playing this.
I didn't even notice, but they are running Widow on this attack. I didn't even occur to me. Interesting little off angle, and there's the TP, and flipping immediately over here. Like I said, that's how you equalize the Sim. Helios already knocking over. The heals are there. It's a lot of overshield now onto Blobfish. He's pressuring early, but it's one trick the first to fall. Blobfish isolated. That sign in the way. They feel like they can't do around that corner. An immediate disengage from them. Suzu will keep doing this live for a moment longer, but I feel like it's almost elongating the inevitable here as BU does take them all down. And Crazy Cat, by the way, in the back line that whole time.
Yeah.
Just want to make that clear. Was not able to do anything as no
Behind
few
enemy
players
lines.
would.
And you see the Widowmaker as Junker Queen, you're just like, run past them. Don't worry about that.
Second 30 of the match. They still don't know I'm back here. And like I said, Sim, they are rolling out with it. They are going to use it to rotate up top. That makes sense to me. If they don't feel like they want to run Diva, they want to keep running their brawl. You can brawl once you get in, or you can flip the map, and that's what they did last time with that here. But great spam actually from the Wuyong, finding the Emery. SNHU going to take advantage of this, force them back. Can't push too far because they have a long silent from their spawn before that door closes. Here comes a pull, trying to knock very low. Here comes the shout. What can you do with it? Not too much here. SNHU, they're taking it off angle, running the Pharah now.
Yeah, we're also seeing the swap to the Echo as well over on Weber. Not going to stick on that Symmetra. Now as the payload rounds the corner, Helios can go down, and only 4 standing. Blobfish taking a lot of damage. Sustained healing will come through. Heal boost runs out. Damage going to come through. Take him down. The Captain Cookie will fall as well. Half a good pull though.
Tough room.
Crazy Cat. Just two cotton doors.
Tough room to push into Zafara when you know Junker Queen's there. And I know the Junker Queen was low, but sometimes you just gotta say no to that impulse.
Yeah.
It's important to have self-control.
You just gotta know you were made to fly free. Don't go inside.
Don't limit yourself. Live to your dreams here. We are seeing now another swap. Crazy Cat trying to just find the answer to this Ashe. They think double poke maybe can do it. As long as they're an Echo, it could be. But here comes the Emery ultimate. Looking for that back line. You see Crazy Cat already knocked to half. First actually jumping over. There's the defensive blocks that LOS by the bus stop. Stopping them from getting it. That's still one person caught in the back. It's just Helios that can hit. There's 2 rushes matching each other. SNHU now on the winning side of this. The beat will just narrowly save Triforce here. When the beat runs out there, Triforce is going to be so low. Has to get the kills now when they do. There goes Umbra first. Rock missing there on the side. So low is Triforce going to be able to get away thanks to the bounces of the Graviton orbs. I think that's what they're called.
Something like that.
They're still getting on this.
Triforce just barely staying alive there. It's so important that they did, because that is just another fight where people don't have to back up and continue to just apply the pressure. SNHU have been just backpedaling as we get closer and closer to second point, and with BU having control of the high ground, it's going to be a little bit tough as that Omri is constantly poking down at you. Captain Cookie getting picked off early though. Orbit also not too long for this world, just 1 HP left, switching over to Honest, finding kill. There goes Orbit as well. BU getting dismantled on this push as SNHU strike back, take the high ground. If they can hold on to this, then worry so. This the staggering, they don't get one possible, but a little scary with Blobfish that way.
The respawns coming in when they did. I mean, that looked a little scary with the kills that were happening in the back line, but it was a great push timed. The Emery ultimate coming up front with the rest of SNHU coming in through that offside here. You know, any switches from them, they have been running Lucio the whole time, so things are staying similar here. Weber will get some hard time here to stop that from rolling backwards. SNHU feeling good about this. They have the Flux coming up. They're going to have to find a way to use that aggressively. So Wuyong's band coming to try and stop them on part here. It's the Flux that's going to be the real key play here. There's the pull actually up their backline. Here's the Flux onto them. It gets both of them stuck inside. No way. Let's get healed or caught up. Both kills go right away to SNHU.
Yeah, completely just stuffing this push, and BU have to back off now. They have to wait and find another chance. They do have some ultimates to work with in this next fight, but it's not going to be up right away. That Rampage is barely not in range. Meanwhile, SNHU just trying to hold on.
I would never press that inspect button. I'm gonna be even. It doesn't matter how much I paid for that inspect. I would never press that button. I don't know why Crazy Cat is doing.
Gotta check it out. Check it out. Smell the roses.
I'd be so distracted all the time. Oh, an instant burst. Didn't hear him coming through. Here comes the Emery ult way in the back line. That has no fall-off damage to the Will Catcher Helios. No DPS now here for them. Think about maybe they want to spend this double with a pulse on Blobfish. Doesn't seem like the play. They use it, but it's way too late. No chance to save them now. Just one trick left. He's going to run away. And maybe they could have done it, but they had to come into it just a little bit faster. As soon as that pulse came in, it was already too late. Let's see how this is.
And now BU just running all the way back to SNHU spawn as the fight takes second point. Start to make their push on to last. Not that Rampage to work with. Triforce has been lethal with these Rampages all match. So, gotta be very, very wary of that. Have that super ready. Not to get caught out. Pop shield.
Pop the shield. And somehow Orbit died too. This is a very cinematic angle we have going on here. Helios will get traded back. It's an answer from Blobfish there. And it's a great cleanup. It was a title bubble on to Blobfish. She ran them down. Found a couple picks off there. They're going to look to stay aggressive here. There was a couple deaths, so they might not have everyone there right away. But I'm going to say, maybe not even worth poking, honestly.
Yeah, that's kind of a dangerous angle to hold.
Well, I mean, maybe you do it if you need Bob, but you already have it. You might be strategic supports at that point, or dangerously getting left one number away. Anyway, there's a huge rampage, actually. All of SNHU getting antied, and that's 2 picks early.
Yeah, Orbit goes down right when the continuing rush comes out, but you quickly cleans things up. Not a fight they were concerned about here, just getting even more distance. Although Blobfish just holding it down, contesting the cart, making sure they don't get too much progress, but will pay for it. That 10-second stagger.
Oh, I think, no, that is an intentional death, 100%. I mean, you're stuck behind. There's nothing better to do than
just contest.
Exactly. Don't let them get any more time. Now the fight's going to happen right before this bend instead of right maybe at the end here. Helios on a really deep angle. Let's see how aggressive they end up pushing this. Looks like Crazy Cat now on the May. Helios got knocked very low on that side angle. There, Captain Cookie getting shredded, maybe a little forward on his own there. Blobfish now finds a way around, resetting here up to start. BU smartly, I think, disengaging. You know, they don't have a ton of time left. One long, messy push, and their timer's done.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of ammunition to really work with either of them. Molly's going to be the only thing they have to crack this open. The ceilings in this room might be kind of hard to get the kind of long distance engagement. Meanwhile, Sapphire, they got that second life for Beast. They're going to pop their own. Aubrey get some damage out here. Hopefully trying to get some, but Weber finds the kill on the rest of the team, focusing down that aerial target. Not quite able to take down Cookie before they escape. And the deep
SNHU's health is literally so bad. There's no way they should be alive right now, but the bomb killing too somehow stabilizes things for them. But the thing is, they know their health is bad. They're literally just going to push cart. They know they can get away with it. The respawns are in, but they're running away. They want respawns for the last good fight. They don't want to take a 3v5 at the end. Both support ultimates are up for SNHU. This is literally, can Umbra hold on to the Suzu long enough for them to have an effect? They cannot spend it. They're going to run down Junkie. They know that she has it not stunned out of it, so they have the Suzu forward. It doesn't look like a one-trick ticking away, and both supports are down.
Weber with a huge two-piece right there. SNHU healing cut, only 2 alive, have to stay alive on the cart. Blobfish will be healing very soon as the sole survivor at SNHU. Boston is pushing forward, taking control. Final point, probably not a touch.
No. He went, was he trying to go something else?
For what?
For touch.
They switched to Zenyatta for touch.
I know they did. I'm watching too.
That's like in the seconds before I know I'm cooked, I'm looking at Zenyatta's bald head.
Me checking my reflection in Zenyatta's bald head to see how I look at the play of the game. Well, the names are switched.
That is
we're
true.
back. No, we're back. We've returned to normalcy.
Online.
We're online, locked in. We're rolling out here. Wonder what they're gonna. I mean, BU probably doesn't play the same thing on defense. That you can. I mean, you can play something aggressive. I just feel like they are flexible enough, or maybe they won't. But
no, they will.
But they're like, it's working.
Yeah.
At this point.
Oh.
Might as well do it.
These guys find?
It's taking me back home.
Yeah.
No, you know, I say back home because I feel like I mean, I grew up in New York.
Oh, you grew up on Midtown, right?
Yeah, I did actually.
That firehouse has
wait,
been
hold
there
on.
for years,
Do you see that like second
the
apartment
mini
above
market?
JJ's mini mart?
Used to go down there all the time.
Yep. Yeah, no, unfortunately not. I grew up on Long Island, man. I walked to a 7-Eleven that was like 4 blocks away.
But you know, you remember going to New York as a kid?
I did, yeah. I was at the last stop that went express to NYC.
Wow.
Which is awesome.
So you went like past New York.
Yeah. Yep. When I was 14, yeah, I went to school upstate.
This is like this place I flew over 3 times.
Well, it's the same comp. They're going to be looking to get aggressive. Not the same comp from Sapphire, though. The level 1 Vendetta. Found out, by the way, his Vendetta is level 1 coming out for Sapphire. And Helios now back on the Sojourn. There's a rail charge up. That's the looking for something. They can see it. I mean, you can see how charged it is. It is a rail onto the Junker Queen with a slide. Back goes to the dumpsters. He's like, I know I'm going to go down. Might as well put myself in the dumpster for you. But actually surviving in 2 picks here. They do manage to stabilize. Great Suzu from Kiriko to make that happen. And down goes the Queen. That is just a collapse on that fight.
Apart. Looking a lot like how BU push on that first point there. Just very, very fast, quick, get it over with, get this fire engine rolling on the road. You might.
Area denial.
Weber's kind of forward here, but likely it's going to get soaked out.
I know they are going to touch. They went through the doorway, but that's a really tough place to go against the Sojourn, especially now that she leaves as a baseline. Queen is on point, getting Matrixed on. They had to hit that overhead swing. They choose the overhead swing again. That's the timing on Vendetta, but they're finding the kills. Here we go with that slice. They're going to all go run in so they don't get staggered, die together. Looks like Weber, I think. Oh no, Weber died early. So yeah, Weber's the respawn. And SNHU, they need to take a power position here because they don't have a ton of hope. They need to play around Helios at these neutral times.
Yeah, that's a scary duel to take. But they're trying to run down and you can't get out of there quite that fast.
No, there's a reason I first ban Vendetta in every single game I play, and it's because I do not want to play against a hero that can get away with murder like this.
You've got 3 bans, that's a little bit different. Just the one.
You only get 2. I literally, in half my ranked games, I kid you not, I ban Vendetta and click ready.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I just need to make sure I do not have to play against it. Look at this! You don't want to play against that. Look at all that space. It's like having an off tank.
You're in the hallway, that's a blender. You are done.
And yeah, they're trying to go in. It looks like they might have found an answer here from them again. Just set up the Vendetta, play inside a room, use the Suzu at a critical moment, and they try to run in. They just don't have the angle for it. BU, though, they're holding on to it until they get that Rampage. They know it's been really impactful against SNHU, as they've been able to force out that Suzu early, but they have Tidal Bubble, they have the Vendetta Ultimate, they have the Overclock. All these things are going to be coming in very soon here as the card is creeping up to this final second capture point here on Midtown. A lot of early damage. Here they come with the TP. The Vendetta doesn't know the damage early on.
Orbit down and out of the fight. Triforce just the Rampage left. No more ults in the tank. BU got nothing left to continue holding this point. SNHU will cap this as they begin their push onto last. 5.5 minutes left on the clock. This has been an extremely quick and efficient push from SNHU.
At this point, all they're thinking about is we need to finish with more than a minute left on the clock.
Yeah.
Because guarantees a draw at the worst.
Yeah. So SNHU have a lot of ultimates to work with here. BU just the same. Pretty close to that Armor ultimate as well. Captain could be dangerously low, trying to back up here. Holding close inside, but here comes the Vendetta, just a swing into the hallway. 3 dead already. Get the fight started. Pops the Rampage. With only 2 left standing, it might not have been the best option.
That feels like they want to switch to me.
Yeah.
I don't rip a Rampage like that unless I'm like, maybe this isn't working out right now. And clearly it's not the aggression, they're just playing around them on all sides. We see a D.Va to match now, they know they need to start clearing the high ground when SNHU are taking, but is it too late? There's 2 ultimates, soon to be 3 coming up, but again, BU has the Emerald, they're going to have the rush soon, eventually they're going to break out with the rush, pop the Emerald, Honest goes down immediately, here comes the Tidal Bubble, they match it with the beat, just zoning out the hit scan from them, here comes the rush as an answer from them, and they will catch out Crazy Cat with it, they need to turn around and heal on the point is SNHU, and actually they're catching Kiriko alone, but Bomb is in the hands of Bobfish. He's still going to have to disengage. Run out here. Maybe they can stabilize if they don't go down here. It's all on if Helios can live. With D.Va chasing you, you do not survive.
Yeah, Blobfish doesn't have that second life, but into the team to back up here. Won't pop it now, just trying to not get staggered as hard as they can, but the whole team looking at you, they're going to be very tough to get out. Blobfish down, the rest of SNHU just kind of got to hold for a second, but they have more than enough time to wait. About 3.5 minutes on the clock. Still have their own Kitsune rush. Try and open things up here. So potentially a very strong push coming through. You can really only retaliate with the arm right. Try and zone them out.
Yeah, it was a double support ult that put them that they BU used, so they need to move quickly before those come back. If they want to do a BU, has to be ready for whatever will come, be ready to kite out when that first ult. They need to hold it close to force out that ult, and they did, and they forced Blobfish out of the next, so that's the nuke used as well, but they lose their D.Va in the meantime. Emery using that ult on the side, does catch the Kiriko in the middle, but caught out. It's 2 for 2 so far, 3 versus 3 remaining, but Vendetta is one of those 3, and that is terrifying. Maybe a little bit too far though. 8 HP left on Crazy Cat, able to survive with the block of Wudong healing coming just in time, and now they're going to force them to push into that with a great stagger. Blobfish going so deep to find that Kiriko. No support's alive, and they might have to force a touch without it. Still, Lucio will be back soon, and they need to make this fight quick. Boston need to delay this fight so they can get beat, but here they come in, taking that slash. There's the Tidal Bubble. A lot of damage coming in deep, but frantically trying to survive on the point. 88% there on the beat. It's a kill from them. There's the bomb on the point. Can they survive? Blobfish gets teamed and actually takes them out of that here. Helios forced to disengage. SNHU looks like they're going to hold S, maybe play for ults. They have 2.5 minutes they can work with here.
Just keep backing up, keep backing up. BU had to invest a lot into that, and he ended up losing that Diva bomb there, but SNHU don't have a ton to do outside of that overclock. Gonna need to try and find some angles here to do this, to pick it off early, as SNHU just try to get ready for this next push here. They are going to keep moving forward, though, and a ton of damage on Honest will catch him out. Crazy Cat finding the kill. The beat is popped, but not able to save Honest there. BU 4 strong, need to try and hold this push, as SNHU
2 down.
Their reinforcements with their healing cut in half, just Kiriko left to keep them alive. He does have the Kitsune Rush, but Triforce about to get deep. That means really only 2 left on the cart. Honest on his way back, trying to hold onto this Crazy Cat.
It's on a hero overclock. It's a hero overclock now, and they're going to have to run into the point. A lot of damage trading OCs now here. Weber getting Matrix, though, in front. They go down, and SNHU does cap with enough time left to deny a chance to win for BU. They can still draw.
Yeah, it's a very, very strong round from SNHU. Really, I think just everything fell into place for them there. They really seemed to be clicking with everything they needed to do, came online, and really found their stride in taking that first point, just super fast, overwhelming BU, and kind of showing like, hey, you're going to play this super aggressive composition.
Yep.
You've seen us playing a little bit more of a control composition, trying to just keep space with Sigma. We're just going to play fast. We're going to play very fast, and you completely change up the pace, change up our play style, and just kind of leave you with whiplash, trying to recover. And SNHU were able to just completely run it all the way. Really, really great round from them.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see the Vendetta go away, because I feel like that was a very hyper-specific, we're going to counter the Junker Queen aggression that we have right now.
Unless it doesn't.
No, I'm going to swap to Moira.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I was a little flabbergasted. Moira has had her metas before. This is not one of them.
We've seen more than a few Moiras today.
We've seen a few. And we're actually seeing, we're seeing a Pharah coming out from BU as well. Which I feel like, yeah, again, I think you only run the Vendetta if you're trying to counter the aggression, because you're just a harder target to kill. Plus healers can disengage on the Sojourn. I think we might see Crazy Cat swap once they realize
how much poke
BU is playing and how much poke they have, but also just kind of saying, hey, it wasn't really working near the end as much, but no, Crazy Cat's going to roll out and playing over in that launcher mat space. I think maybe he's going to try to make that Firehouse a possible backup location, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Here comes the rest of SNHU doing some great poke here up front. Rock won't find him, but doing a lot of early damage. Kiri, this is the only swing. It's Crazy Cat. He could have stayed on the point, but he's coming and knocking that Kiri down to the ground so low. 2 early picks for SNHU.
Yeah, 2 down, no healing left for Boston. Honest, Weber, Triforce, all super low. SNHU just needs to clean up here. Very, very good if they can get this first one down.
No, it is kind of, I feel like it's kind of prophetic that we're like, not really seeing a lot of this Vendetta hero. And then Vendetta goes into the game and, oh, she's just unbeatable.
It's sitting the elephant in the room. Address me. No one's been playing Zarya Vendetta. What's going on here? We haven't seen the Zarya yet, but the Vendetta started.
That was actually why. Yeah, they don't have Suzu. That's what I'm saying. Like, SNHU, when they're using their rampages, when they were mirroring, they were not forcing Suzu. Or maybe just feeling like they couldn't afford to force Suzu. Sometimes you're in situations where like, okay, maybe they're spread out enough. I'll rampage, I'll hit 4, because they're lined up in the perfect way right now. They will Suzu 3, and then the 4th I'll take down. And solo ulting to kill 1 person is fine. Most games. When they're answering by ulting 4 of you and killing 4 of you, it's not as good. It's less good.
And also, I think BU were the way they were using their rampages was just cutting through your whole team, and now they're in the backline. I feel like a lot of times SNHU were using it more laterally, sort of not necessarily putting themselves into a huge flanking position after the rampage, and BU were kind of able to just walk back and just sort of withstand the pressure. Whereas a lot of times when you see Triforce going through, he cuts through your whole team, and then he just starts shooting your backline.
And he's behind you and getting all the healing.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just kind of how they use that in particular. BU have been great with their rampages. Almost every single one has gone triple platinum. It's been great. But SNHU are, they're starting to sort of withstand that. They are, when they do have the Kiriko, they can Suzu it, but they just need to kind of force the same pressure out of the other team, like you were saying.
Yeah, they found the answer, they feel, at least. And I feel like that can apply to multiple maps. I think it can apply when they go to these flashpoints, these pushes, where I expect BU is going to want to take them.
We'll see. Have not been decided yet. Gem alert.
Gem alert. It's what is it? It's not push slop. It's flashpoint gem.
It could be. It could be. Wouldn't that be exciting?
Oh, it's great when you don't work here. You can say whatever you want on broadcast.
They can't stop
They
me.
can't stop me. I can only get in trouble a little. They won't invite me to the next banquet. Yeah, I expect them to take it to one of those maps.
Yeah.
It's what is the push pool? Can you pull up the pool again? I believe I know one of the maps for Flashpoint is Atlas, because I played that against Leslie.
Let's take a look at the Google Doc.
I'll zoom in. Let me see
Push
here.
is Esperanza and Runasapi.
Esperanza and Runasapi. Okay, those are good. I think those
are.
are both good maps. I think Esperanza probably, if SNHU doesn't pick, I think Runasapi would be the most likely of those, and then Survasa. I don't know much about Atlas. I've played it like three times, and one of those three was literally a match that I played off stream.
Yeah, I thought I knew what map that was, and then I saw it here on stream, and
What did you think it was?
I think I thought it was Runasapi.
You're like, what the
I was
hell
like,
is this?
oh yeah, but it looks like a Tron city. And I was like, oh, this is not the map.
Ooh.
Last time I casted Overwatch was in 2020. Okay,
That's awesome. You're like, this freaking cat is crazy.
Yeah, what the heck? They got a freaking cat in this game.
Did you see the edited version of the trailer where it was like, dude, Jetpack Cat's been here the whole time, and someone just like edited the original Overwatch trailer, just have Jetpack Cat like in the background.
That's like Omre. Or if you look in like all the old cinematics and stuff, they're like, oh, remember Overwatch, and he's just there. It's just it's like, dude, you were not in this game for the longest
Every main has been literally a title since they added the streamer mode.
Yeah,
like it's been not title, but it's been like a name you could have in the streamer mode.
Yeah, I think the like Emery Main's like subreddit is like 8 years old.
Is that actually true? I feel like it might be.
I think it is.
I think it's close to that because they've been talking about it for so long. Where's Mama Hong?
They said it could be coming. They said it could be. They said it's not off the table, which means we'll do it if you guys want.
Okay. We got Mama Hong would be sick, but they already said that Demon is coming, right? They didn't say it, but they showed like a silhouette of the Demon mech. They're like,
yeah,
who could the next hero be?
There is a new mech coming.
Yep,
that's cool.
I think if they add a new mech, like a new character that demechs, I think they should add the ability to demech to Wrecking Ball.
Sorry, what?
I want to
you want the hamster to pop out?
Yeah, I want to play as the hamster with 1 HP.
That's a new smallest hitbox in the game. Like if you thought it was hard to shoot like
Kiriko,
Kiriko, like now you got this little 3 foot tall hamster.
One other thing is everyone's gonna miss, and like the Omri's gonna start throwing their grenades at him, and they're
and then they should add new vents just for him all around the map.
Oh, I like that, and then. Maybe like some neutral minions you can shoot.
I was just thinking, there should be lanes, maybe.
Yeah. Well, there's already lanes on the map, right? I think, but like a way to get around them quickly,
sure.
like a, I don't know, like a pulley system.
Yeah, I mean it's like the skyhooks from BioShock.
The skyhooks from BioShock. Yeah, I think that would be good. Yeah. I think
just make the whole thing kind of like noir, Like
no, I think the aesthetic is fine. We can change it in a couple of years.
Anyways, the results are in. BU picks Suravasa.
Okay, I was right.
And bans Ramatra. SNHU bans Tracer.
That makes sense. That is a protect ban for Queen.
Yeah.
So they're banning the Tracer instead because they feel like that'll hurt the comp more. It's going to be a Genji variant of the comp, which is literally Jotes. It's literally, guys, it's Jotes. We can't escape Jotes.
We're back.
We're so back. Jotes 538.
Cinema.
Some people say that's peak Overwatch.
It's the Green Goblin mask in the trash being like, you're nothing without me. You're nothing.
Grab the axe.
You need Jotes. You're nothing without Jotes.
That's every single pro backline looking at Kiriko Lucio. Not Jotes specifically, just Kiriko Lucio. Because you can literally put that on anything. It's like, we're playing... What's the worst comp you can play with that? We're playing Ryan, Bastion...
Oh no, my Rhine is speed boosted and invulnerable.
Oh, that sucks, dude. I hate when that happens. At least you can't use Shatter anymore.
Yeah.
That was like the worst era to play Reinhardt ever.
Yeah.
It's like these literally you just use Shatter for the squish. Like
wow, my whole team's grouped up and they just got shattered. I'll hit them with the very small AoE that just hits all of them because they have to be grouped up to get shattered.
Yep. Wasn't very pleasant. But this match will be. I say that like I'm transitioning in, but we're not. Like literally members of the team are standing up right now. I watched someone as we were like, "What map?" We were like, "Oh, the map is in." I'm like, "Oh, that means this game's gonna watch soon." And I watched a player literally walk out the door. I was like, "Oh yeah."
Everyone watching saw you get excited, and we are like, "Finally, unmute."
Yo, that's really funny. That's probably exactly what's happening right now.
I think it's gonna be a few more minutes. Get it.
It probably
So
is.
If you need to go grab a water.
You need to grab a water.
We
can yap literally forever.
We can lap. We can. But just
unbuckle,
get up out of your seat.
Unbuckle.
Right.
Get off the edge. I know you're on the edge of your seat.
The production team just told me they banned Scarlet Witch. I gotta figure something.
Please verify that for me. Can you fact check that,
no, that's
Jamie?
True. That's true. That's true. They're not playing Scarlet Witch.
That's true. You can't say it didn't happen.
Yeah.
If we go into the game and there's a Scarlet Witch picture in the corner,
that
Joe
could
would do
happen.
that. Joe
would do.
Joe would do that. Just 2 Marvel Rivals characters in the corner. How is we have a Rivals team?
It's a club team.
Yes, it's a club team. How are they doing? Production? They're doing is what I've been told.
How splendid.
Splendid.
Yes, delightful.
Do they want their maps just casted?
Yeah. They want to pull up and play ranked.
That's
We'll cast it.
I will not cast their ranked games, but I'll cast their matches. That'd be fun.
Yeah, that would be fun.
I would pull up again for that.
Yeah.
They'll never invite us back after this.
Oh.
They will never invite us back. But you know what? We'll take advantage of the time that we have left. We are heading into Saravasa for map number 3. This series is 1-1 between these two teams. Remember, this is the finals, not the grand finals, because it's single elimination.
That's
true. If I
true.
catch you calling another single elimination bracket grand finals, I won't do anything because I'm not a man of action, but I will be upset about it.
To be clear, there are no grand finals today. This is the point
No,
you're
there are
making.
no grand finals.
It's not that these aren't the grand finals because that's coming soon.
Yeah,
it's that
coming soon.
It's just single elimination, guys.
Like I said, I'll be upset about it. I'm a dangerous man. I wouldn't do anything. Sorry,
I would never do.
I would never do anything. Sorry, they're actually. We have some time before this match starts. A guy literally called our work and said that.
Yeah.
He was complaining about something and said, "I'm a dangerous man. I'd never do anything." But
it was fun. It was a moment.
It was right. They were not playing Mizuki, right? Okay, yeah, that's right. That's
so
right.
cool.
That's right. It is what we expected, I would say, the counter-aggression comp, but we are seeing a change. Minus Tracer, as expected because of the ban, plus Vendetta. So they want to kind of counter that, maybe match the Vendetta into the Vendetta, but right now we're seeing Honest, someone who has been very important for the success so far. I'll go team that fucking humongous! That's obnoxious! I'm never going to complain about a single melee character in Rivals ever again right now, but it looks like it won't even affect them. They'll find Crazy Cat here first, and here comes the initial push in from the rest of BU. Helios, though, has a lot of distance here, actually. He'll be able to make it all the way, but SNHU needs to find someone before the next shout is up, because that shout will sound the death knell, or they're far enough back. Great angle here, though, from Honest, finding her. Both supports are down for SNHU, and they're going to have to leave from that one. Blobfish actually might get Team X here. This could be a huge stagger for them, and it looks like that's exactly what it will be.
I'm just gonna run into the point now. It's really a big deal.
Oh,
You can
no.
just chill. I think you gotta just exit the situation. you gotta make a run for it, or else they're just gonna let you stay.
Yeah, I think now SNHU need to find the new safe space to play in, right? Because Crazy Cat was staying in a spot that would be safe if they were running Tracer and there wasn't someone else in the front line. BU has introduced a lot more damage to the front line in a way that cannot be countered.
Yeah.
Right? Because Vendetta can't be countered. That's the whole reason Snoo's running it in the first place. So we'll see what happens here. It's Crazy Cat going down again. Again, he really needs to feel that out. It might take a couple points of work for right now. SNHU trying to out-rotate it. There's the chase for the Vendetta again. That cleave will hit you from another map, from New Junk City. They do get the point flip, but they're still down in numbers and have to play these rotations very smart.
We'll see Sapphire still holding on to this high ground here for BU. Just a little bit zoned out right now. Crazy Cat on off angle, though, is pinging Weber. They know he's around the corner, and they're ready to convert with the whole team just gunning, and Weber is down. Now Crazy Cat is taking out both teams down to Vendetta. Time to play some honest Overwatch with this 4v4 here. Triforce not going to be too long for this world. Rail take from out. SNHU not holding on to the point anymore. In overtime, they try and hold on to this on the top of the overclock. Trying to stay alive. Orbit, with just 1 HP, is able to split step away. Will they be able to heal up? Who knows? SNHU cap the point.
It is a rush into an OC. It looks like they might be able to actually do the same match here, except some minor changes again. SNHU need to be careful about their Suzu. They cannot let it get forced out with both support ults and a Rampage coming up here for them. You see the rush early, they're going to escape. No C coming out, so much damage. Huge play from Helios. Take down the Vendetta. They might be able to stabilize here, but they can't let the point flip. He knows that. Engage in right behind Blobfish. Here comes the beat. They're playing it. It's matched with the opposite beat. Helios doesn't really get it at the end. There's the Rampage. Do they have the answer for it? It looks like maybe not. They're trying to find a trade. They have at least a second life on their Diva, and the point gets split. Blobfish has to make it back to the point. Has to at least live long enough to get there and spend the Diva Bomb on it. It's the bleed that takes down one trick, and it's only Blobfish still standing. She may use the bomb, but I think they're just choosing to save him for the next point here. Again, just not having the answer there.
First point.
Off the Vendetta, though, they are switching to that Genji.
Yeah. They were able to find some footing there and cap the point for a pretty significant amount of time, but BU were able to come back, recap it, get everything back in order as they get ready for the next point here. And yeah, the Genji swap is going to take a lot of that damage out of the front line and put it right back on the back line. And I think that is the right play here. We're seeing so much of a coordinated effort to just melt the Vendetta as soon as they show up. SNHU going to be down 2. They will take down Orbit in time, but a little bit of a hard fight here to get onto the point. Still unlocked in 10 seconds. They have some time to stabilize. We'll see if they're able to get down into the Triforce running in. Pop the shout to get a little bit of extra health here, and SNHU clear the way as the
I don't hate the reaction there. I think hiding out will give the point, but now they have flanks, but Greasy Cat just a little bit too deep, or SNHU just the rest of them just a little bit too slow. Helios does get pulled, forced to use the slide. There's the shout. The health is too much for him to burn through. They're going to disengage again. It was an interesting reaction, but they didn't have the timing to really rotate around it. These ults have been sitting for a little while. It's the Diva Bomb, it's the Vendetta ultimate. Both could be used soon, but they need to do it before these ults charge back up for Boston.
Yeah, they can't be getting lapped in ultimates here. They can try and push in and make a play with these. Right now, while they have the advantage. BU's coming up on their next overclock. There's Sundering Blade coming through, charging this up for Crazy Cat. We'll see, but no one to be found as BU back off, play their angles correctly. They're just going to take the nice 2 kills they got, back up a little bit, try to find a new staging ground for this. But Honest taking a lot of damage. The deep dives on him, will he be able to escape? Down to 39, getting healed back up. Oh, down to 8 health. 15 now. Crazy Cat finally able to finish off that kill. Reference trying to finish off the back line here, but not before they're able to escape, and he will end up going down for it. Cat puts it down as well. Just 2 left standing for BU. Trying to catch her as long as they can, but it's SNHU's point already.
I'm not going to be that guy, but why does such a armored, melee-oriented character have such a tiny, fast-moving hitbox?
With Vendetta?
That jitters every single time she does her third swing.
It's, so you can't hit it.
Huh? Oh, Mike, what was I thinking? A lot of ultimates now for Boston. We have Overclock, Dragon Blade, Rampage, and literally everything. All 5, and only these. Then also missing a small miss from the slide from Helios. Now they're forced out to the backside. It's Honest. They're on the back. Using the OC, getting blocked there. All the damage onto Blobfish, though. She's forced to use that rematch here, but not going to make it. It's only Crazy Guy who finds a kill here. A lot used from SNHU. It's both the beat and the Diva Bomb. Neither going to find much here, but 3 ultimates for them to go back into, and I don't want to be that guy.
I saw the move spray. I saw it.
I wasn't even looking. They need to be close enough to use the Suzu to counteract the Rampage. At least people who can survive. Running into the backline right now. There's the Suzu and there's the Rampage. I guess it was forced because of where they were playing, but it is literally they need to have their Fury play safer until that point. But they're forced to force it out. I mean,
right.
It's
an awkward situation where you need to play clumped up to bait the things that kill groups of clumped up people.
Yes.
And then you can Suzu, right? But just trying to play in a way that completely circumvents it, or like, oh, you'll never have a good chance to Rampage. It's all gonna spread out. Like, you're not always have to try and get it out as quickly as you can. Get it over with. Rip the Band-Aid off. But Sapphire got to try and find an answer to the problem here as we get into the 3rd point of Suravasa. Still, just barely missing that, and Honest gonna find the pick on the Crazy Cat. Helios will pick up the slack and take down that Soj in the duel. And now Sapphire trying to move up here onto the point, unlocking in 5 seconds. You already have a pretty solid foothold here. But Junk Queen's starting to move up, play that hard cover play right on that corner. Try to move in here.
Good damage here on the corner. Blobfish trying to pressure them back. They do give up the cap, and it's going to be an even 5v5 here, it looks like soon. No ultimates up for either team, so still drive fight. Solid disengage from them, but Umber just has to survive. The Genji going and loses track. There's the TP right now. No saving grace. It's a 1-for-1 on supports, but Helios tries to dive. It's No supports now left on the side of Boston. The rest of SNHU needs to group up. The deflect headshot. Crazy Cat, not normally a Genji player. I'm just saying that because I know him. That is a tough trade.
Yeah, the Genji has been doing a lot of great work here. And also, I mean, the blades we've been seeing from the Genji have been at the perfect time to like shut down Diva bombing to get a second life.
Yep.
Or anything like that. So a great usage there. And BU, with their ult synchronized, right, they're about to come up on 5 ults. Like,
that's normally not a good thing to have your ult synchronized.
It's not, but in a situation where like SNHU only has 1 push left. Like,
yeah, with this time left on the clock, and here comes a flanking overclock. They're coming in right from the backside. Great angle here. They just can't find the shots. The Dragon Blade coming to try to trade more. They do find that pick, but they are being forced out before the time is here. One trick, flying and try to get to the point. Forced to delay, forced to use the beat here, but doesn't matter if it's being forced, if it's successful. That's 3 picks for them immediately. The rest of the team falling down. That is a full wipe, a quick one onto BU. They used, wait, I didn't even notice that. They used Rampage during that as well? That's what happens when you have the Suzu to negate it. Or maybe this killed her.
There. Sapphire only using the 1 has a lot of room to work with here, and they are going to need it because they got to climb all the way. There is no more room left for any error. The moment the BU wins a fight, they win this map.
And they know BU is going up top, so they have to go to match it. They're actually flipping the map onto their side, so they'll make it tough if there's any respawns, but they need early picks for the respawns to really matter. They have Rush to use here. They use it very early. Will they match it with their own? Looks like they're matching with the OC instead. Great pull onto Triforce. They're matching with Beat now with their Rush here as well. There's a Rampage to get, but still 2 picks here for them. It's all on the OC, I think, to really make things happen here. Half HP there on the Genji, and then Rail does turn out for something. Helios now flipping him out on a great angle here. Got Queen knocked so low. Great Rail headshot for him. He's bleeding out. The Lucio's diving him, but he has to just live as long as he can to make this trade worth it, or at least force Lucio out with some great shots here. Because of the map earlier, that actually is his side of the map. He's relatively safe, but it's Honest now coming in, picking 2. Leo's trying to make magic happen, but 3 for the Sojourn. No chance to touch for them, and BU on their map pick takes it 3-0.
Yeah, Honest clutching up there to clean things up. BU, really, really strong clap back there on that match, I think. I don't know what some of their play of the game.
I mean, it's not us. Wait, the rest of the team is all the way over there? I can see them faintly in the distance here, but Triforce, again, wait. You'll see the Suzu here. No? Oh, yeah, it is that one, but like I said, use the Rush, force the Suzu, go in with the Rampage, guarantee a couple kills here. So much damage here. The Junker Queen has been so effective for them. I think with their picks, actually, they're never going to be able to ban the Queen.
I don't think so.
No, it's literally impossible because the next time they're going to have to ban, if SNHU wins the next map.
Yeah.
Right. They could ban Queen on the next map. But when they get to the final map, it's going to be BU's pick. And they're just going to ban a random tank. They'll ban Rhine.
Yeah.
Or Sig. They've been playing Sig.
Yeah, well, SNHU just banned Tracer. So they can ban a tank again.
No, I know, but I'm saying because they have first ban, BU.
Yeah.
If they go to the final map, they will just ban a random tank because then SNHU cannot ban a tank.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So at this point, I think maybe, hear me out, they're going to push, ban Queen.
The Queen is forcing them to play, like, being forced to play around the Queen is almost, like, more disruptive than just, like, okay, let's match meta. Let's match the Zarya's into each other. Because this is, like, everyone's going to have practice playing against the most common teams right now. Like Zarya, Vendetta, these are people they've been playing against all season.
Yep.
Right? Because this is not a new thing. It's not a sudden discovery. This has been since they've been at it, right? This is tried and true. You should have good answers to these. So I do think, yeah, right? The Queen is clearly causing some problems. And while you look at it and you think it may not be worth a ban because they could just switch to a different composition that they clearly are comfortable on, I think you got to just bite the bullet and ban it.
I think you do it just because you literally cannot. There is no way they'll let you do it. They just did a Ram ban against a team that has not played Ram once, so that they don't limit their own flexibility if they need to switch, and to make sure that they can protect their Queen. Right? I think they're gonna just do it again. There's no reason for them not to. So I am interested to see where they go if it has been stated.
Nope.
Oh nope. Rousseau is typing.
It's typing. Wait, hold on.
Oh, okay, everybody,
I'm hearing from the front
I'm getting
lines right now.
Breaking news. He's done typing and didn't send anything.
Well, that's just how it goes sometimes.
It is. Oh, it's Morse code. I'm looking for the dots.
hold on.
Okay, okay, hold on. He's only sent one dash so far because he hasn't started typing again. Any news from the front lines?
No news from the front
It's
lines.
only
Back
so
to you, Bobby.
all that's like great. Happy to hear it. It's only escort and push remaining.
That's right.
So it's. I think either you go to. While I'm processing. So I think your options are. I don't think you go back to Rialto after the earlier game.
No.
I think you go to Havana, which I don't think anyone wants to go to. Or you go to Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Right. I mean, if you want to go to Havana, we've seen SNHU try to play the Widowmakers in the Ash on Rialto sometimes.
After
Right.
the Widow on Midtown, I don't think they're going to do it again. But I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I'm old. I've had a lot of time to be wrong.
I mean, if they're going to play the Junker Queen, right? Like their playing composition doesn't have any shields, so there's a lot of openings if you feeling confident.
Yep.
If you're feeling like you can get in there and hit your shots, potentially room for a Widowmaker.
That's true.
The question is,
what do you
is
kill?
Weber going to be on top of you the whole time as Genji?
That's true.
And or Tracer, which is going to make it hard. But sounds like it is going to be Rialto coming up. I have not seen it. Oh, there it is. Rialto ban Queen.
See, okay, so I was right. They know that Queen is going to be like safe in the final set.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the last time they played Rialto, they didn't play Queen. We're fuzzy, by the way. I'm going to pretend like it's not happening. If I ignore it, it'll go away.
That's just your eyesight, man. I'm sorry.
What?
I'm sorry to break it to you.
Oh no.
Jeez.
So they're banning Queen. What do they ban? Do they ban Vendetta? No, why would they? Because they're not going to play the Queen comp. Vendetta's the answer to the Queen comp.
Yeah.
So then you free up your potential ban at the end because now SNHU can't ban Queen again. So actually, now when they go to push later, they can just ban Vendetta. And SNHU was like, well, I don't want to ban any tanks. So it's a complex thing. I think if you were gonna ban Queen, you had to go to a map type they wanted to play, like push. Which I mean, who knows? They were really good on Rialto earlier, so they probably just want.
We haven't seen push here, in at least the later half of the Swiss. I don't believe.
Has anyone played push? I guess most people just like the default is to go. You lose control. You're like, hybrid.
Yeah, because if you lose the control, you're like, okay, I'm not playing a map with a neutral objective.
Yep.
Again.
No, it's true. It's true. It actually is true. A flashpoint is different enough. Well, no, push is different enough. I feel like flashpoint is the one that's just like it's like we just lost Koth. Let's go to 5 Koths.
Wow. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they want to try and do here.
Did I hear Bastion?
Is that?
Did I mishear that? Ash ban. That makes a lot more sense. Although they haven't really played Ash too much. Crazy Cat played a little bit of Ash, I think, in our last game.
We saw some Ash on Midtown.
We did, a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think with Emery in the game, with Sojourn in the game, with Widow in the game.
Yeah.
I'm way happier talking about Widow when I'm not in the game. I hate playing against Widowmaker. I think it's just because I played.
Is there anyone who likes playing against Widowmaker? I feel
Widowmaker players that like dueling. I don't know.
But that's like, I feel like a Widowmaker player gets in a duel and one of them slams their desk. Like, it's every time.
I think that's just because of hitscan players. I think it has nothing to do with the hero matchup at all. I think
that's true. You know what? That's a solid point.
I've heard enough stereotypes about hitscan players. That's why we've never recruited one in all my time being here. It's why every single hitscan player we've ever had we have not been able to finalize recruitment.
If you're a hitscan player watching this and looking for a college,
DM Russo on Discord. I was literally looking at my phone to go get his full numbers, and then I immediately realized how terrible of an idea that was. And also, there's no numbers in Discord anymore, so I don't know why I was even looking.
Well, there's usernames which are separate from your display
There is. I was about to look at his full information and then chose not to just air that out on a stream.
Yeah. If you're looking to apply, here's the number you should call.
If you're looking to apply, you can call me, and I'll send you to the right people. Here's my personal phone number. Oh, man. So they're not going to play the Queen comp because they literally can't.
Yeah.
Ash is banned, which feels like... I think that feels like BU want to poke in return, but they don't want to do it on Ash.
Mm-hmm.
We're probably going to see Honest playing Soj. Weber maybe on the Emery. I think we saw them play double poke a little bit near the end of the Midtown last point.
Yeah, we did. Are they potentially looking to brawl and are looking for the Dynamite to not be in play?
I don't know what
It's on Rialto, right? There is that high ground.
There is.
And if you can get up there and get in their face, right, there's few things that can disengage you better than
Sim.
Dynamite and Coach Gun.
Well, we'll see if they want to play Brawl. We can find out right now as we head into the map. It's Rialto for map number 4. This could be the final game of the series for SNHU if they cannot get a win here. But Boston, 1 game away from sealing the deal and winning all 0 of the marbles. No, it's fine. This is for fun. We have this here for fun. Listen, the reward for playing the tournament was the mac and cheese for Mr. Max. The friends we made along the way and the mac and cheese for Mr. Max that everyone got to have earlier today. Happy to have everyone come out, though. It's awesome. I haven't been able to be at an event like this in quite a bit. So
yeah, no, this is very cool to see, and especially you know, that SNHU is kind of interested and dedicated to this becoming a regular thing, getting more colleges down here.
Oh yeah,
kind of having it be a place where everyone can meet other colleges and other players. Very cool.
Wait, Sim on defense. So they're trying to set up for the dive, which is very similar to what Boston was playing the last time we played against them, except they're running the Tracer to the Genji. When I played against them on the same map as Hit Stand here. So it's actually a lot of spam from SNHU here. Blobfish now contested. You can see them trying to basically lock them off of these angles, force Suzu out, and then disengage. Also, they made the same role swap again. Captain Cookie moving off of support onto the Diva with Triforce playing Wu Yang.
You see now, SNHU is really holding on to this high ground here. We're trying to find an opportunity to blink across the gap. We'll take that high ground, and Helios immediately going to fall as soon as whoever finds it in. SNHU trying to get in, but Captain Cookie Deemek over the water. He's going to plummet right in like a rock. Now Sapphire reclaiming this high ground a little bit. Right as the cart comes across the corner, honestly, some good poke damage here from Wu Yang.
You know, watching people play against Wu Yang, I'm glad I don't play. It seems so tilted.
Hit with the ball around the corner.
Yeah, it's just water, man. He went to water school.
Yeah, he studied hard.
He studied hard, but not hard enough to survive the aggression from Kiriko. That's one trick. Leon going down. Umbra finds the Tracer here, but it's 3 down for SNHU. Play here. Oh, really 4. That's a full wipe from Boston there. Catching players out in the midst of that one here. We'll see them setting up now. This is almost a guaranteed cap. No way anyone's going to be able to contest here on the back side of it. He trying to TP in, but I think they're going to make it. They got knocked back. No, just not enough. They dove right into that teleporter. They did lose the Wu Yang forward. Looks like Eva does get Deemek. Honest on a really great poke angle here, forcing out the Demon Bomb from Captain Cookie actually at the same time, but play it Blobfish. Oh no, Deemek's by the remake. That's unfortunate.
Just pop in the bomb there to keep up the momentum and find some extra value off of it too. EU going to continue rolling forward here. SNHU once again back. This time not able to take control of the high ground that has been so pivotal on this point in the matches that we've seen. With EU taking this, it could be a little bit of a hard hold for SNHU, but they've got some good resources to deal with it. Helios, tough situation here. Weber weaving in and out. Trying to get in on the back line, but we're going to see a ball come up from Symmetra, trying to cut this up, but immediately BU just going to retreat. Not going to try and deal with that.
So much spam actually from Umbra on the Kiriko, getting a ton of damage there. And Cookie jumping off the map as SNHU was looking to kick off that stagger, but how this hold is looking. I mean, solid positioning here. Not as much poke on the Sojin as you would have if you had the Emery on the defense, but still enough to force you back.
We'll see. Boston starting to push up once again with their full force here. 4 ultimates on the board. A lot of room to make some plays, but Helios going to open up this fight with a nice pick onto Weber, completely securing his back line and stopping him from getting any kind of push against this bridge. You see the way that Blobfish is holding as well. It just really makes it difficult for BU to even try and do anything but consider the Diva that's immediately in their face.
Yeah, you have to deal with her at some point. You can see Captain falling up there, taking a lot of damage to force her out. Crazy Cat actually taking a ton of poke there early. Great damage there again. That's what you do with Sojourn. Sojourn says, I have rail, looking for rail. Rail Emery, and then your Diva immediately goes in to clean up that kill. Bit of a panic pulse there, not going to find anyone. Weber trying to do Helios here in the bottom, forcing the recall. Trying to disengage. Should be fine to kill. Maybe not actually. Forced in, running into the spawn. Nowhere else to go, just going to wait for the team to be in position to chase, but dinked by the Kiriko. It's going to make this tough. Leon, bubble here, trying to be countered by the overclock. Good angle here, but nothing to see.
Yeah, just zoning ultimate here to open things up a little bit.
It was very scary, okay?
It was. I was scared, okay? But Blobfish gonna pick up kill with that react. Diva Bomb coming out, Crazy Cat away, just barely able to get around the corner in time, and now BU back into the fight, pushing up again with a fresh Diva mech. Meanwhile, Blobfish getting D-Mech on the card here, right in the middle of the team, getting chewed apart. As SNHU hold 4 strong, BU starting to turn the first corner here on the second point. Gotta watch out for this every wall. Looking to go over the corner into the back line. We'll see if we're able to find things. The rail coming through. A very scary peek to make, but able to pick up the kill on Helios. Gonna try to find a second one here, but a lot of healing coming through on these healers together and taking a lot of damage in return. Trying to get on the corner. The wall goes up from Crazy Cat to block off the sideline, to block off the damage. Trying to fuck up this fight in a way that's good for them. But the Kitsune rush from both sides. Gonna try and push through for both teams. It's gonna kind of end up this engagement. Blobfish reclaiming control of the card as BU rounds the corner.
That wall was perfect, by the way. When every time they got pushed back, they got chased even further there. Helios with a great pick onto the Tracer now, but Honest is in a great position up top here. Getting fighting Blobfish, getting healed for by the Diva. Does have the healing, but not the jump height to make it up top. Crazy Cat might have overextended here. Great catch by Honest. Can he stay alive? Yes, the heals and supports are there perfectly in time. The time coming in from the baby will not be enough here. SNHU forced to disengage. He actually pissed. Oh, I was gonna say, if I'm going crazy, I'm pistol jumping over the wall. Yep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Just land in the middle of their whole
beat it.
BU pushing up, rounding the corner now, coming up on the capture point here. Taking a lot of damage and trying to back up. Only title shield to block this off right now. Second life coming up for Blobfish. Let's see if he needs some damage here. Helios quickly building up to that overclock. Trying to hold, building ults on both sides right now, looking for an opportunity to find any kind of value here. But Crazy Cat gets the first pick there onto the Wu Yang. Boston U healing cuts.
Huge pick there. They get stabilized. We'll see. I don't think he'll chase anything down. Looking at the ultimates though, we do have a couple coming up. OC now back up. SNHU plus the bomb. Not super impactful, I would say. The ults that Boston, are they going to push the, oh, they TP the bomb in, but still doesn't find anyone. Still the HP is so bad, they barely escaped that, but not able to find a kill. And Blobfish got picked off during that little bomb trick sequence, so they're going to be forced to pull back. Up here, see to fight the Emery. Can he find a second shot? Diva's in his face, he's going to get it. During that, the Suzu will save the Diva again, actually forcing the bomb. They're going to be forced to disengage. Diva is back for SNHU. There goes Blobfish trying to chase the title bubble onto the Diva. That should stun Leos in the back. Crazy Cat near not escaping, actually. Blobfish hoping to get the picks from everyone on the side of Boston living on a thread there. They're going to be able to get that cap. They're going to force SNHU to their last point. But not a ton of ults to make it happen.
Yeah, both teams kind of drained on resources right now. Really, just that Kitsune rush on both sides in the pocket. Potentially an opportunity to use that, but absolutely going to get matched by the other side as soon as it comes out now. Let's see Weber switching over to the Pharah now on this final point, trying to spam through these doorways, trying to find some extra damage that way. See, Sapphire wall comes up, Crazy Cat forced to use it before he goes down. Blobfish pick up the kill though, taking down Honest. Damage out of the play for BU. Just that Pharah left. Sapphire continues to push forward around. Going to be the Kitsune rush, matching it. Both sides are doing it, and now chasing down the Pharah in the air. Forced to really fall back though as Blobfish retreats back into the hard cover. Damage coming through, flying straight into their whole team. About to build up to that ultimate, but not a lot of resources on either side still.
See, a lot of damage is coming in up front there from Blobfish, but again, in front of the whole team, not going to really finish the kill that way. You can see someone actually creeping up on the sides. It's the Emery looking for a side angle now, waiting for the opportunity. Spotted though by the Sojourn. I think they got caught there early. Also, Crazy Cat now on the May to wall that line of sight off. So Blobfish has the bomb now, could get aggressive, plus the title bubble could allow them to dive into the flank here, forcing the Suzu actually. They could look, get a little more aggro into this. The overclock coming first, but the Diva's in the way. Does the Diva, there's the title bubble, they're trying to run the Sojourn down. Will they be able to make it over to stun him? Yes, but counter title blast here. The Diva now way overextended. Can they kill the Diva during this stun period? It looks like maybe, but bomb will come out too. Helios forced to disengage, won't be able to get away in time to 1-for-1. Both hit scans have been eliminated. It's May versus Far looking for, but Blobfish will take over that thing for them here. The remake coming in, and a lot of picks for SNHU.
Yeah, SNHU doing a great job here in overtime. Going to go ahead and cut that down, and BU's push is over, although quite a far push on their side. Almost went all the way. Notably, did not, but very close. All right.
You're right.
It's very different from going all the way.
That's true.
Right? It's Almost.
I mean, it changes in Escort. I don't think there's a... You're guaranteed to go to another round if you don't go all the way. So this is cut the time of the game down.
Yeah.
A minimum of, I think, 7 minutes?
Could be 6. Not sure.
I'm not playing this game with you.
I'm sorry.
Dude.
Dude, not cool.
Dude,
Don't
not
say
cool.
that.
Oh, what time is it on the clock there? Oh, it's 8.
Missed it. All right, let's see what compositions we got coming out here.
Ready for battle.
Very similar to what we had before. I've seen BU hovering this Brigida a few times.
Double poke, though. Double poke from Boston. They are running Emery and Sojourn. I don't know if the Brig is actually going to come out.
Yeah.
I would assume
We've seen it just in the spawn room. All right, it doesn't leave the spawn room.
Brig's fun to do like little tricks with, right? You do like the dash tricks where you like bounce off the thing you dash on. That's cool.
Now I'm like swinging the mace around. I'm like, I'm having a great time.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And then I switched to Lucio.
And then I switched to the character. Whoa! Wait, no, they're on defense.
Oh, true. They're not going to be able to switch. So I guess they are running that.
Interesting. I mean, that's maybe just to try to do a little bit more damage to the D.Va. Maybe they feel like they can't really control Blobfish. I know she was getting a lot of really good aggressive plays off, so that could be the only tension there. You can see them again playing this double poke on the defense, maybe looking for their angles. Honest, racking up a ton of ult charge already. Probably off some really fat nades at the spawn door. Helios! That sucks. That's not that recent change, but it feels recent.
One trick's going to swap off the Zenyatta, and honestly, after watching this one and seeing the Ombre and Sojourn, I'm switching off the Zenyatta also. That is a scary DPS line to play.
Back over to the Wuyong. I think adding a little bit more poke to the game is kind of huge here. That's why you run Wuyong in these poke comps. A, because the title bubble is great to save people that are getting pressured really hard. Also, great to just add on to some damage there. Just like what found Weber. Also defecting the D.Va. Umbra caught out here. Honest getting a little bit hungry, not realizing where the other players were positioned. Getting caught out there on the chase. Triforce trying to save the Baby D.Va. Not going to be able to do it here. Umbra getting very aggressive with the help of Blobfish. There's the headshot onto the Kiriko. She's 2 bars. Won't get the pack in time. Umbra will drop and find it. And this looks like SNHU will lock down this first point for themselves.
Very, very quick push there. Just immediately taking the high ground. We're going to see BU switch over to the Zarya, try and get a little bit more security onto their team there. Alive with that bubble and just resist that poke that's coming through. The Echo, however, is... I mean, that's scary against the D.Va, right? Because the moment that you fall under half, you just melt so fast and there's nothing you can do about it. Umbra is winning these Kiriko duels, and it's really, really big. It's always cutting that healing in half. Gonna have that Kitsune rush faster, about 40% speed on top. Got to find some big damage though. Full charge, very scary to deal with. The bomb coming through, just clearing out the area and securing that second life as SNHU continue to push forward here, although Weber doing some serious work in the back line.
Yeah, Weber is doing a lot here again. That's why they were looking to ban it before. That was a fight that looked like it was going so well, but then Zarya just entered the picture again. Captain Cookie was not playing the Zarya, I believe, the last time they played it. So this is a new look for them. And last time, I believe it was Triforce playing it on Blizzard World.
Yeah.
So, again, big change there for them. We'll see how it pans out. But again, he got supercharged very early on. And it looked like it was doing dividends for them. But now Crazy Cat gonna look for a copy on someone. What ultimate do they want to be using here? It looks like none. Honest will drop down and find that kill. Crazy Cat playing things a little bit too fast and loose there.
Window shopping on that duplicate for a little too long. Now SNHU starting to push forward a little bit, but again, the second high ground has been so huge for holding this point. And when BU did their push, they were able to just completely take it right away. So SNHU have to deal with a little bit of a roadblock here. They capture that point super fast, but they got to deal with this. A lot of damage coming through on the end, but they go on top of that.
Oh my god!
Nuked the Zarya, but BU clapped back with 2 quick kills. A third one there onto Crazy Cat. The thing up. A lot of damage focused onto the Zarya, but unfortunately not enough to crack the point open.
I didn't want to let that sit. As I watch, SNHU's fights have been very chaotic. I feel like their fights aren't really breaking out the way they necessarily want to. They're not putting on enough pressure to stop them from poking them down. I think, honestly, this is where maybe a Widow would be okay. Even just to try to trade into that, but it's going to be Reaper instead. Mostly meant to brawl out into the Zarya with the Zarya of their own now that they've made that swap here. They were thinking about the Zarya Vendetta, but I think they feel like Reaper might be a little better. Title bubble here used. One trick onto Crazy Cat on the Reaper. Now with the bubbles, a lot of support onto this Reaper should open things up for them. a little bit here. There's the recall for Thomas. Crazy Cat trying to find them. Here comes Graviton from the 3 players caught in it. No way to get out. Lots of damage coming here up front. They're hoping to trade something, but One Trick knows it's over and jumps right off. It's a pick on the Tracer, but they'll be back before it matters.
Pop the Kitsune rush as well. So 2 ultimates there to wipe the team. We'll see SNHU they're not close to any ultimates right now, but you are still holding on to the Emery ult, and they're coming up on a full spawn as well. He's gonna trade with the grenade.
That's unfortunate, but that's a lot of damage out of the picture now that they don't have to worry about here with Crazy Cat applying a little bit of pressure here up front. Now they can focus all their attention on the Tracer when he tries to go in. You can see Tracer already forced out, forced the bubble, forced to back off. I think it'll definitely help them. They just have to deny Honest from getting back to that strong position here. It's a Reaper bubble trying to force out this Tracer, getting them over here back on the flank. There's the bubble. It does a ton of damage to Crazy Cat. It looks like Helios now dropping to try to fight Weber here, getting the pack, but it's the Emery coming in now from Honest, probably back over the wall, looking onto their backline. They may force the teleport here. It'll hit Helios so low, get picked down by the light rounds.
It is such an ultimate where you feel like I can 1v1. But like it is just a lot of sustained damage coming out all at once. And now
it's hard to hit him.
Backline. Crazy Cat getting healed up now. Has to try and survive this, but other things coming through as the pistols dumping in. The grenade just blows up Crazy Cat along with Weber showing up to help out. Sapphire now have to try and find a foothold, but everyone they come close to picking off just immediately gets healed back up.
And they use rally there back on the point. Looks like Lawfish actually got a ton of cap time, but wasn't trying to slow it down now. As long as she doesn't grab, okay. I was gonna say
2%, we might have seen that.
I'd like to think she has the trigger discipline not to do that, but I was looking at that and I'm like, ooh, if I'm 100 energy and the rally's ending.
So that's just me.
I'm also hitting Q, but for me, Q just says my ultimate status to my team. I always shift because I'm a freak.
That is
I know. Big button for big ability.
You're like a right click is a interact button for you, right?
Yep, that's true. That's true. I have a lot of problems.
That's the TF2 player.
And SNHU having some problems getting through this push here. Is it grab? Into OC with the grab. Blocked by the other Zarya. They have to at least get that pick into the rush here. The OC's at 50%. Can he find one more? It's the pulse under the card. It does find him. It's a 1-for-1 and the beat is here, but it doesn't get the here we go. Lose one more here. SNHU hoping to find something. The Suzu saves the break. The Blossom doesn't find anything. It's a lot of ult from SNHU that weren't able to accomplish much. You're diving onto the Emery right now. Has to find these shots here. Nurse maybe getting to him. He's getting pocketed. That's so unfortunate. And the Emery ult here as well. Crazy Cat dodging it towards the front. Perfect shot onto One Trick here. As Crazy Cat falls then to BU. They have done it.
Just barely. Not able to cap the point. BU hanging in there for a great finale to our bracket today.
Where is the end screen?
They're all over
They're 87 miles in the background.
Where is the cameraman looking, bro? Where is the lock in?
This has got to be that grab, which was absolutely slipped there. Yeah. I'm surprised it charged so fast. I mean, Captain Cookie must have been just getting so much damage. I've been pushed so far away from this desk. I've come all the way back before the camera gets back on us. Still huge play there from Captain Cookie and from all of BU. I mean, they pivoted. They pivoted quickly. They're like, okay, it's not working. Move to the Zarya. Yeah. Suddenly, he's 100 energy the entire game. And those quick pivots that SNHU were, I don't think, finding the answers to in time were really what sealed the deal for them.
Absolutely. And BU just showing once again, like they brought the whole playbook here today.
Oh yeah.
Right. They had a huge hero pool that they could dip into at any moment. They seem comfortable on a lot of these maps, just really, really flexible, really adaptive, and just able to find the key to victory in all of these cases here. Very, very few matches that gave them some trouble. So I think this is next time we find all these teams here once again, that's going to be the team to beat. They are the front runner here out of the pack.
For sure, and that's with a sub.
Yeah, that is with a sub.
Yeah. Their main support not here. That's why we're seeing some flexing around between Cookie on main support, Cookie on tank. They're trying to just kind of fill the slots in their hero pools when they needed to, and it worked out for them well.
Yeah, no, it's just a super great showing from them and a great showing from Sapphire as well.
Coming in all the teams for coming out.
Absolutely. It was awesome to see everyone here, all 5 teams coming through, and everyone getting to play in the Swiss bracket before going into this big tournament. It's a big, fun event here at SNHU, and I'm really glad that everyone got to come out. It was a lot of fun. I'm glad that we got to come out.
Yeah, we're not supposed to be here.
No.
We literally broke into the building.
They just left the door open, and we walked in, and they looked at us, and they go, I remember you from 3 years ago. And
Have you not been here for 3? No, that can't be true.
I graduated in 2023. It's true. It's true. I mean, it's more like
I guess we've been working.
like 2.5
We've been
years.
working at our current place of employment together for. You've been working there for a year now.
About a year.
Yeah, so I guess that
been a
does
little,
make sense.
It's been a little bit, but it's awesome to
Damn.
be back here in the seat. Definitely a lot of fun. Would love to be back here again for the next time.
I was gonna say, how long do you think till the next one? You think 3 more years for you to come back?
Yeah. I'm gonna go back into cryo sleep, and then
you're gonna come back, and there's literally you're not gonna know a single. You're gonna know Tim.
Yeah, there's
Tim
gonna,
and Sutan.
there's you know the door in the console cave that no one's ever allowed to go into.
Is that where you go?
Yeah, that's like I go under the building.
So
and I just stayed
is
dormant there.
Is that why a couple of years ago when you were still here, it was making like those loud noises? It was like calling you.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty much.
Bridget, the camera.
Same as it ever was.
Yo, it's like I never left.
Although we used to have tape on the floor.
We did. I don't know what happened to the tape.
I think it probably just got
stepped on as
enough
things
that
on the
it
floor
unstuck.
often do.
Yeah. Oh well.
Do we want? Were there? I think the players asked if they could do interviews. I don't know if we said yes.
Someone mentioned that. I was talking to Brandon about that earlier, who actually works here, and we don't.
What?
I'm not sure. I'm
That's
not
fine.
sure what the play is here from now on, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, they're fun, but we'll maybe next time when we get it set up. But still, thank you everyone for tuning in and hanging out. Thank you everyone who came out here, and thank you to the SNHU staff, which is not us, who helped put this event together.
Team
and
holding
ran it.
down the fort.
Production
They've been
team
here
holding
since
down the fort.
10 a.m.
They have been here. So they have been here since 10 a.m. locking it down. So thank you to them for putting it together. Thank you for this new staff for putting this event together and for getting mac and cheese for everyone.
Absolutely,
which I am
and
not,
chicken tenders.
and chicken
Don't
tenders.
forget that.
I moved away. I used to live much closer, and I moved away recently, so I don't get to have Mr. Max as often. So I'm more thankful for that because I ordered Mr. Max way more than I ordered the other place.
Yeah, it's a blessing in disguise.
It is.
It's the mac and cheese is so good, but you do after you eat it, it does give you a debuff.
It debuff that.